There we go.
Stop swearing. Stop slagging everyone off.
Okay. I must admit, I hope everybody really enjoyed that opening music.
You had opening music?
No. No. But I just imagine a few people up and down the country going,
yeah.
What? What music? Yeah. The opening titles, no less.
Titles.
Titles.
Oh, I know what's going on there. There we go.
So, what was I going to say to you? Oh, yes. So, in the tradition of the podcast, how was your week?
It's effectively over now. Well, work-wise it is, because obviously it's Good Friday tomorrow, which is a bank holiday.
Yeah, I found that out about half an hour ago.
Yeah, and I've booked the rest of next week off. Obviously Monday's a bank holiday as well, so I've got tomorrow, the weekend, all the next week, and the weekend after that, and I'm just like, I can put my feet up, I can come down and see you, I can, and then I get down for dinner today, and I say to Jackie, what's going on this weekend? Well, we've got to do this, we've got this, and you're booked to do that, and Carm's MOT for there, and kids have got to go to revision because they're bloody Easter holidays, and the school's asking for the kids to go in to do like final revision sessions for A levels and GCSEs, and we have to ferry them.
Sounds about right.
So Jackie says, she looks at the calendar, she says, well, Tuesday, that's about the only day that you can go down and see Kent, is Tuesday. And then I look at my thing and I think, oh shit, I've got an eye test Tuesday. Wednesday I'm ferrying kids. Thursday I think Jackie's got a blood test and other bits. Friday is the day before record store day, which means I need to be in a queue in Bury St Edmunds by about sort of 5 p.m.
As you do.
Yeah, and then I'll be up all night, and then Saturday buy my records, and then I come home and just pass out. And then we're back to Sunday, and I'm back to work. So, I need to do some. I don't know if you're around on Saturday, day after tomorrow.
Probably.
Yeah,
probably. Unless I fall out of a tree or something.
Well, yeah, or get assaulted by carjackers.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, this nice relaxing week off is turning out to be a very busy bloody week, and I had plans to fit another GoTech drive to one of my Emaxes, and I was going to fit VCA chips to the Fairlight. I was hoping that Howard might come around with a power supply for the DX1. I don't know when I'm going to fit them all in, so yeah, it's going to be an interesting week. So, yeah, not much of a break. But happy.
Well, like I say, I hope we get... Morning.
Afternoon.
Hello, how are you?
I'm tired.
Oh, we got echo.
Echo.
I'll sort it out, hang on.
So, it's...
That was drastic. Yeah. I'm just going to shoot myself in the head.
Yeah.
Bonjour.
Hello, is that working?
Is this thing on, Mother?
Aye.
Is the microphone working?
All right.
Yeah. We can hear you.
Oh, joy.
Oh, morning.
It's Mr. Evans.
Hello.
Just out of interest, does anybody else get the Aiken drum reference?
I think I do. I'm not sure. I'm not brave enough to say yes.
Is it anything like aching balls?
No, yeah, definitely. I was just talking to my cousin on the phone. We were just having a right good chat, and she's just, we got to talk about Viz comics and all sorts of stuff.
Good, yeah.
And we got to talk about old sort of nursery rhymes and things our parents used. She mentioned Aiken drum, and I'd forgotten all about it. But as soon as she mentioned it, it came out again, and his hat was made of good cream cheese, and his name was Aiken Drum, and he played upon the ladle.
Yeah.
Oh, Robbie, you're there, are you now? Okay.
Yeah,
it must be a northern thing.
It's Scottish, actually. It's all
very northern.
I looked it up. I looked it up because that's the way. That's what I do. If I don't know, I look it up.
You look
and
it
apparently,
up,
it's all to do with the Jacobite rebellions. Don't ask me about his coat being made of good roast beef. You see, roast beef, English.
Nursery rhymes are either about war or racism
or death.
Or killing people.
Yeah, or plague and pestilence.
Yeah, the plague.
Yeah.
Or,
absolutely.
Slavery. Yeah, that's basically.
Yeah.
They're really cheerful things.
Yeah.
But it's really fascinating to look into the background of them. So I did. I thought, Aiken Drum, I've forgotten all about that since I was about 10. So I looked it up, and that's what it's all about. It's all about the Jacobite rebellions. There we go.
Every day's a school day.
Yeah,
synth wannabe.
Here's something I heard the other day. The largest Viking warship ever found was underneath a Viking warship museum in Norway. So when they knocked down the museum, because they were going to build a new one, underneath the foundations, they found the biggest, best conditioned Viking ship ever. How bizarre is that?
Very fortunate.
That's actually quite cool.
Yeah. Greetings.
Come on, Matt, stand up. Give us a look at the shirt.
Oh,
there you go.
How come you got one?
I know. I said exactly the same.
What the fuck is going on?
Yours and mine are still, I think, Shea Ben
in a drawer somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I couldn't work out how to bloody order one.
It's not. Yeah, unfortunately, it's not the most straightforward of processes. You have to just contact in various Facebook pages.
I'm basically stupid. I went on through via the Facebook thing, and I couldn't work it out. I thought I want to give these guys some money so I can wear a nice hoodie. Because I'm bored of the boring black ones I've got. I want one that says Pro Synth Network on it, just so I can look cool and like I belong to the gang.
I'll tell you what, Rob.
How to throw my money at him? No, I couldn't. So he didn't.
I'll tell you what, Rob. Money talks, mate.
Done it.
Yeah. If you got a little spare, you get it before everybody else.
Good evening, everybody.
How you doing?
I'm getting there. I'm still COVID.
Yeah.
I'm day 6 now. So
you're right in yourself, though.
Yeah. Well, I'm all right for the first couple of hours in the morning, and then I just sort of collapse and fall asleep in front of the telly for the afternoon.
Yeah.
You know, and then I've revived myself a little bit now. But yeah, I'm just really tired. Really tired.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm tired from staying up half the night.
Oh well, and here we go again.
Yeah.
What was it this time then?
This is funny.
Yeah, chasing some guys down the road with a 7-iron.
Someone tried to break into the car.
No. They stole the catalytic converter of the car parked behind mine.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
using a battery-powered sawzall or whatever they call them.
Yeah, just went, and it was done, and they were running. What was interesting though was later on, because of this, it's sort of like every 5 minutes looking out the window, and so I'm here and I'm doing a little bit of playing and what have you, and then I heard what I would swear, lay money on, heard the MG fire up, splutter, and then cut out. And I've gone, somebody's trying to nick the MG. So I ran out onto the landing, shouted to Fiona, somebody's trying to nick the car. She was up like a flash out of bed. She grabs the 7-iron, so I have to grab the funny thing that you use to turn the stopcock on a drain.
Kent's properly tooled up, isn't he?
Yeah, I tell you what, you make connection with somebody, they ain't fucking getting up again. Right, we've gone bursting out there. And what it was, the guy from round the corner whose car had the cat nicked had come round and started the car in an attempt to see if the cat was there or not.
Yeah.
And of course it makes this very MG-y kind of vintage sound. And then gone, oh yeah, it's gone. And he walked off again. So the woman next door, she's leaning out the window with her husband. We go bursting out there, tooled up. Right? And they're going, there's nobody in the MG like that. And then, of course, the woman next door's gone, she goes, oh, no, it was the guy around the corner. He was just starting his car to see if the cat had been nicked. I thought the cat had been nicked. Yeah. So Anyway, and then this big silver van pulls round, and this guy leans out the window. He said, yeah, I've nicked the cat from that one. They've done somebody around in Vernon Close as well. And he goes, so have they done yours? I said, no. I said, the MG's too old, doesn't have a cat. The only way you could have a cat is if you put a cat in it. Yeah, so like, meow, puss. I said,
Sorry.
weirdly enough, the Chrysler has two, but they're difficult to get to. Whereas this car that they've done, they're dead easy. It's just there. And it's gone. So
Interesting you chose a 7-iron actually, Kent, because when in my golfing days, we did once have a discussion about which golf club you would use to defend yourself.
A putter.
Without a doubt, I said a sand wedge. It's the heaviest in the bag. You want a sand wedge?
Yeah,
it's
oh, yeah,
big
yeah.
one.
So anyway,
Yeah,
at
give them a
this
wedge.
point where we got the husband and Mrs. next door leaning out the window and having a chat with Fiona, and this guy in his van, and it's like 12:15, and he's leaning out the window going, yeah, is when I turned and noticed that Fiona has a t-shirt on and fuck all else, and her arse and faff hanging out.
It was like a good night at the Fuzzy Clam.
Yeah, it's all like, okay. I said, no wonder he pulled over.
Yeah.
And I said to her, I said, you realise you've got everything on display, haven't you? And she went, yeah, whatever. She goes, at least my car's all right.
She's got her priorities sorted.
Absolutely.
You've got CCTV though, haven't you, Kent?
No, we're not that sophisticated.
He's got KSTV.
I just stand up every now and again and look out the window. But of course, they do this thing now, and this is the bitch about it. Is at about midnight, they turn all the street lights off,
Yeah, they do around here.
and it goes completely into complete darkness, and
Oh, I wish
you
they'd
can't
do
see
that
hand in front of
here.
your face.
We don't do that. We don't do that here.
They do it here because they think, oh, it'll save money.
Yeah.
This is what I don't get. They around here. I mean, I only live in this poxy little village, but they shut off most of the street lights. Not all of them. Funnily enough, the ones they don't shut off tend to be very near parish councillors' homes.
Oh, really?
But they spent a bunch of money.
Street lights aren't the responsibility of the parish council.
They have a we have a say in it because we have a say because of what do they call it, the neighbourhood something or other plan, I don't know. Anyway, they fitted LED bulbs.
Oh, yeah.
So that they spent a lot of money, fitted LED bulbs and heads onto all of these street lamps. So and then they're very keen on telling us how much money we were saving, and then they go and turn the fuckers off at midnight.
Yeah.
And because my house and my neighbour's house, we're set back off the road. We have a little kind of private drive. Well, it's private. They own it. We have access. So once you come off the road, even during when it's nighttime and the street lights are on, it's very dark. So we just kind of have to leave our outside lights on. Otherwise, it is pitch black, and you will get every Tom, Dick, and Harry trying their luck because they're out of sight. Once they come into our driveway, there's 3 and a bit tasty cars.
Yeah.
So,
Yes. Well, our driveway's done now.
oh, jolly good. I'll have
Yes.
somewhere to park then.
Second time lucky.
Yeah.
Why,
Have they
what
dropped your curb
what
yet?
happened?
Oh, what?
Nothing.
The first time we picked the wrong people, and it cost $9,000 for them to drop 2 bags of gravel and fuck off. So the electric gates and everything they were promising never showed up. But this time, the guys did the guy. Well, we used the guys that did out the back, who have done a stunning job out there. They really have. So, and they've done a beautiful job out here as well. So we haven't put a car on it yet, though.
Can I christen it?
Because the MG will never get up the curb.
As I say, have they dropped the curb yet?
No,
No.
but we've got the license now.
Oh, jolly good.
And it's interesting because it's called vehicle crossover. When it keeps driving me mad, I get an email come through saying your VCO has been confirmed.
As if you need that. Ken.
What have I forgotten now? Fuck. Yes. So So they're going to do that, but they can't do it until end of the month, I think, beginning of May, which is fine. That's
Well,
if the
you've waited
car's
this long.
Yeah, well, if the car's still there by then, unless they've had bits of it chopped off. And so once that's all sorted out, then they've got to come back and they've got to do the awning out the back. Fiona keeps calling it a canopy. I keep wanting to slap her in the face every time she says it, because it's a canopy. She goes, canopy? No. That's those little vol-au-vent fucking things you have at a party. Oh, what, the canapes? Yeah. See how it sounds the same? So, but then they come and sort that out for us, and then, yeah, cool. I mean, all the shelving's up in the workshop now. The flooring's down. Even started stocking it up and putting it all together. We're getting there, and I'm still getting customers phoning up and go, you done our keyboard yet? You do remember what I said to you when you dropped it off? Yeah, well, that was a couple of weeks ago. Yeah, and I said it would be quite a few weeks. Oh, just checking in. Yeah, I'm fine. Nothing's happened. Fuck off. So, there we are with that and all. So, we're nearly there, and I'm catching up. I even updated my Argon 8 to version 2.6.
Oh, yes. Very nice.
So I haven't tried it yet, but I've updated it. So.
Turn yourself up a bit, Jim.
Oh, okay. 1 sec.
Up a bit.
Can you hear me now? Hear me now?
Yeah, that's better. That's better.
Cool.
You don't sound like
Can
you're
you hear
sitting
me,
in the toilet.
mother?
That
Aye.
feels like.
So, how's everybody's
Hold
week
on.
been?
Let's try that as well.
Quiet.
Yeah.
I'm not even
Busy.
I'm going stir crazy.
Yeah, I
Okay,
bet.
Going
Matt,
out.
Matt, turn yourself up as well, because we can't hear you hardly.
You're not. Hang on. Oh, crap. Where's my... Try that. How's that?
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Lovely.
Good.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. I'm clipping.
No, you're not.
Better? Oh, it says it here.
Yep.
Red.
No, we can hear you. Who cares if it's fuzzy?
Yeah, but I've had it with this one where in my ears it's distorting and people are going, can you turn your mic up? I go, what? I'm bleeding from the fucking ears now. No, we can't hear you. Get closer to the radio.
Who's echoing? I can hear a slight echo coming from.
Hello?
Oh, God. Not like the other day. Hello. How? Oh, yeah. Oh, you.
Oh, are we doing that again?
Yeah.
What is that?
Now put it into mono.
No, bloody hell, Ken. Don't make me put it into mono. It took me ages with you to get it into
God.
stereo.
Have you watched Rich Hilton with these pair going through?
Yeah.
I did watch it all, actually, just to see when the fix came.
You're glutton for punishment. Bloody hell.
To be fair, it wasn't really a show, was it? It was a
Well,
test. The title
was
was
a-
test.
Test. Yeah. Test.
Hey, you
test.
had some good music on that. It's cool.
It was
did,
a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I really like that
We're
violin
releasing the
stuff Kent
EP
was doing.
later in the year.
But it's nice to know that everybody else has exactly the same problems that I have with this stuff.
Yeah, but that's the
Oh,
thing.
okay.
And it
Yeah.
doesn't seem to matter. You can be the greatest engineer in the world and you're talking into the wrong end of the mic or something, you know?
Yeah.
Because it's what people are used to and what people are not
Yeah.
used to.
Yeah. Exactly.
So-
Technology, the great leveller.
Well, it's like when I started doing this, I hadn't a clue. I've never used a microphone in my life. As it became apparent. Very quickly. Because that very first show I did with
But
you,
not in
Rob,
that way, anyway.
and I said, I just can't get this Rode mic to work.
Yes.
And you said, I think it was about a couple of weeks later, you said something about, is your 48 volt turned on? You know, you go, why does that have to be turned on?
Yeah, phantom power, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
And that's why it was not working.
Easy mistake to make.
Because I didn't know.
So we
Literally
made you go out and
didn't know.
spend 300
Just test
quid
it
on
on your
that
tongue.
Shure mic,
No.
just so you didn't have to use phantom power.
No.
He had to
Oh,
use
no,
that
still have to
He
use
does for the
Still
cloud lifter
Phantom.
now.
Still
Yeah.
Phantom. But I now know where all the Phantom buttons are on all the mixers. Before they were just like, I don't know what that's fucking called.
No, he has to have phantom power now because I gave him a bloody cloud lifter.
See, what
Yeah.
you need,
I
somebody
have one,
needs to compile and publish a book called Wonka in the Studio. And what it does is it lists all the really, really stupidly obvious things that some people coming into that environment don't know.
Building a studio for dummies.
Yeah.
Yeah, studios for dummies.
Yeah.
Oh, I think we can all write a chapter.
That's craft work, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Very good.
So this is all coming together nicely. I found the drum machine on the MPCX. Fucking hell.
Whoa.
Was a
It's got-
time when
Well, as in
you couldn't find the drum machine in
The
NPC.
plug,
You'd be
as
like,
in the plug-in drum synth thing. It's great, isn't it?
Yeah. I was going, wow.
it's really
what else has it
great.
got?
Well, if you've updated it, it's got a Mellotron and a Selena and an Odyssey. And
Yeah, no, I did. I updated it, and yeah, that was the one thing I learnt. I watched a 3-hour YouTube video, and what I learnt from that 3-hour YouTube video, because the guy was talking so slowly and going, and this button is for this, and you do this, and oh, let me just do that again for you, and all this sort of thing. And
Post
what
the
I found
link, I
out
need that.
is how to fire it up without it going into demo mode. You know, so it fires up in project mode.
Yeah.
After 3 hours ago, right, I've learnt that. Because what was happening was it was firing up in demo mode and go, right, there's all those demos. How do you get out of this? Let's play a demo on it, and that was it.
This is where printed manuals come in really, really handy.
Or
I
Google.
printed it. For the MPC, I printed it, and it cost me 25 fucking quid.
Could have bought another NPC for that.
Did you get it bound as well?
Oh yeah, it's ring bound. I was up there. I've got it.
We were talking
Yeah.
about this before we came on air, though. I take all my... I go and try and get PDF versions of every manual that I need, and then I just store them in iBooks. So wherever I am, whether I'm in here or in the garage with a laptop, or I've got my phone and I'm sort of like underneath a synth, or a rack or something, and I need to look at the manual, they're all there. And it's so convenient. But I do love a good paper manual.
Yeah.
Oh, you're so old-fashioned.
And
but I've
some of
got
them are like
stacks of them.
telephone books. I
Yeah.
mean, the manual for the ESI 4000 sampler is like, it's like 1.5 inches thick. It's like mental. But you can find what you need really quickly, and it's great. You know, you don't have to read it from cover to cover. I mean, who does that?
You can read the whole of the Octatrack manual cover to cover and still have no idea how it works.
If you
Then
ever
it's
get
a
a
bad
chance,
manual.
if you ever get the chance
It's
to
just
read
Mystery.
the Akai S5000 6000 manual, not only will you learn exactly how to use that machine, and it's explained in clear English because it's written by a Welshman, but it's written in such a style that you will just be flicking through and go, because he
Actually, Rob-
injects a little quip in every now and again, and then at the back of the manual he teaches you all about sampling.
Didn't the guy who wrote those manuals also write the MPC Bible?
Yes.
Isn't it the same guy?
Synth
Isn't it
dog
the
guy.
same?
Or-
No, the guy that wrote the Akai manuals was Steve Howell,
Oh, right.
Right.
who's
Nah.
the Apollo
Oh,
7.
Withers. Yeah.
Yeah, but he wrote all of those manuals, and he wrote them in his brilliant Welsh sense of humour. And every now and again, it's just like, if you want to connect a SCSI drive to this and share it with another device, you can, but be warned. There's the warning is just so bizarre, and it's like, well, why would you even want to try that? It's all written with a little bit of tongue in cheek, and it's a really good read.
Nobody
it's
said
only 8
Behringer.
Oh God, we've invoked him. Who flashed the tie signal?
Nobody
If
said
you- if you-
nobody mentioned,
I love the
nobody
Falcon.
mentioned Bearing.
If you put a candle in front of a mirror
Yeah.
and stand behind it and say Behringer 3 times, tie turns up.
Hang on a minute.
How you doing, darling?
He's looking really chilled, and we've just started him off.
Honestly, I haven't heard what's been going on because I've
Oh.
literally just. So, have I walked in on a fucking Behringer? Fucking.
No.
No, you really haven't.
No, we weren't talking about that.
We were
at all.
talking about manuals.
We were talking about manuals.
Oh,
Telephone books, yeah.
Yeah.
That one.
Everyone loves a good manual to read while you own a shit. That's
Exactly.
That's where mine are.
mine.
I tell you
Mine
what,
in
you
the
want to see
bathroom.
how many? You want to see how many I threw out today?
What shit?
Oh, you shouldn't have. You should check out how much they cost on eBay.
no.
He used them as toilet paper.
No, you misunderstand. They were in a stacker box. They had a crack in the top of it, and they were in 4 inches of water. So
The crack's
Alessis,
supposed to be in the bottom.
yeah, well, you wish. So Alesis A6 user manual. There you go. Bye bye.
So somebody would have paid
CS70.
you good money. Oh,
Loads
no.
of skemmies. Yeah.
Even wet, they would have sold.
I've just
Well,
sold.
I would have had that off you, twat.
What's that? I saw a Pro 1 manual going for £100 on eBay.
I've
A Pro
just
1
sold- I've just
manual.
sold a Casio CZ101 manual for £100.
Well, if you go and look in the skip,
Oh, you're mad.
there's an original EMS VCS3 manual.
Ken, stop it. Seriously, stop it. Wake up,
Can't skip again.
get on eBay and take a photo and stick it up there, and somebody will chuck you good money for pieces of shit like that. Stop it. Just stop it. Stop
I
it.
made a career by giving people pieces of shit.
I got sent these a little while back from a friend of mine.
It's your cover blown time.
So
Cover.
he'd gone into his cupboards and found all these manuals for bits of gear that he had accumulated with his band over the years. For example, there was that, and you can tell which band it belonged to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, what the heck. Down a bit.
Wow.
Down a bit. Oh, another Frankie. Another
Yeah,
Frankie.
well, these are all Frankie. These are all Brian Nash's stuff. But that. Did anybody go to the British Music Experience in Liverpool when they had the Frankie exhibition on the back end of last year?
Nope.
Okay. Well, they had a Juno 106 in the display cabinet, and I've been promised that.
The cabinet.
No, the Juno.
What's it made of? Is it a nice cabinet?
They need a nice
Yeah.
cabinet.
Has it
in
got
there.
What
glass?
colour is it? What colour is it?
Yeah. Tell us about the
it got-
cabinet, Rob.
Has it got
Yeah.
smoked glass?
It has, yeah, sliding doors.
It's got a
Excellent.
nice chrome thing to open the door with.
So you
I
got
know.
that faux wood.
S1000 manual.
Ooh.
I
We
haven't
need
got it.
that.
Can I just say, joking aside, it's the one thing that I know it's the planet and I understand all of this and why we shouldn't, and I get it all. But it's the one thing I really genuinely miss these days.
I
Yeah.
agree with you, Tom.
I
absolutely do.
love. I mean, manuals. What's that?
MKS.
MKS70.
Wow. I had that.
Ken's got one of them in the shed.
No, it's in the skip now.
No, it's still in the shed. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. But no, manuals were. I loved manuals. They was
Well,
important for me as a synth. They were awesome.
But it has nothing to do with saving the planet and all about saving money. And they don't have to pay. They don't have to pay for it to be printed. But more importantly, they don't have to ship it.
Yeah,
'Cause,
no, you're.
a good manual adds quite a bit of weight as well.
I mean,
Yeah, but I would have
get
thought
it.
more money would be spent on somebody writing the manual.
Do you know the best one for me? And I mean, Kent and I kind of know the whole Oasis thing, but the best one for me because the Oasis manuals.
Oh,
How many
Jesus
were
Christ.
there? How many were there? Were there 3?
Yeah,
I think
one of them
3
was the
manuals?
size of a telephone directory.
Yeah, it was literally
Wasn't
the
it?
size.
The parameter guide.
literally-
It was like
yeah.
fucking
So
great big
I think
bastard.
it had 3 manuals for the Oasis, but also I had a Trinity Pro X, and I remember that just came with the most ridiculous amount of manuals. Because with the Pro X you had all the expansions, and each expansion had its own manual. It was just ridiculous, but at the same time, from me, it just gave me a stiffy because it was just like, whoa! It's not
Yeah.
just 1 manual, it's not just 2 manuals,
There's
it's
a-
3, it's
there's
4,
an image.
it's 5 manuals, and that was it.
Most people go for a jazz mag in the park. Ty gets fucking manuals out.
Shall I tell you a story? This is
Oh, God.
No. So when it starts off really sad, but when my dad died, okay, my dad was really into like kind of roads and driving and all this kind of thing. And when he died, we had to go and clear out. Well, this after my mom died, we went and cleared out the house, and so went into my dad's room and And I was just determined that, somewhere in here, I'm going to find something which, you don't really want.
1976 penthouse. Or something.
That was it. So I remember thinking, somewhere, there's got to be something. Anyway, so crawling around, found on the top of the wardrobe. And it was just like, oh my God, I've found my dad's porn. Okay, on top of the wardrobe. And I turned around to the missus and went, I found dad's porn. She was like, oh my God, no, you're joking. Yeah. So she came up and I went, look, here it is. It's the AA Roadmap 1976. The AA Roadmap 1977. The AA Roadmap 1978. My dad had the fucking AA Roadmap every single year, and that would have been the equivalent of my dad's porn on top of the wardrobe, hidden away from my mom. And he would have bought it illicitly without my mom's knowledge. And the whole of the wardrobe was just lined with his AA fucking road manuals.
This is the thing.
B217. Quite look at the junctions on
Honestly,
that.
Get a load of those roundabouts.
when I had to give my eulogy for my dad, it was all about the fucking A34. You think I'm joking? The whole of my eulogy was based around the A34.
Wow.
My
It's
dad
a classic
was
road.
Do you know the great thing about this is that my dad had the most unique road system, reading map system, that was so totally useless, and to the day he died, he never got why it was so fucking useless. But my dad would plan a journey. Every time he came here, every time, he would always come a different route. And to plan his journey, though, he would only write down at a junction which turning. So he would write it, he'd spend days planning it, and turn around and go, get to the next roundabout, third junction. Blah, blah, blah. Next roundabout, fourth junction. What he never figured out was if there was any change in the road system since this map, which inevitably there always fucking was, he was screwed because he never wrote down what the name of the roads were. He just wrote which junction to get off at, or which turning, third turning, left turning. And if he lost count, he was fucked. The whole system to drive 80 odd miles, the whole system was fucked. Never got it. Yeah.
At least you know why he got a new map every year, at least.
Exactly. That was the thing. Anyway,
But they're always out of date when they're published.
Of course they are. Look. Anyway, this is only a quickie. This is literally a sneaky one. This is because
You
I'm
just want
gonna
to plug the thing tomorrow, don't you?
No, he wasn't going to do that at all.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm not going to plug anything at all.
Oh, shit.
I was going to turn around and say something happened to me last night.
Ooh.
Oh, look at you.
I don't
Nothing
dream
happened to me
often.
last night.
I don't dream often at all.
You dream it was PRS day today.
We all dream. Well, no, I knew what I got. So I'm fine. Anyway, so I don't dream that often, and well, I know I do because we all dream, but we just don't remember it. But anyway,
Yeah.
I had a dream last night that I remembered, and I can't remember the last time I dreamt of playing a synth, and I dreamt I was playing a synth, a particular synth, and I was having the best time of my life, and this synth was the best synth I've ever played in my life.
It was a
So-
DX7.
No, fuck off.
Jim.
Behringer
Dare.
Decline 12.
Don't you dare insult my dreams.
Oh yeah, it wasn't a nightmare.
And so the point is going to be,
Timberwolf.
no,
Behringer.
if anyone can guess what the synth is, I'll give them. What shall I give them? I'll
Fairlight.
And Sonic SQ80.
Blowjob.
Is that the name of the synth or what I've got to give them?
I'll have your SQ80 type.
I
thank
don't
you.
remember
Just give me the
Roland-
SQ80.
I don't remember the Roland blowjob.
Is it a synthesizer one would consider good? Or is this an ironic dream?
No. It was no. I mean, it's. I'm not going to say whether I've got it or not because if I say that I've
Well,
got
that
it,
doesn't
You've
help.
got everything, so it doesn't really help.
It doesn't fucking help at all.
Okay, yeah, I've got one, but it's something I've got, but it's not the first synth. If you're going to turn around and go, you're going to have a dream about a synth. It's not the first synth. you would dream of. You would think you're going to dream about. So I
Polly
did.
Evolver.
Quasi-MIDI the Raven.
That's a good guess, but no.
Volca.
Alesis Andromeda.
Again, great
Is
guess,
it
but
built-in keyboard?
Novation base station rack, which is dead.
I know one. I know somebody's got one for sale.
Thanks, Ken.
I'm mentally going through the creative cribs in my head now, trying to remember what he's got.
no, you wouldn't.
Yeah.
It wasn't. No, that
Syntax.
crib is so old that.
Oh
that
shit!
Syntax.
No,
Crema Performer.
No.
CS5.
Hammond.
no.
Tysco 60F, the best synth ever made.
Jupiter 8.
I don't
RMI
want to
electric.
put out there
MS-20.
that you did actually say that out loud about the.
Gino 106.
No,
Pro 1.
no,
Polymoog.
no,
Minimoog.
no.
Is it a poly?
OB6.
Is it a polysynth?
Oh, so I'm narrowing it down now.
Yeah.
Kind
yeah.
of.
See how this works?
Yeah.
Kind of. Korg Monopoly.
No,
TX802.
no,
Jupiter 4.
no. I've never had a dream about playing synth before.
Kawaii.
I've never dreamt about it. No. Never dreamt about synth before, but I honestly dreamt.
Polymoog.
No,
No, still not a Polymoog.
Is it a DX of some kind?
no. Oh,
Is it one of these weirdy rare things?
no.
Arp Odyssey.
No, it's, no.
Geno 60.
No.
CZ101.
Can I just say the
that
worst
Ian
part
sold.
about this is I can tell you for a minute I'm going to get a notification the ring's going to go and I've got to go out for my dinner. which is really bad of me.
You
really.
get
I love the way-
notifications for your dinner.
Uh,
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
It's a gong.
Is it a
Alfred
call?
bangs the gong.
Dinner.
Yeah,
Dinner.
is
So
served.
served.
Yeah.
Batman's going to call him.
Mask Unremoved.
Triton.
Yes, retired. Look at
Oh, yeah,
350.
Triton.
But I love the way that I say I'm going to leave you hanging as if anyone genuinely gives a fuck.
we do now. We do.
We're invested now.
Our interest is peaked.
I swear to you, if anyone gets it, Wagyu, good guess, Wagyu, but no.
Oh no, rule him
I
out.
do. I know. I do. I've got an SX240 and I love it. But
Nice.
And Sonic EPS.
See,
No.
do you laugh at the Tysco? It's the same thing. Tysco and Kawaii. The Tysco 60F is an amazing synth. Everybody should have one if you can find one.
Fender
They're
Mark
amazing.
1.
yeah, I love the way everyone's just talking over him. It's not going on about that fucking 60F. Just carry on talking.
I love that.
Freeman string synth.
I so miss
Ooh.
mine.
No,
Kawaii K1.
no,
Quadra.
no.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
ARP
Can we have a
Odyssey.
decade?
Yeah, but I'm going to narrow it down. I was actually going to
Yeah.
give someone. I was going to give someone some money, but
Oscar.
no. Fuck it now.
How bad, yeah. Don't need money, just need to find out what the fucker is.
Okay, fair enough. In which case, yeah, I'll give you a decade. It's 70s.
CS80.
No,
Called
ARP Pro
3100.
Soloist.
Oh, behind 4 voice.
no,
Pro 1.
no.
That's 80s, Jim.
Oh.
2600.
Bit 01.
No,
That's
that's
80s.
80s as well. Love bits. Really
Dog
love bits.
700S.
No. Do you know the
Called
sad part about it
3200.
is this is the
800
saddest
DV.
part. The biggest, and this is genuinely the saddest part about this.
Korg
You read out all these
micropreset.
things, me thinking, fuck yeah, I've got one of those. Yeah, I've got one of those.
Transcendent.
I don't have one of those, thank fuck.
That's Sam Battle.
ETI 4600.
No.
5600.
No, it's more common than that.
More common.
It's not an
Profit
uncommon thing.
5.
Do you know what?
The Jet
TO.
Gen SX.
Kent's not allowed. If I say this to Kent, he's not allowed to say it. If you Kent, if I tell you this, you're not allowed to have any input on this now. from this
Okay.
point onwards, okay. When I got this, you turned around to me and said, "Oh, rare," and you had it for a while
Polycobo.
to have a look at to give
Profit
your,
10.
have you to do something on it. No,
T8.
oh, it's
No,
not. It's
that's
not. It's
80s.
not. It's not a fancy one. It's not It's not an exotic thing.
Oh.
It's not an exotic thing.
Oh.
It's just a common everyday synth of the day.
System.
In the 1970s, was
Is it
synth
Rolling
every day in the
Systems
1970s?
something?
CS15.
I love the way if I say manufacturer, is it a Roland something, or maybe a Korg?
Why do you think I'm called Wannabe?
Selena String Ensemble.
No.
Roland SH7.
Can I
VCS.
genuinely, right at this moment, I feel really bad that I come in here and hijacked the show.
CS7.
Just people shouting out random symbols.
CS70M.
That's what we're here for.
No,
I'm going to go and have a coffee because I know what it is now.
It's a Kilmer Road. It's
We'll get a coffee
Kilmer
can.
Road, isn't it?
no,
A Synthy.
no.
Yo, Sassy.
Yep.
No. Shall I just tell you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Arp Odyssey.
we're
No.
bored now.
I've done
No,
said that
exactly. No, that does get to a certain point. If I was here now, I'd be going, for fuck's sake, get over it now. Tell
one.
us.
Wasp. What a
Logan
good shout,
String.
man.
No. Robbie was, I'll tell you, Robbie was close.
Yamaha GX1.
No.
Get lost.
No.
Sorry,
Exactly. I love the way I'm there going, it's just a common everyday synth that everyone had in the 70s.
What did I
Mini
say?
Korg.
You went, ooh, oh god. No, what was it that I said that made you go, ooh, but no? Oh,
Oberheim 4 voice.
No.
CS15S.
What did I say?
No, you
CS05.
see, you're getting there. You see, everyone between the lot of you.
I've-
It was a
SY2.
CS40M.
Oh, I said the 70.
You said the 70. And, yeah.
Do I win
40M.
then? Because I got closest.
Well, no, you were 30 away. So, well, you could win.
Robbie wins the blowjob.
Again.
Okay.
But that
Except
came
I don't have to
I've
pay
told
for
you
it this time.
I've told you before, Robbie. You don't have to ask. You know.
that came out in 1979, so it was only
There
just
you
the
go.
70s.
Yeah, I know. I'm well aware of that. Thanks for
There
the
you
extra
go.
information. No,
Nice
it's just the most random of all the synths. It's the most random one to actually dream about. But oh my god, in this dream, honestly, this was just like literally the best synth ever. I mean, don't get me wrong, it is a nice synth, but it's not the best synth ever.
Was it in tune?
Yeah, but this is why. Yeah, I mean, I picked this up. Oh god, when did I pick this up? About 6 years ago, 5-6 years ago, and one came up, and it was actually I'd always quite fancied the 40M, and it was in absolutely perfect nick, but there's just something wrong with one of the voices, and he took it down to Kent's. He just sorted it, no problem, as ever, and it's just perfect. But I have to also admit, it's kind of now sat in its flight case now for quite a while and hasn't really had any attention enough. But it sounds beautiful. If ever you've had a play of one, I mean, all of those lot, the 20M, the 40M, 70M is nice, but it's just not an 80. That's all. But yeah, it's nice synth. But anyway, yeah. So that was it. That was all I had to say. It really was just. I will come back on later, but genuinely,
Took ages
I'm going
to say that time. We love you for it. It was very fun. We liked it. Just shouting synths at the screen. That's
Exactly. all I thought was when I had this dream last night, and all I thought was I had to tell you because I know that if I was sat here and someone said that to me, I'd have great fun in just shouting random synth names at people to try and guess what it was. So, but anyway, I generally have got to go and have some dinner, but I will pop on later. And if anyone's around later,
I think we will be, yeah.
that'd be awesome. But meanwhile, I'm going to go eat and do a bit of work, and then I will hopefully catch you later.
Okay.
Take it easy.
All be good. See you
Bye.
later. These guys. Bye.
See you later.
Can I just shout at this point? I had a lovely afternoon yesterday modulating my ring. Just wanted to say that.
Thered another picture.
Yeah, well, I hadn't done so. I just had, it had been sitting there for ages, this thing that just said modulate my ring on it, and I thought, well, why the fucking hell don't I modulate that ring? So I did. I modulated it, and my ring was modulated, and it was ace. I made a whole sample pack.
This is why I don't bring my girlfriend.
Modulated.
My girlfriend doesn't come on the show because of that. That's all she'd be throwing out, is stuff like that.
Why? What was said?
Modulating your ring.
Innuendo.
What?
In whose endo?
It's a module. What? I don't understand what you're on about. It's a little module up there.
Supper time at the Spong household.
It says module. So I did. I stuck
Is
one
that a fish finger
one,
sandwich?
one was another, and I went wiggy, 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 and it went
Is that how
clang,
it
clang,
goes?
clang.
Wiggy,
Modulated
wiggy,
your ring, yeah.
It was great. I got lots of metallic clangy noises. It was great, and I made a little sample.
Go on,
pack.
somebody say it.
What?
Metallic clanging noises.
No.
Oh, is it just me then?
No, we're talking ring modulation, Robbie. Nothing else. Just ring
Ooh.
Kent, was that a fish finger sandwich you just brought up?
That was a fish finger sub
I think I'm going to have one of those
that
now.
she has prepared for me with lettuce and mayo.
And
tartar
they
sauce.
spoilt it with
Oh.
Yeah, tartar sauce would have been nice, yeah. Or just a little bit.
Yeah, we got
extra.
tomato sauce on the bottom and mayo on the top to make a sort of mumma sauce
Sort of Thousand Island.
kind of thing.
When I was working at a particular job, we used to get sent to the what's the name of the services outside Milton Keynes on the M1?
Colin.
Toddington.
No. Oh, what is it?
Watson Spa. Watford Gap.
There's a famous service area on the M1 just outside Milton Keynes, and we used to have to go and stay at the Travel Lodge there. And every night we would tend to order the calamari or something, or or fish goujons, and it would come with a little pot of tartar sauce. Well, one of my colleagues, Newport Pagnell, that's the one.
Well done, Jim.
And
Wasn't me.
You said Newport Pagnell. Was that
one night she was dipping and munching, and the next day she was hurling everywhere, and they obviously got in touch with the hotel, and the hotel did an investigation, and it turned out that the tartar sauce was actually mayonnaise that had gone off by about 3 days. But it tasted much the same.
Oh my god.
Yeah, God knows what the lumpy bits were, but
Ouch.
yeah.
Not capers, though.
Oh, that was Travel Lodge in the 80s.
Oh, Travelodge don't cater now, do they, at all?
No.
You've just got a room. What a brilliant idea. I think that's great. I love them.
They're sold
Most
places.
a lot of them
No
nowadays,
faffing
and most of them are located on an area where there's like
A brewer's fair or something
brewer-
like
yeah,
that. isn't
something
there?
like
Well,
that.
it's all the
next
same
door.
company, isn't it? They put them all there so that you can fall out of bed, cross the road, go and have your breakfast at
Who's
the Jolly Roger, and
the one that's got it nailed is Premier Inn, because a lot of theirs, because they're owned by, is it Watney's, or what used to be Watney's or something?
Watney's. It's Watney's.
Yeah, and of course they've got all the pubs and they've got all these, so they just throw them in, and it's just great. Breakfast at a Premier Inn most days is bloody lovely.
Their hubs are good as well. You know, the little where you get a small room and they're a bit cheaper, and they always seem to upgrade you whenever you go in.
Yeah.
You book for a couple of nights.
Oh, excuse me.
I seem to have accumulated some dogs. A great many.
I'm going to have to go and stick some fish fingers in the oven now. Back in a sec.
at least you said oven. Sorry, I apologise.
No, you don't.
I went to see Joe Lycett the other week, and his
you would. I wonder
support
where he
act.
puts his fish fingers.
Well, his support act was this brilliant comedian. I can't remember. Her name was Sarah something, or I can't remember what her full name was. And she's gay, and she uses that as part of the act, and it's hilarious. But one of the running jokes that I've noticed in a lot of her stuff that I've looked at online, is she's always talking about fingers, and then kind of gives a little wink. I think must be a thing, I guess. How many?
Let's just stop there now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Ken. I've upset Ken Lewis in the chat. I'm sorry.
Have you?
Am I being vulgar? I blame Elvis. Look, it's all Elvis's fault. Look, look, there you go, Elvis's fault.
Elvis squeezings.
Elvis's juice. I keep pouring Elvis's juice down my gullet, and it's not good for me.
Yeah, because what was that one?
I wish I hadn't said that.
What was the difference between... It was,
Just think one of your pupils is going to clip that.
It's all preserved now on the internet. It'll never go away.
What was it you said? Oh yeah, it was.
Brooksy's broken. Look.
Yeah. 'Cause what was the difference between Elizabeth Taylor and a Kit Kat?
Something about the number of fingers, I'm guessing.
Yeah, I believe it was. The 70s, golden era.
He is
broken.
Gone.
Yeah.
He is gone, isn't he? Look at him. Fucking hell.
Watching someone die from embarrassment is always amusing.
Crying Elvis tears.
I'm bringing shame on my profession as if I give a shit.
It's half term, isn't it, Andy?
I wouldn't give a shit anyway these days.
Ken Lewis, ask Richard Burton.
I used to have to tie a plank across my arse to stop it from falling in.
Oh, Ken!
Oh shit!
Oh God!
Robbie, did you?
I pulled a muscle.
Hey, Robbie, did you buy that QX21?
I did.
Get back onto something sensible. Thank heavens
I
for
did.
that. Thanks, Matt.
But here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. He dropped the price from, I don't know, 40 or 50 down to 30. And I thought, yeah, look, you know.
You were quibbling over 20 quid.
No. He dropped. I didn't know about it until he dropped the price, and it popped up on my feed, and I thought 30 quid for a QX21. I don't need it, but you know it's one for the collection. So I asked him if he would post it, and if so, how much. He said, "Yeah, I'll post," because he lived in Bristol. He said, "Yeah, I'll post it for a £5." And I thought, well, that sounds fair. So sorted out, sent him the money, and this morning he sends me a picture of the lovely packed box that it's coming in. And then about an hour later, he sends me a picture of a receipt, and he said, "I underquoted a bit on the postage. Can you send me a few more quid?" And I'm like, "Well, technically, no, but I'm going to." But you know, we settled on a £5, and it's not my fault you chose to send it Parcel Force Express 24.
Oh.
Hello.
What, 30 quid or something?
It was actually it was only a tenner. It was just over 3
That's
kilos.
not
So
too bad.
no. So I wasn't going to quibble over that. But
It goes up so much when you got over a kilo, though.
yeah, it's bonkers. So I just got to open my windows, get a bit warm in it. So yes, that should arrive. Well, it would have arrived tomorrow, unless Parcel Force are working tomorrow. Then it'll arrive on Saturday. Or it'll just get shoved in the corner with the rest of the stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to figure out a date. Go up to see Kent to pick something else up. So yeah.
Go on, you can say it.
Well, no, I'm gonna. Yeah. No, I'm not gonna. No, I'm not gonna say it because I'll just get ribbed. So.
Oh, okay.
What, more than normal?
No. I get hurt now in my feelings.
Well, I looked into driving down to see Cairns, and I thought I'll just check and see, you know, what train prices are like, because obviously, you know, fuel prices are bloody stupid. Well, it seems train prices are even more bloody stupid than petrol prices, and it's cheaper to drive and quicker than it is getting the train.
Yeah.
It's definitely quicker, but what you'll find is they'll cancel your train, and then you get it for fuck all anyway. So,
But you have to sit on the bus.
yeah.
On the other hand, Saz, having done this, what you've got to understand is that when you've had a marvellous time at Kent's, you then have to deal with a certain section of the M25, which takes 3 hours to go 20 miles. And it, honestly, it was... Oh my God, what have I done?
Well, I'm sort of thinking that maybe instead of going down the M40, going M4, A429, M5. It's you know.
Are you going via Stonehenge? All right.
No. It's a Stonehenge is south of the M4.
I know.
But, you know, head to.
I know where it is.
Oh, okay, good.
I can stick a pin in the map.
That's one advantage of having my wife comes from not too far away from where Kent lives, so I know most of the back roads. Skirt around and then come out on Junction 9 Dorking, I think, or a little bit further down, and then you miss all of that shitty bit around Heathrow.
Oh, the M25's just a bloody nightmare.
I would say more often than not. I mean, I've driven on that road a lot, and more often than not, it's okay. It's when it's bad, it's really bad. But when it's okay, it's
You're saying I was
fine.
unlucky? All right, okay, thanks.
No, well, this, you know.
Also, time of day.
Yeah, time of day, time of year. Might be an event going on here or there, and yeah.
Fridays is the day to avoid.
Yeah.
Yes.
Although it has, you know, things like the Dartford crossings improved massively since they've got rid of the gates. So now you just drive through it, and then you have to, you know, either have an account or pay, you know, within 24 hours. And it's a lot quicker to get through the Dartford crossing nowadays. So, but to have an account, because you used to go there so bloody much. It dropped the price by about 40% if you could get an account.
I used to have an account to pay the bloody TfL congestion charge.
Mm-hmm.
I spent a lot of time working in London. God, I hate that place.
I miss it. I miss going there. But the best thing about working in London was the fact that you get to come home. You don't have to stay there.
No, I had to stay there, unfortunately.
Well, yeah. I did 13 weeks straight, Monday to Friday, and then travel down on the Sunday afternoon, and then come back on the Friday evening.
Sorry, guys.
13 weeks straight. Department of Business, and then the Department of Justice.
Can I ask Matt what those yellow spatulas are that keep scratching his head?
They're yellow spatulas. Emu.
Oh, okay.
I had one of them.
That's not an original. My mum bought me an original back in the 70s, and she remembered me being such a bastard with it that she bought me another one about 2 years ago.
I used to terrorise my sister.
Sense of humour, we like that.
Yeah. Plus my little one's into rainbow. I've got an 8-year-old daughter, and it's rainbows and all that shit, and it's, you know, it's perfect for them.
I've got this one. What is it?
Alright, I just started now.
Look.
Oh wow, is that Christ.
Yogi Bear?
Yogi Bear. This was bought on the day I was born. So you're an old bastard like me now, aren't you?
We're all old bastards here, mate, aren't we?
Yeah, motherfucker. Yeah.
I don't remember that episode.
Oh yeah, that's when the picnic basket was full of meth.
The picnic at the...
And
Boo Boo's teeth fell out.
Get off your headphone cable, doggo. Come on, mind your bum. Careful.
These are the only toys I've got in here.
Cool.
Oh, yeah.
Pet Shop Boys Funko Pops.
Star Destroyer.
Yay. My one's in the front room.
And
Oh, really? I haven't got
more
any.
figures.
I've got a chess set.
Excellent.
Oh, we need to have a game of chess, Andy. Definitely.
Got Darth Tater.
We do, Jim.
Fuck's sake.
You can be white, I'll be black. You can move first. Off we go.
Cool.
Move with the night first.
Oh, great, you must.
Can't get his helmet off.
That's
Again.
what the knight said to the bishop.
Bloody hell, Brooksy, you're on form tonight, mate.
Yeah.
Blame Elvis. He's great.
A guy goes into a bar.
So that ring modulation
Oh, there we go again.
and
Put
fish
on
fingers.
Where's... Just stop.
Set him off.
Oh, good. Coffee up. Yeah.
How much is left in this bottle? Oh, bloody hell.
I have to go and get another one.
There aren't any others. Well, there are other bottles, but they're not Elvis.
No.
It'll have to be Baby Jane. No, Hazy Jane, or whatever she's called. Some kind of Jane. But you are Blanchard.
See, you're on a brew dog session then.
Yeah, they're on at Lidl. They're cheaper than they are at Asda.
Asda got some good prices on beer at the moment.
Yeah.
Bought a case of Sol for about 11 quid.
Better do a conversion on the
18,
car.
20 bottles. Yeah.
Yeah. Poor Gaz hadn't put his San Miguel in the fridge long enough yesterday. He had a really bad time. What are you doing, Robbie?
I'm just playing with my Darth Tater.
Is that what they call it now?
No, seriously, it's Darth Tater.
He's gone, look at him.
Use the Force.
I've run out of lubricant. Yeah.
These are not the spuds you're looking for.
And he's got a little hole in his bum, and you put all the spare bits in there.
Just give over, Robbie.
How many fish fingers can you get in that?
2, 3 at a push.
Come in for edifying conversation about synthesizers and music technology, and we talk about sticking things up your bum. It's mad.
At what point was that show ever advertised as that?
It wasn't, Kent, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Besides, you started
Remember,
it, Andy.
show.
It's also true, Jim.
Modulating your ring like you did.
Oh, I was being serious. It went clang and everything, it was ace.
Oh,
Your ring
good.
went clang.
Oh, I've needed a good laugh all bloody week. Come back, Richard Burton, all is forgiven.
I love your pub, Kent. It's the best pub in the country. I hope it gets a license soon.
Oh God, can you imagine?
As long as it doesn't get banned.
Oh,
Dear.
oh dear, that's better. Oh, what's this? Cubase 12010 update.
Oh, sure.
Ooh. Can now mix music in Dolby Atmos format. Oh, okay.
Oh, as if you'd need to.
As if
Robbie,
I had it.
what do you reckon to the Volca FM2? There's a new thing. Oh, yeah.
Well,
6-hole voice.
the Mark II Volca FM doing everything that the Mark I should have done first. I mean, 6 voice polyphony, thank you. I mean, it's still not a lot, but it's better. And the fact that you can actually now transmit or respond to MIDI velocity.
Velocity. Oh, that's such a big deal.
Well, that's why I never got one. What's the point of having that? You know?
Yeah. Well, you've got to wiggle your thingy, haven't you? And then you do it by your
And then
wiggling your
ring
thingy.
your mod. And,
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's better than modding your ring.
Right.
Another
Never
fish
done
finger
that. I've only ever
question.
ringed me mod.
Has anyone tried the that free Arturia string thing?
Yes.
Yeah, downloaded it.
Very nice.
I've downloaded it, but I haven't actually tried it yet.
Took 3 hours to download the bloody thing.
Really?
Jeez.
What, you were downloading it through string?
I'm in Devon, that's all I've got.
Oh, the damp
yeah.
the damp string internet, yeah. Oh man.
So, how flexible is it?
What, the string?
Depends how damp it is.
It's good. It's interesting. You've got a bunch of, there's not
Oh,
many
we're back on
controls on
fish
this.
fingers again.
It's like it's kind of Spitfire-esque in its interface. You've got this kind of central dial.
Big knob.
Oh, do you know, I did not use the word knob because I knew that would happen. There's this big dial in the middle, you see, that takes you from stringy to a synthy type thing. And then, it's just very easy and very simple and actually sounds quite nice. And this is just an intro to a whole bunch of stuff that they've got coming down the line. Which will all be the same sort. I tell you what is the nicest thing about it is the interface. You've got these two kind of stylized violins that are made up of strings, and as you work your way through,
made of strings?
they
Surely.
all vibrate, and it looks very cool.
Cool. Wooden
Does it sound cool, though?
vibrating.
It does sound cool.
Good.
Sounds very nice for free. It's great.
Yeah, how does it compare with the harmonic violin?
Oh. No, it's not that. This is more like string section.
Hi, Rich.
More than
Hi,
solo.
Rich.
Solo kind. But
We've all got to be on our
Hi,
best
Rich.
behaviour now. Right,
Hi,
all
guys.
calm down. Everybody calm down. Be sensible.
Evening,
All right,
Rick.
mate. All right,
I've got to dive off. I'll catch up with you guys in a bit.
All right, mate.
Yeah,
All right, mate.
In a bit. Cheers.
See ya.
Ta-da.
Bye.
So who was that we just said goodbye to?
That was Matt.
Matt Evans. Yeah.
Oh, okay,
That's
cool.
same bye.
How you doing, darling?
Is it still working? Yes.
Did you hear it?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And it's in
It didn't work
stereo.
on Sonic State, did it? It was like you were back to.
No, and
To
I
square
just,
one.
I just didn't really want to take the time. Take up
Oh,
Nick's
God, no.
time dealing,
Oh, you take up our time. We went to. I get it. I see where we are
He's
in
got
the
an
pecking
actual
order.
planned show with
I
topics and
see.
an agenda.
See where
and
we
this
are
is
in the
more
pecking
of,
order.
let's go hang
Excuse
with
me.
Kent for the
Point
afternoon.
of order, Master Chairman. Could we move on to point 2 of the agenda tonight, please? Because I think we'll find that we spent far too long discussing point 3, which is actually
Fish
really
fingers.
quite. Fish fingers are no longer a matter of debate. We have discussed that ad nauseum, and now we need to move on to point 4. Thank you.
Well spoken, Chairman.
I think I need a translator.
I'm not the chairman. I was just making a point of order.
I think I
Oh.
need a-
Who the
Don't,
fuck
bring,
are you
don't,
then?
don't, don't give me the chairmanship.
Oh, okay. Ooh,
I think that's you, Ken.
Oh, is it? All right. There you go. Duly noted. Now, fuck off. Boom. Oh, boom. Get another fish finger.
I don't think I understood any of that.
Good.
Don't worry, Richard.
Yeah.
What are
Honestly,
you talking about, Andrew?
I used to.
Is a
honestly,
phrase frequently asked.
I used to be a governor at a school, right? British schools have this body that sits above all the people that do the hard work, called governors, right?
Okay.
And I was a governor on a local school. Now I'd been asked to go onto this governing body to make up the numbers, so that the governing body was actually quorate, i.e., had the legal number of people on it.
I see.
Oh God. And I used to have to go to these governors' meetings, and it used to drive me to distraction as people talked ad nauseam about cretinous things like whether you could put barbed wire on top of a fence or not to keep the vandals out,
Right.
because if they impaled themselves on the barbed wire,
They
the
could take
school
it to
would be
court.
liable.
Right,
And
right,
it goes,
right,
yeah,
I get it.
you're joking, right? And honestly, we used to go this point of order, Mr. Chairman. Could I refer you back to point number 3.142 of the subsection thing, because we've already, and it went on and on. I'm thinking, hang on a minute, this governing body sits to discuss what happens in a school where children are taught, and we're sitting around, and I've been here for 3 hours, and nobody has mentioned the word child or teaching yet.
Education.
Right, and it drove me mad. So I'm just spewing out my experiences of having
Thank
been
you.
on governing bodies of schools. So I do apologise, Richard.
Thank you for that work
int-
you're doing, and thank you for explaining it to me.
Well, I've been a governor at 2 schools. And,
Then you know what I'm talking about, Sassy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
done one.
what I found is that the head teachers did not want the governing body actually to be involved in discussing anything to do with the
Yeah, because they bugger it up.
the children, the teaching, the curriculum, standards, staffing issues. Basically, the head teachers just wanted to, have the governing body there because he had to, and not because he wanted any value.
Does the governing body exist as a district-wide entity?
No, it's per school.
Per
school, and it's a legal requirement for every school.
So it's basically to encourage parent participation in the process. Is that how that works? I see.
It's meant to provide
At
oversight.
a certain point.
Yeah, because then you have a PTA, don't you, as well?
Yeah, the Parent-Teacher Association.
Yeah, that's a bit more.
That's a PR exercise.
Is that more a social, the PTA over there? Like here it is.
Yes.
More social than procedural and technical like that.
Yeah.
So, I apologise, Richard. I was just...
Not at all. I just didn't know if any of it had anything to do with my arrival, and I was a
No,
little,
nothing.
It's certainly upped the tone. We've moved on from fish fingers now.
Yeah, we've been
Andrew's on a rant about something that I'm not sure what
we've been very, 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 very silly, and also
you speak for yourself.
Who has? Yeah.
Some people here have been very, very silly and very, very bordering on vulgar.
And Andy is drinking beer at 6.5% alcohol.
I see.
An interesting use of the word bordering.
Thus the judgment.
A line had been drawn in the sand, and we had stepped over it and done the cucaracha naked, and then come back.
Okay, so it's all my fault. I am. I'm so sorry for lowering the tone. But now that Mr. Hilton is here, I will be on my best behaviour.
Oh no, please.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing the influence a fish finger sub can have on people.
It was a sandwich.
Funny,
it was a sandwich, Kent. It was just a sandwich. It was a fish finger sandwich.
It was a sub roll. It was a sub roll.
was it?
I was
Okay.
told by the creator
Mine will be a
that
sandwich.
it was a fish finger sub.
So are fish fingers by definition breaded fish items?
Yes,
Indeed.
generally.
Okay.
Sometimes battered, but mostly breaded.
I have a thing about putting breaded food on bread. Call it weird, but and it's not limited to fish fingers on a roll. It could be any breaded food on any kind of baked bread.
Right. Any
Bugs-
kind of double carb.
Yeah, it's just it doesn't work for me on any level. It doesn't work for me texturally. I don't get it. It's just an excuse to fry the food you're going to put on the bread, but you don't need the breading for that. It's interesting.
You've never had a
see,
fish finger sandwich, have you?
No.
I grill my fish fingers. I don't fry them.
Yeah.
But,
No,
they're
we
but
all-
still
we all
they're
grill
breaded,
them.
and once you put them on a roll or in some piece of bread,
It just adds a bit of crunch, though. It is a texture thing.
I bet Rich has never had a chip butty.
Oh,
what?
Yeah, a chip sandwich.
Chip butty.
I have not had a chip buddy. I do know what a buddy is. Yeah.
Next time you're
I've
in
heard of
England-
them. They're northern, are they not?
No, you get them in London.
Yeah.
Originally,
Probably
probably.
were originally, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. They
Well, the lady
spread.
from Manchester who introduced me to them had such pride in her voice that I assumed that it
Oh,
was
it's a chip
local
bomb
delicacy.
in
Yeah,
Manchester.
I'd say it's a chip balm. Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you head further north, it could be a bap. It
I've
could
heard
be
of BAP. Yeah,
it could be an oven bottom.
Yeah.
Okay.
Round here, it's a cob. It's a chip cob
Yeah.
as well.
Cob.
What
Oh,
about the
you see,
deep
I always
fried
thought a cob was
Mars
crispy
bar?
bread, as opposed to soft.
No, it is, but the general sort of term for a roll is a cob in Derbyshire.
So you can't have you
And other
can't have
parts of the Midlands.
a chip butty with a crispy roll because the amount of pressure you have to put on to break through the crust kind of demolishes the
Squashes
chips
the
inside.
chips,
Yeah. So you have to. Yeah, you got to get the thing right. You got to
There's
get
a
the
science.
packaging.
Yeah.
There is a science. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's why McDonald's rolls are soft.
No, there
And if you're ever up in Newcastle way, get yourself
Stotties.
fresh stotty.
Stotty, yeah.
And what's the part? Is
Richard's
it
looking at us
Parvers
like we're talking
in Middlesbrough?
completely different.
The Parver.
Oh, poor Richard.
Not at all. Not at
Well,
all.
they're all
because
just Richard.
there
They're
are
just bread rolls. They're
there
bread
are
rolls.
analogous
They are bread
situations
rolls.
here in this country with respect to what one might familiarly call a submarine sandwich, which in some parts of the country are called a sub. In some parts of the country, they're called a grinder. Here in the New York area in general, they're called a hero. A hero
What's a hoagie?
sandwich.
Oh,
And,
that's what a hero sandwich is.
Yes, so this is all basically
Like a
describing the
DC
same
Comics
event.
episode.
But
this.
regionally, we have different ways of referring to it, and people tend to get, shall we say, a bit
Proprietorial.
staunch about it if
Yeah.
you come with the wrong appellation for your sandwich.
Appalachian Spring.
See, Neil Wharton in the
Sorry.
chat has
Sorry.
confirmed all
Sorry.
Cobbs in Derby.
Ah.
Actually, Richard, can you tell me what is a barefoot? It's a type of
Usually
pastry.
the end of a bare leg.
Interesting.
I presume it's a type of pastry.
Not familiar with that at all.
Wow.
Nancy, sorry. Don't know.
Have you ever had an Eton mess?
Oh, I have.
Yes, I have.
Lovely.
That's,
You have to understand, I've been eating catering in England for the last 10 years, practically
Yeah.
non-stop,
Yeah.
excluding the last 2.
yeah, just in
So-
case there's anything delicious that you may have
We've
missed
had
on.
Eton mess, yes, absolutely.
Have you had
It's
a
not
doner kebab
one
with
of
extra
my
chili
back door.
sauce?
That's
It's
it.
not one of my favorite things. Eton
No?
mess. No.
Too sweet.
It's not mine either.
Ken Lewis has got it.
What-
A bear claw.
And it's too random. It's like it's too random for me. It's weird.
What about the deep fried Mars bar?
Oh yeah.
I can't say as I've eaten one, but I know what that is.
You
Scotland.
You do not want it.
You've got to try it at least once. I have to say,
Well,
I
there's
thought it was
a
fun.
lady
Probably
on
if you
American.
don't have a heart condition.
And
There's a
then
lady
die.
on American
Yeah.
TV with a cooking show who's well known for deep frying everything, including slices of chocolate cake, layer cake.
Yeah, same
Well,
sort of
that's
thing.
the
Yeah.
same idea, basically. Take a Mars
Deep
bar,
fried pizza.
cover it in batter, and deep fry it. It's just wrong on every level.
Yeah, let's think about that.
Does anybody else get freaked out by fish fingers? Because fish fingers used to really freak me out when I was a kid.
No,
One,
I love them.
Yeah,
Just
but-
not on bread.
this was, maybe
Maybe
I
there
was
was an incident in your childhood.
Maybe you thought they were actual
Or-
fish fingers.
Exactly, because I was the weirdest 6-year-old on the planet. Because I realised that one, fish don't have fingers. So what are these fish fingers? And two, I'd compare this thing on my plate to my finger and go, my finger's like that, and these
How
things
big's
are
that
like,
damn fish?
yeah. So how big are the hands? So as a 6-year-old, fish fingers used to freak me. Why couldn't they just call them fish sticks or something? Then
Well,
I
they
wouldn't have
do in
been
this
freaked
country.
out.
Yeah.
In our,
fish
in our
stick.
country, they call them fish sticks.
Oh,
Yeah.
how sensible
And
you
it
are.
is the gateway drug to get kids to eat seafood, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I suppose there's some derivation from things like, finger rolls
It's just,
and things like that.
there's a pastry called ladyfingers. Do they
Yeah,
actually look
ladyfingers
like a
for you.
woman's hand? No.
Yeah.
But,
No.
we all know what they are.
But looks
Did you
pretty
know
good in
that-
the bottom of a trifle.
The size of fish fingers comes from the size of a slice of bread, so you can get 2 on each half of a slice of bread.
See, now I'm really upset.
It was designed to be eaten
Just
with
to piss
bread.
me off. Yes, I understand.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to go make a fish finger sandwich now.
Good man.
Really want
Oh,
one there.
you would.
Are you really?
If
the
I
thing
ask my
is-
wife,
I know
if
that
you
you're
take
posting
I'll even
photos
bring it
of
back.
The thing
You
is,
take
they've
pictures?
got to
I'll
be
show you
Captain
it.
Birdseye. They have got to be Captain Birdseye. I've tried fish fingers from every
no.
other different
Can't afford
type of.
those.
Oh, mate, it's
white
worth
bread or
the
brown
extra.
bread?
White.
White.
White homemade bread.
No, it's
I'll be
gotta
back.
it's
Even
gotta be
better,
wholemeal.
Oh,
Wholemeal with a fish
Really?
finger, yeah.
oh, you
no.
strange person
With bits in, yeah. Oh yeah.
with bits in
I love my brown bread.
and brown it.
Brown
Yeah.
bread.
No,
Do
it's
you
funny.
remember
that-
what was that bread? Vitby. Do you remember Vitby? That was
Yes,
in
I remember
the
Vitby.
70s. Yeah, and it was like it was brown bread, but it had malt in it as well, didn't it? There was a very dark. Oh, I used to love that, smothered in St Ivel gold.
And
I was
so-
actually pretty into eating nimble.
Nimble.
Do you remember
I haven't
nimble?
heard
Yeah,
that
nimble.
for years.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
nimble.
remember the TV.
Didn't it have
adverts.
was it the balloon that they had for the?
Yeah.
That's
Advert.
right. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was
Slimming
supposed to be
bread.
slimming bread.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Well, there was Slim
Slimming
Sear as
bread.
well, wasn't there?
Yeah. It's sort of like non-fattening chocolate slimming bread, isn't it?
And milk loaves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
No, that's a thing.
Local
though.
bakery.
That-
Yeah, local
that's
bakery
the
still
thing.
makes the milk loaf. That's really nice. I've got a recipe for that. I keep
across
threatening
Northern
to do it.
Europe, the milk loaf.
Woof.
Someone at the door, Kent.
No, that's not at a door bark. That's my ball is trapped under the settee. Will somebody please come and retrieve it for me? Bark. Get it yourself. Oh, I had fun today. Oh, God. Thrown so much stuff out. It's been great. I've got elbow room in the workshop. It's wonderful.
Oh, did the shelving come?
The shelving came and it was all assembled. It took a little while and it's very fiddly because there isn't a single nut and bolt out of the
You
whole
have to
lot.
use a rubber mallet, don't you?
Yeah, that's the thing now. And so they all went together pretty well. The workshop desk, workbench, it's a bit on the flimsy side. I think I will be knocking up my own bench using a kitchen worktop and one of those adjustable big aluminium legs, because I wouldn't put a memory mook on that desk, to be honest. I'll go for a walk. So, and hopefully all the sanders are dried out by tomorrow. Took them out of the stacker box and it was just water pouring out of them because of the broken lid. And that's with a tarpaulin over it. I don't know how the water gets in. It was just bizarre. So, and I had to evict all the spiders that I'd put into the stacker boxes from the old workshop and let them all out. So, and then the shed comes next week, which is 12 by 4, I think it is. So all the R&D stuff will go in there. It's all set up, ready to rock and roll.
12 by 4? 4 what, meters?
No, feet.
4 feet. I see.
Yeah. So it's literally just a hall with stuff in it. So that's where all the 3D printers all go down one side and all the bits and bobs in there. And then there'll be a bit of a store area as well.
Stacks of DX1s.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's going to be good because you can now get to everything without moving anything out of the way first, which is just absolutely wonderful. So it's just nice all round. It's absolutely gorgeous. So I can be working in the workshop and throw the tennis ball up the garden for Nelly, which you have to do all day long, because she just drops it on the synth and goes, right again. Yeah, there you go. Let me get on with it. So, so it'll be really, really nice out there.
Cool.
And then we've got to start tearing the kitchen apart.
Jim.
Ooh. Fish finger sandwich.
So I've double sauced this. I've got tartar sauce and a bit of ketchup for increased acidity.
Oh, he's mixing his sauces. No,
Are
that's
you
wrong.
sure it's tartar sauce though?
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
You mean you're not using kimchi
Yeah.
and tahini and miso paste and all these other fancy ingredients?
Well done, Ed.
They're not fancy, they're staples.
Surely you've got kimchi in there somewhere.
Surely just a little spread of wasabi on the top. You know, just,
And that's
yeah, just for a little bit of extra. What
I'm
happened
all
to
out
the roof
kimchi.
of my mouth?
I do have wasabi.
Cool.
I love kimchi. I can eat that
I do.
with every meal. Fantastic stuff.
I once worked in a company called Pan Asian Electronics as a QC guy testing car radios, actually. And there were many Korean people who worked there, and one of my dearest friends there would eat kimchi for breakfast.
Yeah.
You know,
That's
they had.
profound. It's a profound olfactory experience at 9 o'clock in the morning.
You know, they actually had to find a way to take kimchi into space so that Korean astronauts could go to the International Space Station, because they couldn't survive without kimchi.
Well, it's got a certain amount of, I think, vinegar in it. It should last a good long while.
I would have thought oxygen would have been their priority.
Fermented cabbage.
Yeah.
But yeah, they had to package kimchi for the Korean astronauts.
Because you call it, you do that, and you call it kimchi, and then the world goes mad for it. And the rest of the world's known it as sauerkraut for years.
Yes. It's just has a bit more chili in it.
Yeah, there are some differences, but yeah.
Of course there are. Yeah.
And garlic.
But you're right. Yeah, it is basically a pickled cabbage. I get it.
Like nice flavours, basically.
Are you saying you don't like the flavour of sauerkraut? Shame on you, Jim.
It's just a bit boring.
Ketchup and tartar sauce, though. I have a little.
You've had the wrong
problem with that,
sauerkraut
Jim.
sauce.
You're, of course, I'm accusing you of things with a full mouth, which is kind of unfair.
Trust me, the two sauces definitely work.
I can see that it's
Yeah.
working for you, and I admire your food photography. You know, on a daily basis, Jim's cooking some cool shit.
Did you see my sushi from the other day?
We did.
That I did.
You're a git.
Oh, it's very
Sushi's
nice.
really easy to make.
Sassy. Oh,
It's hard to make really well. Yeah.
Yeah, go on, keep laying on those extra qualifiers there, Jim.
Yeah. Okay.
Well,
So
no, I make it at least once a month, so it's
Yeah, but
once
how-
you get the hang of it.
yeah. But we're talking absolute precision and uniformity. That's really difficult. I used to have this.
Bollocks to that.
Sass, Jim gets a tape measure out, right?
There's two more.
And I'm sorry, if it's 2
Your
millimetres
collection.
out, it ain't going on that plate. It goes in the bin, right? So you get an extra. And he starts again. He boils the rice and everything. You've no idea the precision to which he goes. This is high-tech food on a plate, photographed every day for our delectation and frustration. It has to be said.
Oh, are you frustrated about that?
Oh yeah, that beef thing he did the other day looked absolutely amazing, and I just was so angry.
I'll come up and cook it for you and Grace.
Well, I'm sorry, but I am not extending the invitation on somebody else's behalf once again.
Yeah.
Right, that was wrong in the first place.
That's
That was funny.
So just if Grace invites you to use her kitchen, then I will be happy to come along too and share in the culinary delights that you provide for us before we all make beautiful music together. It's what I say, Jim.
Yeah. No, that'd be cool.
Yeah,
Well,
sounds
that's
like a
Grace's call, not mine.
Yeah.
plan.
Oh, Ken's gone to sleep.
No, I'm still thinking about Richard Burton. Keeps coming back.
And
He
the
keeps
plank.
coming back.
Burton?
Either that or a potholing helmet.
Sorry, Richard. The Richard Burton refers back to a previous conversation which we really shouldn't repeat.
Okay.
No.
All right.
Oh,
Emerging from the abyss.
I wasn't party to it either, but I am going to go back and rewatch it though.
Yeah, I can always go back and watch it
yeah,
later.
it's just extremely rude.
And rather funny.
That's true enough. But there again, extremely rude normally is. So the under fours wasn't our target audience anyway. So. Hello?
Hello?
I've got my old girl here. Hang on. I must put that update on. I've run into problems with Cubase. It keeps saying I haven't registered it. I've now registered it so many times. It's got to the point of being ridiculous. And yet, it goes, oh, you haven't registered your Cubase 12 yet.
So each time it used to be, using the dongle and talking to the dongle, it's now trying to register.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Each time I have to register it, I have to plug the dongle in. Because it wants to read the dongle first before it allow me to register the software. Because it's the upgrade to 12 rather than full 12.
Right.
So
you
going,
still
well, if you
have to
drop in the
use a dongle.
yeah. And it's lucky because there was a point when I went, oh, I don't need this anymore, I'm going to bin it. So, fortunately I didn't. I actually gave it to the Mac Mini so I can run Cubase on the Mac Mini badly. And so I go, oh yeah, it's on this. Yeah. boom, and then put it into the PC. And it went, okay, let's register this up. I go, cool. Then I fire it up this morning. It goes, you're not registered. So, fuck off. Bloody
That
software.
kind of reminds me of having Cubase VST 3.5. And,
Steady.
the official version, had the dongle and everything, but
Yeah.
the crack copies tend to work better.
Yeah. Yeah, especially on things like the old STs. You put the cracked version on because the printer port was so flaky for the Cubase dongle. And I think that's probably legitimate to use the cracked version.
Have they gotten more than 2/3 of the stuff in the manual to work yet?
No, not really.
Because back when I was testing that stuff, they never even got close.
Mm.
And that was a long time ago.
Yeah.
A really long time ago. But,
I've only just barely got it recording audio.
well, I see that Jim is a Studio One convert, and I have to say, I think Studio One rocks. It does.
You should probably put a book under one leg. That'll stop it. Yeah, forgive me. I've been building workshops all day. What was I going to say?
So that's Studio 1.5.
Yeah. So coming from Logic, which I've used for like 20 years, or 21 years, and it's been sort of, I've been setting up a template this week, and that's kind of all gone to plan. Even the Electron stuff going through Overbridge and just being able to hide mixer channels and stuff. So I've just got the actual sort of inputs that I want, and none of the auxiliary stuff that I just needed for routing. It's just really elegant, and I've just noticed now my Console 1 fader as well, the actual channel select buttons have changed colour to reflect the actual channel strip colours as well, which is just really handy as well. It's just really nice. Really tightly integrated. And having all my effect sounds on faders and stuff now, it's brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
Really, really happy with it.
Good.
And latency seems good and solid, and really impressed.
It's pretty lean software by comparison to most of the other biggies, because it's written more recently, and so it has
there's less legacy
Band-Aids.
stuff that they're having to
less decades of band-aids that have been applied to various.
It feels like that. It feels like the audio engine is just been like the real focus of it. It's really impressed with it.
And they provide a lot of really good software with it. The plugins they provide are really good. The instruments they provide sound great and do some unique things, and it's cool. It hosts everything.
To my ears as well, the mixing engine sounds much clearer than Logic. Logic kind of sort of has this sort of slight phase smeariness about it, where parts seem less distinct. And Studio One, everything is like really pinpoint, sort of accurate and clear. And I'm like, oh my god, why didn't I do this sooner? Just for that, for the sound quality, it's like really good.
Yeah, it's great software. I'm very impressed.
I usually export Logic projects into Reaper. I've always used Reaper for years, and I'm much quicker in Reaper than I am in Logic. Right, I make myself do projects in Logic for myself, not if I've got a client, But actually, I always export it and finish it off in Reaper.
I see. I like using different DAWs as a creative stimulus, because they push me in different directions. So I like starting, if I'm writing, I like starting in different ones. And sometimes it's just randomly chosen between Logic, Studio One, Pro Tools, whatever else I happen to have, Ableton. It's just, it pushes me in a different direction. And also, as regards templates, it's funny, I was watching the Spitfire Cribs thing with that guy in Iceland, Arnold.
Arnold, yeah.
And when he said, I don't like to start from templates, I was like, that's me. Because as much as because I still want to be pushed in different directions, and once you formalize your process, it almost encourages you to work similarly. It depends on how you set up your template, obviously, and how many options you set up for yourself. But in general, I don't really mind if I'm working alone and not for a client under the gun. I don't mind having a blank slate to start from. I do like having secondary sessions that are just for like a vocal overdub session. So if I walk in and we're going to do vocals that day, I can import the whatever 12 to 24 tracks that thing consists of into my existing session and get started. And that's fine to me, is having smaller modular sort of templates. But to have a full song template is not something I particularly want to do. That said, I've seen how Ty works, and he does have a magnificent template that supports his workflow really, really well. So
that's exactly it.
I'm comfortable with the idea, and I understand why people do it, but I like not formalizing the process. Unless, as I say, if I'm working for myself. If I'm working for other people, having a formalized process can be more efficient and serve their needs better. So I get that too.
Yeah, because for Ty, they want him to follow a formula.
Yeah.
They don't want him to.
Work,
they don't want him to stray too much from the path of the last thing he did. So a template works perfectly for him.
No,
I don't want him to
also
start
because
putting DX7 bells in there. And
yeah, well.
And when you have a certain volume of work to crank out, it starts to make sense to start from something rather than from nothing, because it gets you there faster.
Yeah.
So, I get it.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm kind of a bit in between, where the template is mainly to sort of configure all my ins and outs and stuff, all the really sort of left-brained stuff that I don't want to get in the way of the creative process, so that I can then just, literally just start on the Electron boxes, doing something, it's all set up, and can go from there, and then just pull in whatever instance.
You like to start from working in the hardware boxes?
I do now.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I do now. That's kind of something that's changed quite recently. I used to be completely in the box till I got involved in this insane community that made me spend all my money.
Yeah.
And now I'm broke, but happy. So.
Yes, I don't think I've ever used a template of any description.
It's only something I've got into relatively recently.
There's two fundamental reasons why. One is it would constantly force me down the same road, and secondly, I don't know how to make one.
It's easy to make one.
So I refuse to learn. But I've just never used templates. Or any description,
Yeah, I mean, partly why I've done it now is I've got my effects pedals basically in my rack over here on a sort of makeshift kind of effects loop, so I can just send anything from the door through that effects loop. It's really, really handy, and they're also sort of, I can control those pedals from the computer as well, so configure the algorithms and stuff, but...
Well, it's funny because that's sort of formalizing the effects paths, and I can understand that, and I know a lot of people who do that, but that's not really formalizing the music creation process so much.
Got the Specular Tempest and the Morisenzo in there, and then Stereo Memory Man and a Boss CE20.
Ooh.
CE20.
Guitar player, are you?
Yeah. I still miss. I still miss my CE1.
Yeah.
Should never got rid of that.
I've got a CE2 downstairs.
Yeah.
Original.
Yeah, my original CE1, I loved it. I hardly ever used tremolo. It was always on ensemble, but
it's going to fund my retirement.
I tell you what. I was hunting through the garage. When was it? Day 4 yesterday. I needed to find a cat whisker, of all things, and I knew there was an old Prophet 5 keyboard right at the back of the garage. So there was a lot of pulling out to do. And I got to the back, and I found the old keyboard and desoldered the cat whisker with my little portable gas soldering iron. And out of the corner of my eye, I went, oh, there's a case for a Prophet 5 over there as well. And when I had a look, and it's a complete Rev 3.
Wow.
Ooh. So I
That
might
you
pull
didn't
that.
know you had.
No. No. I've got, there's a complete Rev 3. So with what's happened this week, that's going to come in very handy lately. So I'm going to do a super duper restoration on it. Make it look like it's just come out of the factory.
Does that solve the problem you were telling me about earlier?
It'll help. It'll definitely go towards it. Definitely go towards it. Yeah. So, but talk about ultimate customer service. But yeah, so that will help. But there's a CS30 out there. I'm going, do you know what? I could get that up and kicking and all. I kind of like it. I mean, if I could MIDI and properly clock the sequencer in it, it'd be worthwhile digging out and putting on a shelf, actually. That'd be quite nice.
Does the CS30 not have a clock input?
It does. Not wonderful, truth be known. But if you can clock it via the door, even better.
Can I just say, the first time I ever saw a CS30, if I'm getting my memory right, does anybody remember a band called, I can't remember the name, I can remember the song, Calling All the Heroes by It Bites.
Oh, It Bites.
Yeah.
And he'd got a Jupiter 8 and a Juno 60, and he'd got the CS30. I'm sure it's a CS30 because it got the sequencer bit on the side.
Yeah, two big red square buttons.
Yeah, that's right. And I said, what is that? What is that? What is that? And I went did a bit of research and eventually I find out what it was.
Yeah.
And it's been one of those since. I thought, if ever I see one of those, I want one of those. But now you're telling me it has clock issues. Is that right?
Well, it wasn't. It wasn't that it had an issue. It was quite restrictive. Whereas if you get it to do sync clock to the sequencer, it's much better. The thing I hated about servicing them is you tune and calibrate the VCOs. That's all well and good. Then you've got to tune and calibrate the bloody sequencer as well. Otherwise, the sequencer will play in a different pitch to the keyboard. It's like, hello.
Yeah. So they have different control voltages.
It's literally like another unit inside the box. It's quite bizarre. But yeah, because I had my 30L, which is the CS30 without the sequencer. A few extra little bits and bobs, and then in a nice hardwood case. And I think I sold that to Ty. I think. Probably because it was absolutely bloody immaculate, so he wouldn't have been able to resist it. No, I mean, it was like...
So it's got a CS30 and a CS40 then?
Yeah, that's the thing. I think he already has, actually, already.
Can it take a corner at 70 miles an hour?
Yeah, and it's no Citroën, I'll tell you that. But it's quite... Yeah, it's a nice little keyboard, actually. It's a good little sound. It's a little... It's a little thin when you consider how big it is and how much stuff's in it. It's not the the biggest sound going. But there again, it's nice to have a keyboard amongst all the other keyboards that are all trying to be Billy Big Bollocks, to have something that's a little bit not sounding like all the others. So they've all got their place. Yeah, man. But boogaloo, as they say. But yeah, so yeah, there's a lot of things out there in that garage. I've really got to dig it out properly and find what's in there, what's worthwhile restoring and flogging off, really. I don't know how much does a white
donating to needy users.
Well, depends. How much does a white bit 99 go for?
3.5 pence. I'll give you that.
So it goes for
if you've got one.
It goes for a bit of a pound. Yeah.
Yeah, 33.5 pence is a bit of a pound. So sold to me. Brilliant.
Was it?
I'll come down and get it tomorrow.
It's CS70 Synthex. Oh, thank you. What else is there? God, there's just so much stuff out there. It's ridiculous. I'll have to actually write out a list one day. It's 3 T8s. Any good?
I'll have one of those. I'll make some room in the car.
It's fuck all in the case. It's just the case.
I haven't got room to fit it. I can't get it in the car. But,
Yeah, they're big bastards, I tell you.
I drive a Kia Picanto. I mean, I have to stick it on the roof.
You can use it as a spoiler and tip it up.
No.
Put wheels on it and ride it home.
Yeah.
Roller skates.
Yeah.
Spangly ones. Or very
Oh dear.
disco. Oh. Sorry.
Yeah, I've been finding some interesting bits and pieces as I've been going along. What was it I found today? Actually, I was going. What was it? Oh, a full set of original ARP 2600 sliders. Brand spanking new ones, originals. It's like, okay. Don't remember getting them. Oh.
That'd be worth keeping hold of.
Oh God, yeah. I mean, the spares alone, I think they'll probably retire. So, there again, I wouldn't want to go through all this shit of trying to flog stuff like that. I mean, when I was talking to Rob Senso about it, and he's going, "Oh God, just put a gun to my fucking head, will you?" Because he puts stuff up for grabs, and everybody goes, "Oh yeah, wow, yeah, oh. So are you going to buy it?" Well, no. Can I just ask questions about it for a while? Well, do you want it? Nah,
Hammer you
it's all
down
right.
on price and still not take it.
Yeah. So, yeah, to have a certain amount of patience and restraint.
That's why people use auction sites like Vemia.
Yeah.
Deals with all that crap.
Skips.
doesn't it? So,
Oh, Skips, yeah. Yeah, slightly cheaper.
I was waiting for someone to
Commission. Yeah. And the commission isn't as good, but we got, because the skip we've got
Paperwork's
is
all right.
very useful. It's the one with the big doors on it, so you can wheel stuff in. You don't have to oink it up and lift it over the
Like
side.
bodies.
Yeah.
Don't you go chucking away a T8 without telling anybody.
It's just the carcass. Yeah, it probably has a scrap value because it's aluminium, but that's about all, I'm afraid. And I think there's a stacker box full of, must have about 200 and something T8 keys in it. It's ridiculous. And yet, when T8s come in, yes, all the keys are fine. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's the processor that's screwed. Oh, okay. So, but yes, it's quite.
Ian, have you got a zip on that card?
To there, yeah. Why?
All right, yeah. It's making some
It's
grasshopper
Thai all over
noises
again.
on the mic.
Is it?
it's a bit like
Yeah.
Ty's stubble.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm going to take jump rope. I'm going to take my jump rope. Then,
Do you know what? I can't for the life of me. I opened this box and I went, bloody hell. Now, what was it? What was it? It was something really sort of like, wow. But I cannot for the life of me remember what it was. It'll come to me eventually.
Awesome.
It was something
That's fixed
brilliant. Yeah, brilliant stuff.
So how's your week been, Rich?
Good, thank you. Good.
Relatively quiet?
Well, not necessarily. Monday I had my second booster shot, my 4th dose of Moderna, which pretty much took me down Tuesday. And, where are we now? Thursday? So yesterday was pretty good. I was actually productive yesterday, and I did a podcast with Nick because that's fun to do. And
Did. And we all watched
Today
it
I've
and
been-
enjoyed it very much.
Thank you. Today I've been cooking pretty much all day, on and off, and I've still got more to do because this weekend is a combination of Passover and Easter, and so we've got family coming here who have to be fed, and then we're going all Sunday night to my son's house where we're doing Easter, and there's food involved in that as well. So
Nice.
lots of food prep going on right now. This evening's adventure will be a giant pulled pork, slow cooked overnight.
Oh, lovely.
Nice.
Nice.
It's been I this morning I got up. I was down there at 8:30, and I scored it and put all the dry rub all over it on both sides, and then now it's just been like sort of sitting in dry rub for. By the time I get to it, it'll be about 10 or 12 hours, and then I'll start it in the slow cooker. And I've got a plan. I've got ingredients, got it all lined up.
You're listening, Jim.
Yeah, well, Jim does real well on his own. You know,
I am indeed.
Actually, for the first time,
Food
in a
is
long
like
time,
a religion in my family. Oh.
I sent Kent a picture of my dinner last night.
Yeah, that looked lovely.
After all day, he hit me up as I was about to sit down, basically, and eat it.
Yeah.
So I decided he might as well see why I wasn't talking to him.
It wasn't that fart joke that offended him. Yeah, that looked really nice. I must admit.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It was good.
What was that?
See, my speciality is cakes. I'm a baker, dude.
I see. No.
Oh man, chocolate eclairs.
So, Jim, there was a grilled, very small piece of beef involved, sirloin. There was a vegetable saute involved, and my lovely wife was heating up some coconut shrimp, so I had a couple of those as well. So it was just
nice.
basically
Bit of
vegetables
surf and turf.
proteins. Yeah, surf and turf and some vegetables. That's basically what it was.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm into kale and bok choy these days. A lot of kale and bok choy in my cooking.
I like bok choy.
I like both of them. I like the balance of the sweetness in the bok choy with the bitterness of the kale. It makes a nice thing, and you add the usual flavor vegetables and whatever else you like, and it's just a really
I'd rather have spinach than kale.
okay.
Or spring
Yeah.
greens. Spring
I like
greens are
them.
nice.
Yeah, I like that too. I like all that.
I've had kale. Fiona said, "Yeah, this is kale. You'll like it. Try it."
You don't look convinced.
No,
I like
no.
kale.
It was. How would you describe it?
It's bitter.
Cattle feed.
Green.
It's bitter.
Chewy, bitter, irony.
Bitter.
Yeah.
Licking the arse of somebody who's been dead 3 weeks.
Oh, thank you.
It was awful. It was gruesome. It was like, really? People eat this? Shouldn't you just put this back underneath the lawnmower where it fucking belongs? Ugh. Ugh. God, it was awful. It's like,
You can paint a picture, can't you, Ken?
oh my God, yes. Especially when it comes to kale. It's like, really? People like this? This is a thing? It's just sort of like lettuce with the gloves off. Oh, no.
Bit longer than you'd cook lettuce.
I'm trying to stay in this game.
Yeah,
You know?
exactly.
Oh no, I hear you, but oh God, I think I'd rather just die than have to eat that again. It'd be easier.
If I served you what you saw last night, you would have gobbled it down and not even asked me if there was kale in it.
Okay. Yeah, this is it. I'd eaten the kale as virgin neat, and it was like, no. Probably not the way to be introduced to kale. You need to
No,
be subtly
definitely
eased
not.
in.
A lot of foods need to be dressed up in their introduction.
Yeah, it's true enough.
Particularly cereal grains, but there are a lot of other things that need to be dressed up in their. I'll never forget. We were working with anybody remember Kathy Dennis? She was from
Yeah.
Manchester.
Oh, yes.
Well, she was a new artist in 1989. She was in New York, and I remember she came into the studio one day, worked up about the fact that a bagel was nothing more than a piece of bread. I mean, worked up about it.
Yeah.
And I thought that was hilarious. Yeah, that's what it is. It's baked bread in a particular form with certain flavorings, how you like,
I'm
and
totally
it's one
with
of
her on
those
that.
foods that you need to dress up when you first introduce it to somebody. Oatmeal is quite often a food like that. Like there are certain things want to be dressed up when you get, and then
Lentils.
eventually you develop a taste for them, and then they're fine on their own too.
Porridge.
Yeah, exactly. Porridge is a great example.
Yeah. Because Fiona does this thing where she always wants me to eat more vegetables, which is fair dues.
You mean keep you
so what
alive?
she sneaks them in. And
Well,
one of the ways she thinks that she sneaks them in is by cutting them up very small and fine. and then hiding it. So if I have the tuna pasta that we do with not tuna pasta, silly sod, salmon pasta. So it's beautiful pink salmon, baked and then mixed in with pasta with the various sauces and spices and stuff. Well, not spices, herbs and stuff like that.
Herbs.
Even though it's got an H in it, herbs.
Herbs.
And she'll put green beans in it, but she'll cut them up really, really fine. And she goes, no, that's just
chives. Yes.
Yeah,
Something swept up off the floor.
And I explained to her, I said, they have not invented the food processor yet that can get them down to the molecule where I'm not going to know I'm eating green beans, okay?
Well, you could have a veggie burger.
It all stems from poor household in the 70s. Some of the shite we used to have to eat.
Spam fritters.
Oh, I love them. Absolutely adore them. But when you used to get these pork chops that were mostly fat, they go, eat it up, it's good for you. But it tastes bloody horrible. Yeah, finish it up. That cost money, that did. But it's like eating wallpaper paste that you mixed up last year. Eat it. But it tastes horrible. Eat it. And then green beans that were stringy, where you used to be able to go, ooh, like this,
Gag.
Yeah, and it was just horrible, horrible, horrible 70s British food. It's like, oh, God. And it put me right off. So they invented McDonald's, and that was it. I was sorted. And go, bye.
Right, guys, I've got to go, so I'll catch you all later.
Take care,
Bye.
buddy.
Take
Look
care.
after yourself,
Take
my
care.
man. Take care, buzz.
Bye.
So, Kent, I was just saying in the chat room, for 16 years, I was different forms of vegetarian. I guess that wouldn't suit you very well, huh?
I have dabbled. But
so
the
you
trouble
fasted?
is, yeah, but you see, when they go, oh yeah, being a vegetarian is very healthy. Stop eating meat. I'm going, okay, fine. I'm not a massive fan of meat anyway. So unfortunately, when I do one of these stints of not eating meat, I'm eating cake and biscuits, and it's and it's still not anything healthy. So I mean, bless her, she really, really, really does try to get some sort of sensible diet into me.
Well, the fact that your favorite vegetable is tobacco might be of concern.
Well, I have to admit, I do have a penchant for it. So, but I should seriously be considering stop having fun and think more seriously about
encouraging you not to have fun.
Oh no! It's just that fun food is something you really got to stop getting
It's something
involved
you
in.
eat around the shit that keeps you alive.
Well,
Yeah, both me and Andy are pointing to our vapes here as well.
yeah. That's another thing that's on the cards as well. To be honest.
After a week, you don't want to go back to cigarettes. I promise you.
I've tried converting.
Shut up,
and I
Sassy.
just can't.
Shut up,
Yeah,
shut up,
shut
Sassy.
up, shut up.
You're getting in the way now.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
We've
the
had this
thing is,
conversation already. Yeah.
there has
After a
been
week.
incidents, shall we say, where I think my blood oxygen level might have gone a little bit low.
Yeah,
So-
I've been there. Absolutely. And this doesn't get in the way of it. It really doesn't get in the way.
Yeah.
You can do it as much as you like. Because it's just, what you get is flavour, you get the nicotine, and you get a bit of a hit, and nothing else. And actually, I've said it before on here, I think these things are one of the best inventions of the 21st century.
Or you could just
really
give up
agree.
smoking, full stop.
You could, but
Yeah.
that requires
Yeah.
This is the
willpower.
easiest
This
way,
doesn't.
definitely.
Yeah, this doesn't require.
Didn't have it in my day when I gave up.
Yeah, well, you're a saint. Anyway, Sassy, sorry for bullying you there.
No. I am determined to convert.
Yeah,
I haven't given up, hoping
takes
to
that-
give up. If you
it's
get
that
my
packet
drift,
of old Hoban stuffed in your back pocket that gets in the way. Isn't
I must admit though, it's going to be a lot easier for me now, because when I sort of what's the word? Kind of not concentrate on how much I'm smoking, and I have a little stint where I'm actually really putting them away, and then I'll have this little episode where I get really, really dizzy and fall on the floor.
Oh, that's nice.
It encourages you to go, something needs to be done.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's on the cards. It's on the cards. I mean, I've cut down quite considerably over the last couple of weeks, because it was getting stupid, because I wasn't keeping tabs on what I was doing. So
every now and again, something happens in your life that causes you to take a good long look at your own mortality.
Yeah.
And take the hints when you get them.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
Please.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So yeah.
You're
So
so
it's
right,
all
Richard.
on the
I
cards. All on the
That's
cards
why
to
I've
be
got
dealt
that.
with. Because
Well,
it's
also don't smoke in the new workshop. I
Too late.
I don't smoke in my house. I will smoke in the garage or the garden,
Okay.
but I will not smoke in the house.
Out of respect for the others who live there, presumably.
Well, no, it's the first house I bought back in the 80s. I used to smoke in it, and when I came to sell it, I had to redecorate it,
I see.
and that was not a pleasant task.
Understood.
So I decided I would never smoke inside a house again. And even when I go round to other people's houses, even if they smoke, I won't smoke in the house. So it's just, I just find it wrong now.
Understood.
Can I just pick up on something that Ken Lewis has just put out?
Yeah.
That these things were designed as a means of stopping smoking. And I go, yes. I can cheerfully write on my medical forms that I am now a non-smoker. I haven't had nicotine. No, that's not right. I've not had tobacco or the tobacco smoke past my mouth in the last 6 years. Right, so yeah, I do get nicotine. Nicotine is addictive. It's a very addictive drug. I mean, Jim actually, he's vaping his, and he's got no nicotine in his at all. I still do, but I reduce and reduce and reduce. But actually, even the effect of going on to this with the full nicotine whack was a massive, massive, massive health improvement. I can't state it enough. It was actually after a week, I wasn't out of breath going up the stairs to my flat where I live, and I was like, "Well, that's amazing."
yeah.
And I do think that's a real life impact. And okay, yeah, I'm still addicted to nicotine. I'm still getting my drug in a different way.
But you can reduce the amount of nicotine that you have in your vaping mixture.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And I do and have done.
I think the eye opener for me a couple of weeks ago was that normally what would happen is over a period of time my smoking I'd get carried away and I'd be smoking quite a lot, and then I get very sort of like getting up in the morning and coughing my arsehole up, and then what I would
don't
do.
get that with the vapes.
Well, this is it. So what I would do is I'd go to the 1 an hour and religiously do 1 an hour or more. If I went longer, and after about 2 or 3 days, lung capacity was starting to return and everything like that. Was feeling much better and all the rest of it. This time, it didn't happen. It took 9-10 days to happen, and I'm going, yeah, okay. It's going to get to a point where I'm going to cut down, and it's not going to happen at all. So maybe now is the time to jump ship and get out of it altogether.
So
Have a salad.
yeah,
The thing is, I love
that's part of it,
salad.
Richard, yeah.
I love
Oh,
salad, but kale, keep it.
cool.
No
Stick
kale
with the
for you.
salads.
No kale for me. Iceberg lettuce will do me, thank you.
Cool.
Okay.
But yeah,
But I love boiled cabbage and I love cauliflower.
Good.
Peas until I can drown in peas and I'd be
These
happy.
are almost all sugar.
so you do
but
like
they're fun.
vegetables? Yeah.
Yeah, I do like, but when I say to Fiona, I go, oh, can I have that with peas? Oh, peas? You're always having peas. Yeah, well, I like peas. And she goes, no, you're going to have some green thing she found in a
That's 'cause they're
bag somewhere.
candy.
Yeah, I mean, like she give what did she gave me the other day? Courgette. Ugh.
Oh, I like courgettes.
No,
great.
I love courgette.
that's the thing. That's when I get a McDonald's. It's like open it up and wait, bye bye. Not cool. I don't like the taste of courgette. It's not because it's a
That's
vegetable.
not a courgette
I
in
don't-
a McDonald's.
No.
What is it?
That's a dill pickle.
Yeah.
It's
That's
a dick.
that's
Dick
a
what?
cucumber.
And
Whatever it
if you want,
is.
And if you want dill pickles, you need to come to New York.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fortunately, I don't. So I won't.
Yeah, it wasn't really
I
expected.
mean, no, it's a long way
Anytime you
to.
want,
It's a long way to
that's
go for a
fair-
dill pickle,
fair
anyway,
rate.
isn't it? You go, really? You came all the way to New York to get a dill pickle? But yeah, there are some vegetables I actually
Stranger.
physically do not like the taste of, and can't get around that. But there's loads that I do. But she sees it as cheating because it's got to be, so green it absorbs all the light in the room or something like that. It's, do you know what I mean? It's got to be oozing in there's nails falling out of it, so much iron in it.
Photosynthesis.
Yeah, and it's got to be really sort of like very, like you fell down in a field with your mouth open. It's like, no.
I think
it's
the
too
only
much.
vegetable
Is
I
your
don't
wife-
like is aubergine.
No,
I mean, I cook with it, but it's one of those vegetables that I just find pretty much completely pointless.
Oh, if you don't cook it right, it's horrible. If you cook it well, it's gorgeous.
it was hard
No,
enough
I've-
Fiona
I've-
getting me on
I've
peppers.
tried
All of
it.
this stuff.
I've tried it every way. I've tried grilling it. I've tried smoking it. I've tried frying it.
Don't
I've
smoke it.
Chopped it
Just
up
stick
in.
to your old Hoban, Sassy.
My
Hard to keep
My-
it lit.
my
Yeah.
stepmom
Keeps
slices
going,
it
yeah.
thinly and then
Yeah.
coats it in some whisked egg and then breadcrumbs.
Yeah.
And
Do you know
then
it
just
contains
very quickly
nicotine?
fries it. And it's
Aubergine
gorgeous.
contains nicotine, by the way.
It's like
You
red,
smoked it, Jim.
but it's
No.
like red and green peppers. She tried to get me onto red and green peppers, and
Love peppers.
Oh,
the red peppers I can deal with. The green and the yellow ones, for some reason,
The
even
yellows,
though
yellows and the oranges are the
Oh.
best.
Green, char them.
Can it
Really
eat those
char
like
them.
she
fruit?
said, she said to me, she goes, well, what can I do to them to make them more palatable for you?
Turn
I
them
said,
into a chili.
Yep.
Cover them with olive oil. Chop them up. Roast them.
Yeah,
Cover them
roast
with
them in
olive
olive oil. I
Stick
said,
them in the oven.
cut them very, very,
Brilliant.
very, very thin. She went, yeah. I said, then put them in a paper bag and throw them in the bin. And I go, much more palatable, thank you. So, bless
Terrible.
her. She's got the patience of a god. She really has.
question about
stuffed
that.
peppers are really nice.
Yeah, mind you, with
Fish
her,
fingers
she'll
again.
just stuff more bloody vegetables in it. It's sort of like, oh my god, it's like evil stuffed with evil.
Right, who likes hot chilies?
Yes. Dorset Nagers. They're my favourite. I prefer them to the Carolina Reapers.
I prefer them for flavour. Yeah, they work better in loads of dishes. But
Yeah. Yeah, I'll have pretty much chili with pretty much everything I eat.
Now, weirdly,
Chili.
one thing I don't do is drink. What the hell's that all about?
I don't know. There's something wrong with you there, Ken.
well, I don't really. So
I mean,
Can't-
I've been teetotal since I woke up in that skip. To be honest with you.
Having a
so-
bad experience can help.
So I'd be about 29, 30. Yeah. You wake up still paralytic in some strange woman's bed, and it's like, oh, I've got to stop doing this. And I did. But I think it was, I don't know, there wasn't any magic formula. I just stopped drinking and then never went back.
Fair enough.
Not even at Christmas, for Christ's sake. How poor is that? I'll have an
don't want
alcoholic,
to, you don't
non-alcoholic
need it, don't do
beer. Oh, thank you. You know, I have a non-alcoholic beer or something every now and again, but not really a drink.
The
Although-
non-alcoholic beers have got a lot better. They
Oh,
used
God,
to be
yes.
awful, but
Yes, yeah, they used
the
to
ra-
taste like those home brews used to get.
yeah, the range is a lot better now.
Yeah, although Fiona has told me on pain of death I've got to have some of that wine.
You have.
So
I don't drink alone.
well, so because I got a bottle for you to share with Fiona, and then I got her a bottle as a what's that thing you do once a year? Anniversary present.
Anniversary.
Yeah, wash. Change my pants. Yeah, her
Or at least turn them inside out.
So I got her one for her anniversary, and
Her anniversary, not your anniversary. As in,
well, because I've got it for her, it's for her anniversary.
okay.
If you see what I mean. If she buys me a car, it's for my anniversary. That's how it works. It's very
They're on the
strange.
same day, aren't they?
They are basically the same day, yes, but just
checking.
The gifts are very directional. And so she goes, no, you've got to have a glass of it with me. I said, well, you know those little sort of like one shot glasses you've got? I said, I'll have a bit in a shot glass then, and see. And I will drink to your good health. So
I've
If you
been
can't spend
single
that
for
much
30 years. I've never had an anniversary.
Good. That's just saving. That's because you've got all that Eurorack. You can't afford it.
But-
If you have
Mind you-
anniversaries, gee.
mind you,
wasn't
I've been with women where we don't celebrate anniversaries or stuff. Mostly because both of us
I
forgot.
try not to.
Yeah. My brother's been married for, I think, about 10 years, and not once has either of them ever remembered their anniversary.
Yeah. But then, I mean, obviously, this is the anniversary that we met for the first time.
We have to celebrate that too.
That was in a skip as well. Yeah. Oh, do you come here often? Yeah. So, yeah, look at the quality of rubbish around this side.
You don't want to fall asleep in a skip round here, get carted off and never seen again.
Yeah,
Give
like
it
that Squaddy, or whatever, or RAF bloke, was he?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Corrie McKeague, what a waste of a life
Disappeared.
that was.
Yeah.
Well, he fell asleep in a skip, and
Yeah.
He's a squaddy based
Take
at
to the tip.
Hodgington, and Hodgington's about 10 miles from Bury St Edmunds. So all the squaddies go into Bury of the weekend and get beard up and do whatever. And apparently he was frequently, proper drunk, like falling asleep in doorways, then getting up and going into a bar and carrying on. And there's a place called the Horseshoe in Bury St Edmunds, which is behind a whole bunch of shops, and it's called a horseshoe because it's like a small turning area, U-shaped, and all of the stores have their large, dumpsters on wheels all at the back, and they've all got lids on, but none of them are locked because it's rubbish. I mean, no sensible person would want to go and rummage in bags of rotting food and stuff. Anyway, he got absolutely leathered this night. He got taken out of a nightclub because he was being too boisterous, shall we say. Ended up going and get a kebab or a pizza, and then CCTV picked him up walking in the direction of this area about 2-3 in the morning, and he was never seen again. And there was this massive, and I mean massive, police hunt and investigation, and there was no, I mean, obviously CCTV is everywhere, and there was nothing that picked him up coming out of that area. So the investigation fairly quickly centred on, well, what happens? Oh, the bins get emptied at about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. And this lorry trundles up and, empties its contents in, and then crushes the contents and finishes its rounds, and then goes up to a place called Milton, just outside Cambridge, where there's a massive waste tip, and empties everything out. And they managed to eventually triangulate his mobile phone, and when they plotted it on the map, it went the same route as the bin lorry. So they were pretty damn certain that that's what happened, but there was no evidence. So then they spent like £1.5 million, literally massive team of forensic police officers going through the area of the waste disposal site where they think the lorries on that day emptied the contents, and they didn't find anything there. And it had been some while, so it's not surprising, because if he's gone into the lorry and then he's being processed in the lorry, then he's naturally being processed, under a ton of rubbish.
That's a great way to disappear, though. Throw your phone in the bin.
Yeah, isn't it?
And disappear.
Yeah.
But the thing was, they discounted it originally because the lorries weigh the bins. And when they weighed it, apparently it only weighed about a couple of pounds, or but then when they went to check the actual machine and its kind of internal records, they found actually the weight of the bin had gone up by about 19 stone, which was about the weight of the lad.
Yeah.
So
19 stone? Bloody hell, he was a big lad.
Yeah, he was RAF. But
ground crew.
The thing was, there was this massive campaign all across. Yeah, there was this massive campaign in the press.
I'm unfamiliar with.
There was this massive campaign in the press about we've got to find this guy. Where is he? And his parents say no, we don't believe that he would have got into a skip.
Yeah.
And eventually, some people came forward and said, "Oh, he's got form. He
used to do it all the time.
He'd done it before on a number of times." And throughout this whole thing, nobody was addressing the point with it. Yes, it's very sad that a young lad has lost his life in quite a tragic, horrible way.
Yeah.
But how did he get there? He couldn't fucking handle his drink, and he was drinking far too much.
Yeah.
And nobody's talking about, excessive alcohol consumption or looking out for your mates. He just wandered off, but apparently, he would wander off here, he'd wander off there, and he'd turn up a day later, and his commanding officer at the base would say, "Oh yeah, he was a lively lad."
Yeah, they weren't
He
mates.
was a fucking pisshead.
Well, I
and
feel
they weren't
sorry
mates.
for the.
They would have looked out for him.
Exactly.
Feel sorry for the driver.
Yes.
Yeah.
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 Exactly.
Yeah, the innocent victim, if you like.
But
In the whole thing.
I think I can't stand here and say I haven't got absolutely shit-faced to the point where I don't know quite how I got where I was the next morning, but it's thankfully quite rare. So nobody's, I don't think anybody can be, unless you're completely teetotal and have never done that before. But to climb into a bin, I don't think I've ever got that drunk that I would climb into a massive skip full of waste that's clearly,
Yeah, but once you've done it once, you will do it again because it is surprisingly warm.
Yeah, because
especially on a cold night.
Heat's being generated, but yeah, no, it was a horrible, horrible thing, and the poor parents, they had to accept the fact that their son had, done what he'd done.
How awful, really, when you think about it.
And it was awful in every kind of sense, really.
But like you say, nobody addressing the thing about
nobody
rampant alcoholism.
It's like I think a few people would on social media around the time, especially on the local networks. They were saying, well, he was an absolute pisshead and that. Oh well, you can't say things like that. Poor boy's lost his life, and mother's lost his son, and no,
it doesn't change the fact.
It doesn't change the fact that he.
But his mates let him down as well.
Yeah, there was that too.
I mean, if you've got a friend who does get that drunk, then
you keep an eye on them.
You keep an eye on them. Yeah.
Yeah.
But also, the bars are responsible because they shouldn't be serving alcohol to someone who is inebriated.
Well, apparently he was removed from a couple of places because they deemed him to be too much, over the limits.
Yeah, there's always another bar you can go to.
Yeah, exactly. They just pushed him out. If you go I don't know where it's like in other cities around the country, but in Norwich, in the main kind of drinking, clubbing centre of the city, there's this massive bus and people walking up and down the streets, like they call them street pastors. And I think they are affiliated with a church somewhere, but they are always on the lookout for people who've had too much and are maybe, sitting in a doorway in a puddle of their own whatever. And then they will take them to the bus and let them recover. And there's medical assistance there, and it's there every night of the week. And it's a charity-based thing. It's been there about 20 years now, I think. But they're picking up the waifs and the strays and the ones that and a lot of them, it's just, a lot of them are female, which is just really quite shocking. I always think that women are damn sight more sensible than some of us, but yeah, some of the states you see people get into.
Have you been to Newcastle on a night out?
Behave,
Once.
sassy.
Just the
It's,
once.
Very entertaining.
Yes.
Well,
that's-
I mean,
yeah.
Newcastle can get quite cold in winter.
Doesn't bother them.
And,
T-shirts and a mini skirt.
you see these girls wearing, effectively string bikinis, tottering along in high heels, and there's 4 inches of snow on the ground. Not a coat amongst them.
Yeah, they breed them hardy over there, don't they?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, in general, alcoholism isn't really properly talked about in this country because it's a way of life for a great deal of people. And it's really sad. I've seen the effects it has on people, and most people think, oh, it destroys your liver, etc. They don't really think about the secondary stuff, all the effects of brain damage, of varices, like bleeding from the inside out, etc. It's absolutely horrible. It's an absolutely awful disease, and there's not really enough sort of conversation or support around it. But,
It's like any substance abuse, whether it's drugs or alcohol. It's
Sorry, just Matt lightening the mood.
oh dear.
Unwin Green.
Yeah.
Yes.
Cool.
Oh, we got the lot here.
Ooh.
Oh. That's it. Just make sure you've got your glasses on as well, so we can see your eyes.
You haven't got it voice controlled though.
No.
Pretend.
Yeah, just say, Alexa lights purple.
Say-
Disco.
There you go.
So, Studio 3.
Yeah.
Yeah, wow.
That's better.
Oh,
I think I've got that disco function somewhere.
I was thinking I've got some shit like that as well. Don't think it's disco, but got different colours.
somebody-
Mine needs to
Disco.
respond to music. I need to play some music.
You can't really see in there.
oh.
I need to be. I haven't got anything wired up. I've got my speakers turned off.
Robbie's gone dark mode. Hey, Keith.
Oh,
Good evening.
Bonjour.
Bonjour. Where was we going? Oh, people in dustbins, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think we've knocked that one on the head.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Please, by all means, weigh in on that one.
I can't say I've had any experience of
Okay.
waking up in dustbins and things like that.
Woken up in a couple of dodgy hedges before.
I woke up in a caravan, a static caravan that belonged to a guy that I did. I used to DJ for him. He had this disco, this mobile disco, and he couldn't DJ because he only had half a tongue. I shit you not. The front half of his tongue had been taken off. So he could only talk, and he couldn't say S's properly or T because he only had half a tongue. So he was very self-conscious and therefore wouldn't DJ. So he used to employ me to DJ for him, and I used to do all this stuff. Anyway, went out for I think it was my 19th birthday, and I got absolutely wankered at this nightclub. And because people were just buying drinks and just put them on the table, and I was like, I woke up in his static caravan, lying on the floor of, the living room area. And I remember I was lying on my back. I was feeling really, and his girlfriend, she was a large lady, shall we say, and very brash and had no filters, nothing. She was really, Anyway, I'm lying there and I'm sort of like half awake, half asleep. I can hear her moving about, and I really don't want to engage with anyone because I'm feeling really rough. So I'm lying there and I can hear her move into the living area, and I'm thinking, right, pretend you're asleep, pretend you're asleep, pretend you're asleep. and I feel her step over me. She's had to step over me to get something to the other side of the room. And as she stepped back, I sort of opened my eyes just ever so slightly. And she was a bit like Fiona yesterday. She was just wearing a T-shirt and nothing else. And, you know, she was large. And it was just like, oh, there it comes.
Did she wink?
And yeah, well, that sobered me up fairly quickly.
Yeah, I imagine it would.
Yeah, it blew me a kiss and everything. Jeez. Sorry.
Was it so bad it set the sprinklers off?
Oh, dear. Yeah.
Oh, bless him. Ooh.
Oh, Icing the Body Electric says he has a question. Who's in charge round here?
The gods.
Good question.
Well, tell us what to
The
do.
gods are in charge. Nobody's in charge of anything. Hello, my little sweetness. How are you, my darling? You
Is he
beautiful
talking
girl.
about the UK?
That's who's
by the
in
way?
charge.
Sorry?
The dog.
Hello, darling.
Is he just talking about who's in charge in the UK?
I don't know.
Yeah,
But
nobody knows.
Dan Stevens is my new hero.
Oh yes, I saw about that. Brilliant.
Oh yeah.
Because
I
you know
didn't
where he
actually
got
see
that
it,
from?
but no.
He got that. Did you see? So Dan Stevens, who's the actor who was in Downton Abbey before he got knocked off, and then he was the Beast in Beauty and the Beast, and he's been in a whole bunch of other stuff. And he was on the One Show, which for those of you who are not in the UK is like a magazine show that's 7 o'clock on BBC One. It's just half an hour of inane chit chat with the celebrity du jour. And Dan was on there promoting this new series that he's in, which is all about Watergate, and he plays some, I can't remember what character he plays. So they asked him, can you tell us a little bit about this this series you're in? And he said, well, it's about this, and I'm paraphrasing here, this is not exactly what it is, but it's about a corrupt leader who was surrounded by criminals, and he was doing criminal activity and all this, and he said, oh no, hang on a minute, that was the intro for Boris Johnson. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. And then, and of course, like everyone, you could hear the gasps, behind the cameras of, the BBC execs going, "Oh my god!" So it was rather funny. But that was
and all the crew laughing.
Yeah, the crew were laughing, and Alex Jones didn't know where to put her face. But was it Brass Eye? Or it was one of those Brass Eye related shows where they had who was what was his name? Darkus Howe.
Darkus Howe. Yeah.
And he was interviewing Chris Thing was interviewing Darkus Howe and introduced him in this really horrible way. You could see the look on his face, and then he said, "Oh no, wait a minute, that was the introduction for." I think it was Robert Elms from the NME, and it was a complete replica of that, but it was so brilliantly done because he just delivered it as if he was talking about his TV show, and then he says, "Oh, no, that's Boris Johnson." That is. Of course, it literally went everywhere. It was very funny, very funny.
Yeah.
So he's my new hero for the next week or so.
Jonathan Pye's mine.
Oh, Jonathan Pye, yeah.
That's brilliant.
Oh, Jonathan, it's very good.
Have you seen him live?
No, I've seen the show, not actually live, but I've seen the live show that I bought it, downloaded it.
He does that for 2 hours straight.
Yeah,
it
he's
is
very good.
Mind blowing to watch.
Yeah.
Out of all the political commentators I've ever seen, he's the one.
Yeah.
And it's all an act, and I mean that's the thing. It's a character, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's true though.
He believes what he's saying.
He's the last bastion of satire in this country, I think.
Yeah. And it's literally underground. And it's literally underground.
It's not satire. It's actually saying exactly how it is.
Yeah.
But that's,
if anything, it's the news.
Yes.
I think I've actually seen
as
this
it should be.
Yeah, just Google Jonathan Pye and you'll get his channel.
Yeah. It's like Bill Murray with the gloves off, big time.
And typically out in some public square.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the whole bit is he's a TV reporter, roving
Political
reporter,
yeah.
and every piece he does starts off with him talking to cameras if he's live, talking to them back in the studio, and then when they throw to VT,
having a massive rant.
He then has a massive rant at his producer or whatever about the thing that they're talking about, and then, for the last 10, 20 seconds, he cuts back to, professional Jonathan Pye talking to the studio. So it's very clever, and it's I thought, this will get tired after a while, but it hasn't.
No,
because the topic is always
relevant
to the
day,
isn't it?
to the week.
Andrew Doyle used to be the writer for him. And Andrew Doyle's behind the fake Twitter character Titania McGrath.
Oh yes, yeah.
And he also wrote a book using that pseudonym. And very, very funny, very cutting.
Yeah, it's something Ken said. He sounds like Stephen Colbert, as in before Colbert was the real Colbert, when he was the the right wing Colbert, and that was very much it, because he presented that show as if that was really him, which clearly it wasn't. It was the exact opposite. But yes, it's kind of, it's a bit like Colbert, but it's a bit more amateur, shall we say, but in a good way.
So has that Info Wars dickhead got his comeuppance yet?
Alex Jones.
Is it?
Oh no, isn't he now being fined daily for not doing something in the Sandy Hook thing? Rich, you'll probably know way more about it.
I don't know this current status of the thing.
Mind you were spitting blood at the time, though, weren't you? Over that.
Well,
because it's such a
not specifically about him, but about alleged truthers in general who show up on the doorsteps of people I know and accuse them of horrible things.
Yeah.
That might have been what I was railing about, but I don't really want to. This is not something I'm in a hurry to discuss right now.
Sure.
If that's not too impolite, but I just
no.
And I don't know anything about where the Alex Jones thing lies right now, except that there was a judgment against him on behalf of the people who sued him, who were parents of people who died that day, 2 miles from here that way.
Yeah.
So I don't know the current state of that situation.
Yeah.
I do have a lot of friends here who were involved, some who were there. And my son was in school that day, so
no good.
it's not I jokingly say this is Connecticut's home of PTSD, but it's actually true.
Yeah. It just always seems to be that whoever the perpetrator is, it always seems to take forever for them to get comeuppance.
Well, this perpetrator gave himself comeuppance before the thing was over. He shot himself in the head, but it took a year and a half for them to tell us anything. I mean anything. This was the most impressive tightening down of information I think I've ever seen in my lifetime and known about. I've probably seen more and not known about it, but it just was impossible that it was taking them 18 months to gather everything was pretty much clear within a week of the event. So I don't quite understand why we were kept from it. But let's say hello
move
to
on.
my dear friend Unwin.
Who's again superglued his hand to his head.
Well,
Are you part of the Unwin C dynasty?
No.
No? Okay. Just curious. It's not a common name, is it? I don't think.
No, it's not. And it's actually what's funny about that is so my daughter had no idea of this, and it's not a name you see around anyway. And last weekend we were walking through somewhere, and there was a big, like a Unwin Seeds stand, and she got very excited and basically said exactly the same thing.
There you go.
Yeah.
Matt's come out in sympathy for you.
Yeah.
Bless. How are we all? Sorry, I gave...
I'm good. I'm good, Ty. How about you?
I'm good, thank you. Bit stressed, but
How was
good.
dinner?
Good. Stressed, eh?
Dinner was really good. Dinner was it was an Indian, so
beautiful.
Can't beat a good Indian takeaway.
Oh, cannibalism.
So
My wife did nice tikka masala yesterday. Actually, it was very nice.
Ooh,
all homemade. She said I got halfway through the recipe and gave up, so I just
Birmingham speciality.
yeah, it
so
got
you got chicken tikka ma.
Well, no, chicken bolty. That's I'm from the Midlands, so I'm
Oh right, yes.
home of the bolty.
Home
Got
of the
your
Baltic.
Baltic.
Even the
There.
masala comes from Birmingham. Sorry.
Glasgow.
I think, no, Glasgow.
Yeah, chicken tikka masala was invented in Glasgow.
Chicken tikka masala is in Glasgow. Yeah. Balti comes from Birmingham. It's true.
World.
Yeah, tikka masala is Glasgow. Sorry.
Yeah, if you go to India and ask for a tikka masala, they'll go, huh?
They don't have a clue what you're talking
Oh
about.
yeah,
Not
yeah.
a clue.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
definitely
Glasgow. Yeah.
And Balti is Birmingham.
Thanks, Matt.
Inky, are you from Solihull? I was born in Solihull. Well, I was actually born in Dorridge, which is just outside Solihull. So I was born in Solihull. So that's what's on my Solihull. I used to speak with a really strong Birmingham accent.
On my mother's side of her family, my grandmother was from Willenhall,
Excellent.
and then Tamworth, and
Did you know?
grew up in Dudley.
good luck.
I was brought up just outside Tamworth in a little place called Polesworth.
It's funny. It's like I could not hear my mum's Irish accent. She sounded quite normal to me, and then people go, "Cool, isn't your mum Irish?" Yeah. No, she sounds Irish. No, she don't. What are you about? Because to me, she just sounded normal. But to anybody coming into the house, it was like, Jesus Christ, I've had some Jesus, Begar, you know, I've had sort of, and all that. But to me, it was like, straight up. Yeah. And yet, if I watched Father Ted, they sounded very, very Irish, but Mum didn't. What?
Well, there you go. Famous pop star from Tamworth.
Julian Cope. Oh no.
Thank you. Yes, you're right there, Ty. Well, I may have said it before. Yeah, no, Julian Cope's from Tamworth.
Yeah.
Famous pop star from Hebden Bridge.
All of us, because we're going there in the summer.
No, Ed Sheeran.
Ed Sheeran.
Yep.
Yeah, he's mostly brought up round here.
Oh yeah, but he was born in Hebden Bridge.
There you go.
Is that somewhere else like Calcutta or somewhere like that?
Likes his privacy.
He does. He's got a very big place.
Yeah.
Yes. He used to busk in the town 10 miles just down the road.
Missed opportunity there, mate.
Oh, it was another
I
article.
could have kicked his head in right there and then saved the world a whole lot of bother.
I'm gonna go against the grain here. I don't care what any of you fucking say. It's not my kind of stuff, but he can write a decent.
He can steal a decent tune.
No, more to the point.
I'm with you, Ty.
More
I
to
don't
the
think he's
point.
stolen anything.
More to the point. There's songs, and there's a lot of shit out there that are not songs, and it's just pure out and out shit.
I agree.
And it's all, if you took away their fucking laptop.
Can I just take this opportunity to apologise?
No, if you took away their laptop, they'd be fucked. They couldn't do anything.
You took away Ed Sheeran's looper pedal.
Call themselves musicians, and they don't know the first fuck about fuck. Ed Sheeran, whatever you want to say about him,
Guilty is charged.
he will sit there and he can write a half decent song. It's not for me. It's not for my age group. It's not for me. I have no desire to ever listen to it. But at the end of the day, I'll tell you for a fact, he'll go in 30, 40 years' time, he'll be remembered, and 90% of the shit that's out there at the moment, no one will have a clue who it is.
I think you're being unfair.
That was
about 98%.
Yeah, exactly. So I will say for a fact, Ed Sheeran, everyone is really quick to jump on his shit. I would rather listen to Ed Sheeran than 95% of the absolute bollocks that's flying around at the moment, because he can write a decent song that will get in your head. And the whole thing about he nicking stuff and all that kind of shit, the argument of there's only 12 notes. I mean, yeah, we've all had this argument thrown at us, but at the end of the day, the stuff, everything is so derivative of everything else these days that I don't think he sat there and stole shit.
I'm going to lose my fucking shit with this fucking computer in a minute. Fucking piece of shit.
Are you quoting one of his songs? I don't remember.
Yeah, your microphone's still on, by the way.
Yeah, that got to number 3.
Was that B-side? I don't remember that one.
Somebody bring him a plate of kale, would you?
No, not the kale. I'd rather. I'd rather go to Jersey.
Rather go to jail.
I'm
No,
going to piss
he's
off now.
downloading the Ed
I'm gonna
Sheeran
say-
MIDI pack.
Night all.
See you later, Andy.
I'm going to disappear. So, nothing you said, Ty, because I agree with you 100% about Ed Sheeran. I never understand why people are so horrible about the man.
No, I'll tell you for a fact. Go and
I
listen
think
to his
it's-
go and listen to his first album.
I've got
That's
it.
the thing.
It's
Yeah,
not-
go.
I
There's
like
nothing
it.
wrong. The first album, there's nothing
I
wrong with
like-
it whatsoever.
I like
But
a
what
good song.
what the British don't like is anyone that's successful. And if you're successful, they'll bring you down. He's successful and people love him, so of course they're going to bring him down because
I
we're all
don't
just a
understand.
bunch. We're just a bunch of wankers.
He writes a
that's the
cracking
bottom line.
tune
Exactly.
and sings it well. That's me.
I'm with
but-
you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm with you. Right, good night, everyone.
Well,
I'll
cheers,
see you all
Andy.
soon.
See you later, mate.
Night,
Yes,
Andrew.
Andy. But anyway, sorry, I was literally, I've got to make a habit of this. I was literally just popping in to say hello.
You're like chucking a hand grenade in, aren't you?
Yeah, that's it.
And then just fucking off.
Do you know what? Have you ever read any of my Facebook posts? Because that's all they are. My entire life on Facebook is literally doing nothing other than throwing in a grenade and then shutting the door and running. That's it. That's all I ever do.
Clickbait.
Get people talking. That's all
Yeah.
it is. Get people talking. So,
Yeah, I've done that a few times myself. It's a great pastime.
it's not even it's not done in a kind of vindictive or a.
Well, no, it's not so much that. It's just it's a
just-
lot of fun to watch people lose their shit.
It's just there are certain things in life that seem very black and white to me, and sometimes people just are fucking idiots and they just need to be called out for it. That's all. And I'm
And
just the person.
you have been chosen.
I'm just the person who just calls them out on it. That's all it is. So.
You consider it a public service thing.
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to think I do my bit.
I think you do.
Or part of the dickhead watch.
I just think there's a lot of people that get away with a lot of shit, and
It's like me.
well, no, don't be. There's just
I do.
There's a lot of people who get away with a lot of shit, and it's life isn't fair. We all know that, but sometimes there are certain people who deserve to be brought down a peg or two, and a lot of the time we can't do it from where we are, but we can at least make our opinions known. So, anyway, I'm gonna love and leave, and I will definitely jump in later.
Okay. Hope the glue wears off. It's always like.
I do. But I do it all the time when I'm
Yeah.
talking. All the time when I'm talking, I just do this. I think it's actually just a longing to actually have
Feels
hair
like
again.
a lady's breast.
That's me.
It keeps me amused.
It's actually just me spending my entire life going, oh, I remember the days
Oh, come on.
when
Come
it used to be
on.
there. Yeah.
Yeah, grow, you bastard, grow.
Yeah, I know. I'm with you, Rich. We're past that.
Yeah. Well.
It's all gone. I know. But
Got to grow it where you got it.
oh God, no.
That's a lot more information we
Oh
needed.
my God. No. Have you ever watched Naked Attraction? Because if you have, then you really know that you don't want to grow it.
Yeah, I come down into the front room one day and Fiona was watching it and I went, okay.
Shall we just explain? Do you have Naked Attraction over there, Rich?
I don't think so. I certainly don't know what we're talking
it's a show where, and I kid you not, it's one of those shows that when I describe what the format is, how this ever got commissioned is unbelievable. So basically, it's we'll take it for it's a man or a woman or whatever.
Hopefully.
Imagine a dating show.
Imagine a dating show, but basically, so there's 6 booths of different colours, and they have a slidey bit that goes up. So the man stands, or the woman stands in the middle, and then the bottom half of the naked person behind it is shown. So you then have 6 pods with, let's just say it's a woman choosing a bloke, and you've got a woman stood there, fully clothed, choosing
with a presenter.
Bloke with a presenter based on their cocks and legs, basically. And
I've never seen this, and I'm grateful I haven't.
Usually full-on cocks, full-on leg, and then it goes up to the middle half for the next round, and they chuck one out at each round, then the middle, then eventually you get the face, then eventually you hear them talking.
Yeah, but so when they pick the one that they're chucking out, they come up to said woman
to give them
and say,
them a hug.
"Oh wait, no." Yeah,
this is what you could have won.
Not since COVID, but yeah.
Yeah. All you need is, if you had a row of toilets there as well, you'd be arrested.
Yeah.
What sort of narcissists do they get? I mean, how absurd.
It's the same group of people. No, it's the same group of people who apply to be on Jeremy Kyle.
Oh, good God!
Or
shooting.
Well, that didn't
Jerry
do well.
Springer when he was doing it, you know. Or X Factor.
Well, just to finish it off last night when I was channel hopping it was on. The chooser.
Yeah, we've all said that before.
Was a 75-year-old man.
Oh.
Really?
There's
seriously, and
please do not adjust your TV.
Bisexual.
Okay.
He was bisexual, so he had a choice of
the room,
his and hers, to choose from.
Wow.
But yeah.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Yeah, I think there's
saggy.
There's more restraint on US television than we have here.
Not much.
Yeah, but a lot more.
Can I just point
than
out?
here.
Can I point out? I'll be honest with you. I didn't. I mean, I always thought it was quite titillating and quite entertaining in a kind of very basic kind of way, and I had no problems with it. If they want to do that shit, that's good for them.
Oh yeah,
I have no problem with it. The problem I had was when they started. I don't know if you've noticed, but on the latter series, they made them to get to do some stupid dance or some stupid activity or some stupid.
Oh my God!
And then when you get these people who turn around and go, "Hey, yeah, so I'm really into blowing up balloons." Oh, are you? Well, I think all the contestants should now blow up a balloon. There's nothing better to watch naked old people blowing up balloons randomly. You know, I mean,
it's the most innocuous thing you can do naked anyway.
It's just such an embarrassing. You know,
nobody gets their
cringe.
to blow up a
It sounds
balloon,
like cringe.
Yeah. Anyway, talk of embarrassing twats. Hey!
Lovely to see you too.
You came on for your punishment then, Robert.
You walked straight into that one. Sorry.
Oh dear. Yes, the expression that you'll never find in Ty's vocabulary is, you know, things like punch and pulled, or tacked.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or any of the above.
No, genuinely, now that I've planted the seed in poor Richard's head about
he's googling it as we speak.
Naked attraction. Honestly,
he goes, when's the next time I'm in the UK?
I was going to say, honestly, Rick, next time you're over, give me a shout, and we'll watch it. We'll watch an episode together.
Must we?
What, you're not going to the piano together?
Yeah. and your hands must be visible at all times, okay?
Oh, brilliant.
And no fish fingers.
Oh, God, stop. Kent.
Yes,
I love the way you talk to me about tact and...
Yeah, but I've got an excuse. I'm me.
Yeah. Well, anyway...
Matt, please turn your lights red.
I'm going to love and leave, and I will definitely jump in later.
All right, darling.
So we've got your stand-in next to you there.
Yay! That's it.
Oh, hang on, no, we want the green, didn't we? That was what you were last week.
No, that's more cyan.
Well, it's bright green here. It's just shit camera.
Oh, okay.
I think drop down. Hey, there you are. You're back.
Yeah, that's cool.
Excellent.
All right.
I
Charlie.
will. I'll see you all later. I'm going to go and do a bit of work, and be
Of course
good.
you are.
I really fucking am. I've got. Do you know what? The next bit I've got to do, I'm really not looking forward to do because I've got to do some South African music, and I mean South African music's great, but I've actually got to think to do this bit, so I don't really.
Oh.
Not in the mood for doing South African stuff today, but
How much shakers in that?
lots of shakers, lots of shakers.
Yeah.
Yeah, lots
And
of
no DX7 bell.
no fucking DX fucking 7 fucking bell.
Can you send me the stems for that piece? I want to prove to my kids that there is a DX7, especially my son who's fascinated by it.
Can I point out that they've sent me the film?
Oh,
And
good.
yeah, the mix is okay. It's okay. It's not the best mix, you know. I mean, to the end of the day,
So you can't hear the bell.
I was warned that the moment Attenborough's in it, that he's quite fussy about the way it's mixed because of his voice, basically.
Oh, right,
and
yeah.
so I can totally understand and appreciate. But so it's all right. The mix is okay. But yeah, I have to say you can't hear the bell. But you've got to remember the bit. It's the bit when
It's mixed right then.
the pterodactyl
Yeah.
dies and he basically crashes into the tree. It's that moment
As he crashes into the tree.
as he crashes to the ground. He kind of crashes.
Okay.
He hits the tree, hits the ground. At
Yeah.
that moment, that's when the bell is
Key
there.
change.
Death knell
At
bell.
the key change. There is a key change. Yeah.
I'm recording it and I shall analyse it forensically.
So like dun dun dun.
I'll be sticking it through RX9
You'll be doing phase
and
cancellation on it.
Ripping it out.
yeah.
I will find that
There it
fucking
is.
bell.
He's going to
Or I will just
on a DX7 bell.
I will just set up my DX7 in the living room when I'm watching it and just wait for that moment and just go bong.
Ding.
There it is. There it is.
Oh, do you know what? It's one of those moments. If only you were joking.
Yeah. Oh wow.
Okay, look, let me go and fucking do some work. You fucking fucker.
Yeah,
Go
what
on,
you
fuck
want?
off.
What you want? What you want? 52, 53 minute?
Nowhere near. No,
Oh come on! You were on 49 3 days ago.
no, it was 41.
Was it 41?
Yeah, I'm still not. I'm still in early 40s.
So what are you 45?
La 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 la
La, 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 la.
la 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 la.
Tick tock, tick tock.
Yeah, let's listen to Rich for a bit instead. That's a lot more interesting. Robert, don't even think about it.
I'm not at home. I'm still at work,
Don't.
so I don't have anything to do. I have a
You
good
don't
piano
what?
over
You
here.
don't have any instruments.
Not at
Play it.
work. Actually, I've got my boss to call me.
Oh no! Put it away! Put it away! Away from the
What is
accordion!
that?
It's
Mate,
analog.
Mate, you mounted your organ wrong.
Fuck me.
Oh,
Never before have I screamed step away from the accordion with more gusto.
that's what happens to Tom when he hits a wall, isn't it?
Okay, I'm gonna go and let's do mine.
You had to say it, didn't you?
What's the Tom Waits quote?
Ty's face.
A gentleman is someone who can play the accordion but doesn't.
Yes.
Hey,
I'm going back to this.
let me accompany you.
Can I just say,
Yeah.
I genuinely say, I'm really sorry, Rich. I'm just sorry that I drew attention to the fact that you were making wonderful things and then this.
Why are you
Anyway,
sorry?
I'm going back to this. That's what I'm going back to. Oh, but thanks for trying to play along, Robert. Anyway, I will see you all anon.
Brave attempt.
See
Yeah.
you later.
See you, Ty.
See you guys.
See you later, darling.
Bye-bye.
Oh dear.
Hey.
Well, I just
was kind of
put this away now.
hoping.
Yeah, you
Now he's
scared him
buggered
off.
Yeah.
I was kind of hoping that my my nephew was going to join us. I haven't spoken to him in forever, and I was hoping he might come in, but mind you, Spearsy said he threatened to come on tonight as well. He said if he can get 10 minutes.
That would be nice.
Yeah.
How's he
'cause,
feeling?
A little better.
Okay.
Yeah, he's
That doesn't-
okay. He's all right. He's all right. But he never actually tested positive in the end.
Oh, really?
So he was just feeling shite.
I see. Okay.
But for more natural reasons than the dreaded lurgy. So, but
Okay.
Here you go, pub
Whatever
quiz
that is,
time.
okay.
I hope he's all right.
Yeah, no, he's cool. He's cool. He's probably a bit exhausted though from
Right, pub quiz
the
time.
work.
Don't use Google. What happened on this night 110 years ago? On this night.
110 years ago.
Do not use Google. What happened this night 110 years ago?
Titanic.
12.
Titanic.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
That was too easy, wasn't it?
Well, I remember it well.
Well, considering how that went down, I should probably leave and go home.
How that went down. Oh, I like it.
Oh,
I like
very
it.
clever. Very clever.
Anyway, I'll see you.
All right, buddy. Look yourself. Take care.
Bye-bye.
I'll see you in
All right,
less than an
Robert.
hour, hopefully.
Cheers.
Bye, mate. Ta-da. Oh man.
Oh, well. I thought that might be a hard one to get, but obviously not.
No.
I remember it like it was yesterday.
Or at least like it was 120 years
10.
ago. Or 110, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know very much about 1912. So
Well, I think other things must have happened.
no doubt. But if you ask me what happened on a day in April in 1912, I'm pretty sure it's the Titanic.
Yep. Somebody probably crossed the Brooklyn Bridge.
Brooklyn Bridge went up in 1880s.
But there you go. Otherwise, they would have got very wet, wouldn't they? What else? Hang on a second. I think it's interesting, actually. 12. Wasn't the Olympics in Paris? 1912.
But listen, gents, I actually have to go.
No.
It's well, that dinner
God
isn't cooking
damn
itself. There's yet more cooking to do.
Yeah.
But I'm
Yes.
glad we got to spend this wonderful time together.
Yeah.
Paris Olympics was 1924
Oh, there you go then. I was only out by a little bit.
by 12 years.
Yeah, see, 12.
I don't know. Olympics.
All right, buddy.
night.
You look after
Cheers.
yourself, as
See you guys
always. Okay.
Cheers, Rich.
Thanks.
Take care, my friend.
See you later.
See ya.
So, yes.
1912 Summer Olympics was held in Sweden, in
Sweden?
Stockholm.
Oh, Sweden.
Birdie, birdie.
Yeah.
Hurdy-gurdy. Yeah, indeed.
It's a lovely place, Stockholm.
Oh, let's try and think of some interesting facts. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. No, don't tell anybody about it. Just think of them.
Oh, okay.
Oh, no, maybe not.
Who invented the Moog ladder filter?
Tricky. A person.
Yes.
There you go. That's about as much as I'm going to commit.
Are you warm? Is it warm where you are?
It's
Obviously, well, actually, we're
relatively warm,
Yeah.
lad. Relatively warm.
We've got a bloody great sea mist rolled in tonight. You can't see
It's
it.
not
Hey, oh,
good
it's
abroad.
Chris.
Hello.
Grace.
Hello.
And
How's it
Northern
going?
abroad. Oh, where are you?
I'm in a very small hotel room in Twickenham.
I was waiting for Amsterdam, Geneva, Rome, Twickenham.
Oh, I
chance
mean,
abroad,
when you
London's far
say
enough.
abroad, you mean south of river.
I'm very near, actually. I'm very near Eel Pie Island.
Oh,
So that must have some significance.
well,
some
of
you.
course.
Yeah.
That's just reminded me of something.
Just
yeah,
up the
sorry.
road, literally just up the road. No, I'm here doing equipment prep for the Young Voices tour, which is coming up very soon. And I spent all day today programming a monitor desk to deal with about 80 inputs and 38 mixes.
Wow.
Yeah. So, yeah, brain pickled.
Yeah, I bet.
I've touched one of those desks for 2.5 years. So, yeah.
God.
Yeah. But it's been a very lovely day. I've seen lots of very good old friends and had a lot of gossiping and catching up. And the live sound industry is gearing up for the summer to end all summers of insanity. You can't get enough gear. You can't get enough trucking. You can't get enough crew. And it's absolutely bonkers. And you know, when we in these groups talk about the chip shortage, when the B word comes up and stuff, well, it's hit this sector big time. The high-end equipment manufacturers cannot make the gear that people are desperate to buy. So we're trying to buy a mixing desk right now. Forget it. It's really interesting. It's going to be a very interesting summer, and it's going to be people who are going to have amazing times. People are going to get let down. We'll see what happens.
I imagine the hire company is going to be doing pretty brisk trade.
The trade is very, very brisk. The difficulty with the hire companies are having is how to say no to people who are trusted and long-standing relationship clients because they've left it too late. And it's really difficult. And they're obviously charging top dollar, and people who have skills are able to charge top dollar as freelancers. But it doesn't really matter how
you need
much
to
you
make
charge
up
if
the
gear
income
doesn't
from the last 2
exist.
years.
Yeah, if you can't do the gig because the gear's not there, then it doesn't matter what you want to charge. If the gear's not there, and I've been hearing some interesting tales today about certain things going round and round the houses and keep coming back, and it's like, no, we still can't do it. 9 months later, still being asked to do something. No, we still can't do it. And you know, it's peculiar. It's not necessarily lack of foresight. It's assumptions getting made. So yeah, it's really interesting. And everybody wants to do something this summer. Everybody in live music wants to be out there doing shows this summer. So,
trying to make up for the shortfall of the last 24 months. Mind you, I mean, I had Chappie phone me today asking me if I could repair his Oberheim Prommer, and I said, but we can't take it in until November. We're booked up until November now, and he wouldn't believe me. No, seriously, we are very, very booked up until November. Just cannot take any more on. Oh man! But the thing is how the hell am I going to repair it anyway when he does bring it?
Kent, are you in a position where you can't do some repairs because you can't get the parts?
Yeah, I have to rely on the magical cave. Out there. If it's not in there, I'm not getting it anytime soon. And even if if it's coming from Europe, it's expensive to get in. It's expensive to start with, and it tends to take a while. If it's coming from the States, the same, but just longer to wait. And you know, it's people. I get people saying, "Oh, I've got a Jupiter 8, I need it all serviced and sorted out, and I need it because I'm going to be doing a tour or whatever coming up, and all the rest of it. Need it now, need it now, need it now." And I'm going, look, I can't guarantee it anymore. I just don't know.
It's a very parallel story to what I'm hearing.
Because even RS's next day delivery is like 2 to 3 days now. Even though it still says next day delivery, but we know they're lying, you know, and it's just madness, absolute madness.
Madness.
So a tiny example is my system that I've got some side fills, and they're L-Acoustics Cara speakers, which are very nice, and they need an L-Acoustics LA12 amp, and this company have probably the most L-Acoustics equipment in the UK, but they haven't got an amp for me, and there is an order from L-Acoustics in France, which is now, I think they said it's 3 weeks late,
Yeah.
Delivered with a whole pile of stuff. And my gear ships out tomorrow. So whether it turns up or not is an interesting question. But then somebody made a very flippant but very true comment, which is 3 weeks. That's nothing. Yeah, it's like it's going to go for months, not just weeks. And, so they'll be ripping.
But I've seen some price hiking going on like you wouldn't believe. I had to buy 2 6,300 UF caps for a Profit 5 power supply, and they were £159 plus VAT each.
You're joking?
Nope.
Wow.
Good God.
So I went, I'll do some shopping around, and I did. And the cheapest I could find them, except they would take so long to get here, was still 55 quid plus VAT each for a cap. I mean, what? Oi, oi, oi.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, you phone up the customer and say, oh, yeah, you know that recapping you want me to do in your power supply, it's going to cost you nearly 400 quid, mate. No, leave it.
Or how about I just replace it with a switch mode power supply?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a shame about the VCOs going all wobbly, but hey,
Yeah.
But that's the thing, though, isn't it? It's the, it's sort of like people are letting some of this stuff slip because just can't afford it or can't wait the amount of time it's going to take for the parts to turn up. And maybe it's just my business or the way I run it, but it always seems to be the buck stops here.
No, that's totally.
And I'm always trying to make up the shortfall of companies and parts and stuff like that with the customers. And some of them get it, and some of them just don't. But most of the ones who don't, obviously, are people who've like had one thing repaired once ever, and not really used to that. The sort of process behind the scenes involved with it.
And also the fact that a lot of the stuff you deal with is pretty rare to start with. It's not as though it's mass production.
Yeah, but I mean, there was a what was it about 2 months ago, maybe 3 months ago? I needed CR 2032 coin batteries.
They've gone up.
Yeah,
That's
but
really
at
expensive.
the time I was looking, no bugger had any.
Yeah.
No, wait for new stock. Yeah. And so, of course, like any other idiots, when they did become available, and I bought 50 sort of things, it's like, your front room's full of toilet paper kind of scenario, isn't it? It's sort of like, panic buy. And because, everybody says, oh, yeah, and can you change the battery, and it might have been changed 8 weeks ago. I don't care. I need the battery changed again, always. So if you don't have them, it always goes a bit awry. So, but I imagine it will get slightly worse before it gets better.
Yeah.
So
definitely.
Yeah, it's still got to get a bit worse.
I was thinking about you this morning, Kent, because I walked into this PA company, into the prep area of the warehouse. And the desk I've been given it's called an SSL Live Series 500, which is very nice, very expensive, high quality digital mixing desk. And it was not very well. And it's been sat in a warehouse in Germany for 2 years, not being used. And what needed to happen was there's a little camera battery that runs the CMOS, which remembers what time it is.
Yeah.
And poor Keith, who looks after all this, took the screen out. And it's basically inside an SSL equivalent of a CS80.
Yeah.
It's like a mountain of stuff in there. And he was like, well, some models you can get to the battery really easily. Some you just have to take this card out. Other models you have to turn it upside down and take the bottom plate off. And as he was saying this, the tone in his voice was dropping and dropping. And I think he began to realise it was Model 3. And so it took him about 2 hours to give me a functioning desk, just because they had to change the battery. Because it wouldn't boot. It wouldn't boot properly. It would boot but not operate. And it needed the clock battery. Because it's an early production model rather than refined later ones. But it's been sat in a warehouse in Germany, not being used for 2 years. And there's loads of this going on right now.
Yeah. But because it's in some cases it must be getting quite frustrating because there's people screaming out to try and get hold of a mixer to do a gig, and then there's loads of mixers sitting around in warehouses waiting for parts to get them up, and even small, simple little parts, but you can't get hold of a small, simple little part just to get the whole bloody thing up and kicking.
Yeah.
It's a ridiculous situation, really.
I should hire out my O2R that's sitting here and not doing anything at the moment. Make a few quid on the side.
Well, that'd do a nice little gig, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Well,
and it's got a new battery in it. I changed it myself. That was an interesting fit.
So it knows what time it is then?
It knows what time it is.
There you go then.
Yeah.
Well, as you say, things are probably going to get worse before they get better. If you look at the situation in China at the moment, with the lockdowns and the situation with the public being controlled, shall we say, I can't see production ramping up from there any day soon.
Well, it was like listening to that government minister the other day going on about, due to trying to not be dependent on gas and oil and blah, 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 we need to become more of a manufacturing country and everything. I thought, yeah, it's quite interesting from a government that destroyed all the manufacturing industry in the country. Oh, okay. But that's it, because we're a country, we're a service industry country, aren't we, really?
We are now.
We sell insurance and telephone sanitation. That's about it. Oh, and weapons. We're
very good at that.
We manufacture a lot of weapons, and then but they've got to they're going to have to do something, because starting a company in this country at the moment is like, really, I don't think I'll bother somehow. It's because the outlay is just enormously stupid.
Yeah. Well, I what I'm hoping for is they start investing in more sort of enterprise zones where companies can, they can help seed companies rather than screwing them on rent and rates and such like. And I think we need to go back to that sort of model and definitely invest in our own manufacturing. And as I said, I've been lobbying my twat of an MP to try and get investment in silicon foundries in the UK. I think we're perfectly placed for it, and I think that there are certainly the skills available in the UK. And it was the home of the ARM processor. Don't forget,
Well, yeah. But it's like when it comes to even something as straightforward as synthesizer manufacturing. I mean, it's nearly all of the UK-based ones. I mean, proper UK-based is a guy in a shed practically.
Yes.
There's nothing anymore. Roland and Yamaha and that have effectively they pulled out of the UK years ago. They don't even have a warehouse here anymore, for Christ's sake. You want a part, it's going to come from Germany anyway. Nothing on the premises. Sorry, move on. So, and they're going to have to do some form of investment to draw people into even wanting to try and get involved with all that sort of stuff again.
Yeah.
Because there used to be companies that made amplifiers and speakers and all sorts of stuff here. But is there any UK ones left?
I think Celestion is still going up the road. Well, they were the last time I checked. Although I bought a pair of DS8s for my hi-fi and needed a. It was like, what was it? It was like a nut I needed or something silly, and because they're literally like 10 miles up the road, and I emailed them, and it took about 6 months for them to respond. And to be fair, they sent it to me free of charge. But yeah, I think they're still going. But yeah, I mean, it is niche. It's all very small.
Yeah.
A few blokes in a shed or a small little industrial unit.
We see Kenton's the same now. Even the lovely woman that used to work on the desk, I think she's left now. And I think they've got 2 guys that come in a few days a week to build kits and then get them out. So even though they're literally, if I walked there, it'd take me about 8 minutes, but it still takes 2.5 weeks to get a bloody mini kit from ordering it to getting it out the door. You know, and that's it. I mean, but you know, even retro kits now, it's becoming a bit, because of the prices of the machines, you're starting to get people who are reluctant to have MIDI fitted into their keyboards.
Yeah.
Because it's the dreaded drill a hole in it. And I must admit, some people are very, very careless about where they drill the holes. There's no two ways about it. Like the dickhead who put the 3 MIDI sockets on the Jupiter 8 on the top, on the bloody front panel, through the logo Roland.
Oh, God, Steve.
Yeah. So, like, really? At what point did you ever think that was going to be a good idea? Jesus. And they wanted, of course, they want me to put it straight. And I go, well, yeah, we can weld a plate over it and repair it all, and then you can get it all, you know, silk screened and powder coated and all the rest of it. Gave them a rough idea of how much it was going to cost and how long it was going to take, because it's got to go all the way to bloody, is it Poland?
Poland, yeah.
To old Kuda. And it's like, no, I'll put up with it, mate. Yeah, sounds about right. Because to be honest, it's only going to be a problem if he wants to sell it. But then, even then, it's a Jupiter 8.
Yeah, most people aren't going to be too fussy.
If you put it up for 18, it'd probably still go.
Yeah.
You know. So, but you've got to wait for this silliness with vintage to calm down.
It's not going to. It's not going to.
I think it might. There's a few things that are cheaper than they should be. I can remember, for instance, Profit 5 Riv 2s peaking at about 14,000, but now they're only worth about 7, mate.
Yeah, but that's because you have spent quite a lot of time slagging them off.
There is that, but I'm not that influential, trust me. No, a lot of that has had to do with the reissues as well, you know. Maybe not so much on the Rev 2s because of the sound, blah, 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 but even then they've come down a bit. Whereas, I mean, the things that are happening with DX1s and CS80s and stuff like this, like, what? What are you doing? You're mad. Because I'm going, you know, the CS80 going up for grabs for 80k doesn't mean it's going to sell. So, but God help everybody if it does. Because then that's the price.
Well, the thing is, I'm amazed. There was that DX1. I'm just checking it. Yeah, it's still available on Reverb. It started off at 125,000.
Yeah.
It's now got 33% off, which seems like a massive discount, but it still makes it £80,000.
Yeah.
Plus the shipping.
And it's still 40 grand too much, isn't it?
And
minimum.
And it's not even a mint one. There's nowhere near as good as one that's downstairs. And one sold for 12,000 at Vemia.
Yeah.
Like on Saturday. So,
which is kind of
12 perfectly reasonable price for one.
Yeah, that's considering the rarity and all the rest of it. Yeah,
and the quality and everything.
Yeah,
it's but fuck me. I mean,
yeah, I know.
Although saying that, there is a GS2 on Reverb that has been slowly coming down and is now down to 2,200, and that's not a bad price for a GS2.
No, fair enough.
But then I keep seeing DX7s for over £1,000. Rick Wakeman's DX5 is still up for grabs at nearly 4,000.
To be honest with you, I wouldn't use anything that Rick Wakeman's had.
No, and none of Rick's gear that is in that sale that's being brokered on behalf, for him by someone else. It's
nearly
awful.
all of his gear was in that cage on the Isle of Wight, and everything's rusted away. It's basically it's in awful. I mean, I had one of his minis here, and it was like, you want me to repair it or break it up for firewood?
Or kill it.
Yeah,
put it out of its misery.
Which do you want me to do? Because I've never seen this much salt on anything. Without, I mean, this minimum could give you a heart condition. Do you know what I mean? The aluminium was white with corrosion, and it's like, this isn't worth a lot of money, mate. Honest. So, Go, yeah, but it's Rick Wakeman's. You put a cape on that, you'll get 20 grand for it. Do you know what I mean? You think, yeah, okay, whatever. But it's like old Straits DX1. No, Cold Dead Hands, mate. He's not selling that. He'll never sell that.
No.
Probably get buried in it.
Yes. Was that the one that we played with?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the one where you go, test that card, test that card, test that card. Yeah. But it was very informative.
It was very useful.
Yes, there's a lot to be said to having a couple of them knocking around. What was weird, there was another one in the corner, wasn't there?
Yeah.
We could have tested on that one as well.
Yes. No, that was a very interesting machine to play with.
Mind you, I've always said to people, somebody asked me if I could sort out their Blue Marvin for them. And I said, yeah, that's no problem. I said, don't be fooled by the colour and the name. It's essentially a 2600, okay? I go, yeah, but they are really, really rare. I went, you've never been here then, have you?
Yeah, look behind the sofa.
Yeah,
there's 3.
I've literally had a guy say to me, he goes, yeah, CS80s are rare, aren't they? And I went, there's 16. And he's going, oh my God. They're all 80s as well. Yeah. Hello, welcome to 80 Central. How come you got so many? Because I'm an idiot. Yeah, if you're gonna pick something to specialise in,
don't make it a CS80.
Yeah, don't make it the most heaviest, most complicated piece of crap you could possibly think of. Go for something a little better, something a little bit more profitable. That's the way to go. Guitars, for instance. Mind you, I say that that's a whole world. Frets and types of pickups and wood and stuff. Oh, right. But so I'm in two minds because I was been getting people making suggestions about what I should be manufacturing. Because somebody did suggest, you go, oh, you got a CNC machine, you could make guitars. Yeah, but I don't know anything about guitars. I'll have a piece of wood that's the shape of a guitar.
Yeah, well, Brian May and his dad didn't know really much about making a guitar, but they built Red One.
Yeah, but you know what I mean? It's sort of a project like that's fine, but to start manufacturing stuff to flog, do you know what I mean? So, yeah, been a lot of weird suggestions.
I still think cheap to manufacture MIDI controllers, lots of knobs.
It's
easily mappable.
It's a rich market. There's a lot to choose from, really, though. You know?
MIDI controllers for specific software synths.
There is that. Although I must admit, the last time I did that, I still have the bite marks in my arse.
But manageable, not massive.
Yeah,
unwieldy.
Sort of like make a controller, but shall we have the flying spirit on the front of it?
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, and a grill. Yeah, and gas-operated doors.
Make a Fairlight controller
because
it's a simple white or slightly off-white case and a 37-note keyboard and maybe a pitch bend and mod wheel, and really that's all you need, because people I swear people will buy it if they could use it with the Arturia plugin, and you don't need to do any real kind of like native stuff going on. Just the fact that you've got this kind of white, that it still has the look of that thing still has a cachet.
Really? Because literally any keyboard in the studio you could plug in and use.
I know, but it's the look. People like things that look like other things.
Yeah, that's true enough. Yeah.
You think about
knock up a case and MDF and slap some white paint on it, and
that's all Fairlight did.
Yeah.
Well, it's chipboard, isn't it?
It's MDF.
MDF.
It's all MDF.
Yeah.
The only ones that was solid was that one, which is the Series 1, and then it's cheap wood painted, and you can see the brushstrokes. I mean, it's for something that cost what it cost.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they got away with it. But I suppose back in
there was nothing
79
else.
There was nothing else. Yeah, there was nothing else to compare it,
it could come smeared with dog shit. They're still going to buy it because there's nothing to choose from.
Yeah,
Could I?
exactly.
So
There wasn't like there was any other samplers on the market for a little
no,
while.
and definitely not smeared with dog shit.
Absolutely.
Of the highest quality.
Yeah.
Mind you, back in the day, dog shits used to go white and powdery.
Yeah, we've had this conversation.
Yeah, but so do Fairlights.
Yeah, but I've encountered powders within the keyboards, but I don't think it was dog shit.
Probably
I think
not.
It was Colombian.
Was it really? Because he was talking to you like this.
Yeah,
you know?
like this,
Yeah. Hello, I'm the
Hello,
white dust
senor.
inside the Fairlight, you know.
Say hello to my little friend.
Yeah, quite.
Yeah. Say hello to my little DCA. Yeah, but well, I mean that's something to consider because MDF is relatively cheap-ish. It's been I got all the tools to cut it all up and make it all look right. I can make the panels, get in the keyboards. I could probably talk to somebody
so it
high
has
up
to be
in
like
Novation.
half-inch thick. And then
Yeah.
you just do the edges, bevel
Yeah.
the edges, and then stick
Piece
a couple
of the piece, as they say.
Exactly. But I reckon, I mean, you look at how, dare I say the word, but you look at how, the flies swarm around the Behringer stuff.
Yeah.
Because it kind of
Yeah.
looks a bit like it and evokes, like the MS-101 looks a bit like the SH-101.
Because it'd be literally like that, like the Mellotron Mark II. If you made one for that, you literally take a few keys out of the centre and put a black wooden block in it, and boom, you're done.
Yeah. People would actually like to have something that looks like the thing that they're using in software, and you just market it as a software controller for, and all you'd have to do, I mean, you could even take like whatever CME are going to come up with their allegedly, €75 32 key controller or whatever. You could take the innards of that and then just build around that. When I have to be careful what I say here. I had a 3D render of a product that was a miniature version of something very old, and I showed it to some people, and they said, "Oh, I would love that." And then all you've got to do is, just build something that looks like it, and people will lap it up, especially if it's at a price that is not premium. So, like 75, just a cheap controller, but it looks like the instrument they want to pair it up with.
Yeah.
And
that's you see that now, that is the hardest part. Because we live in the UK. And the kind of numbers you're talking about to get the price to be competitive.
You can't do it.
No, because if the bigger B can't get the bits, I won't.
Well, I mean, you couldn't build something like the Keystep in the UK.
No.
Well, you couldn't build it in Europe, actually.
No.
And I mean, if you think it retails at what, £100 for the original Keystep, or 120 quid. So if you deduct the retailer's markup, the transport costs, profit, they're probably making those things for about 25-30 quid.
Yeah.
And there is no way in hell you could do that.
£2 of that is the wages.
Yeah. But I mean, if you look at getting moulds made up for injection moulding, even I mean, they used to be really eye-wateringly expensive. Now they're just really expensive. And I looked at getting some moulds made, and it was 35 grand.
Yeah.
Just for a two-piece mould.
Yeah. I mean, there are ways around this now. I mean, like for instance, when we get this resin extrusion printer and the Voltaire and all the rest of it, because we've been hemorrhaging money so much, we're almost frightened to buy them now. And that's great. Yeah, it can all be manufactured here, but that's not a.
It's not a
production. That's not a high volume type of machine you want to be doing it on.
No.
So So unless it's going to get all bespoke and, oh yes, you book in and we will make it for you and let you know when it's ready.
Yeah.
There's that route, I suppose. I mean, a bit like, you know, like with the Colossus. I mean, even Tom said to me that he wasn't quite, he said, oh, probably if I'm really lucky, I might sell 20. You know, do a batch of 20. So, you know, next thing you know, he's doing a second batch.
Yeah.
You know, and people are buying these buggers up. And then he's got that extension thing for it as well. So it's not the Colossus, it's now the Humongous. And, you know, and people are queuing up going, yeah, I'll have one of them, mate. It looks mighty impressive. Even some people are just going, I'd never use it, but my God, it gives me a hard on. And you think, okay, hand over the money, I'll get on with it.
But even then, setting up the manufacturing for that synth, for the Colossus,
yeah,
it's still quite a daunting task.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he'll have a lot of infrastructure in place anyway. And from the previous stuff, like the Mega City, the Polyfusion, the Leipzig, and the Nyborg, and all the rest of it. So there's that to help things along, as opposed to, you know, when he used to bring all the parts and boards down to me and go, see, can you do me, 50 units by the end of the month, kind of thing. And then I give it to Fiona and go, can you give me 50 units by the end of the month, please? And off she'd go and dutifully put them all together. But that isn't a practical way.
No. Well, I mean, look at the Rhodes guides. You know, they've got a full manufacturing facility there, and it must have taken some time for them just to get all the designs and the pieces made. And
yes, but again, because it's been made here, it's unavoidably added 2.5, 3K onto the price of actually manufacturing that, as opposed to if they did it in the States or practically any fucking place on the planet other than here. You know, if they set it up in Dublin, for instance, they could probably make it for about £2,000, £3,000 cheaper because they don't have to pay all that bloody tax. Because if you start up a company in Ireland, you don't pay tax for the first 5 years. Which is why companies move out there, employ everybody in and then 5 years and then feck off. Yeah. Bye.
And they've got the lower corporation tax, which they're still battling the EU.
It sorts out their unemployment side of things, but they still ain't wise to the fact they go, hang on a minute, all these companies have never paid us a penny in tax. You know?
Yeah.
But there again, most of these companies wouldn't have done anyway, so they find some way of getting around it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's a shell company, but it's offshore, you know, so here's your £4.80 for the 30 million that we made last month. So, yeah. So, I mean, it's doable, and there certainly seems to be a market out there for people who want stuff, unusual stuff, and bits and bobs. But sometimes if it's hard to get a hold of, it makes it more desirable.
Yeah.
You know?
But you have to work out whether you want to go for quantity or really, high quality niche.
Yeah, you have to go either one or the other.
Yeah,
I know there's people who have tried to do both, and it's really not paid off at all, badly, in fact. But Behringer managed to do it.
Yeah, but
I get loads of phone calls from people, saying, "Oh yeah, I've got a Behringer this, and the knob came off in my hand, or it don't fire up anymore." And I go, "Yeah, but it's a bit modern, mate. Sorry, you're on your own. You'll have to send it back to the manufacturer. Ooh, good luck."
But the only reason they can turn out their stuff at the prices they do is because they own the whole process.
Yeah. Oh yes.
If they didn't own the full manufacturing and their full design and manufacturing,
this slave workforce. Yeah.
The synths would be 2 or 3 times the price that they are.
Yeah, but they'd still sell, just not as many.
Yeah.
Or not as quickly, one or the other.
But I mean, the synths they're working on that they're going to be selling for $49. I mean, I think they're stupid doing that. Actually, I think it's
actually a brilliant idea if bands who are using these. They can use these things on stage, and then at the
And
end
throw
of the
them
gig,
away, yeah.
throw them out into the audience as mementos. I think that'd be a pretty sweet idea. Because if somebody really, really loves the band they're listening to, they're not going to go, "Oh, it's a Behringer," and throw it back. They're just going to go, "Oh, cool, man! Yeah, this was
as played by."
yeah, as played by at at the Dome on whenever that concert, and this is the synth he used to do that track, and blah blah blah." So
I mean,
yeah, good idea.
I'll buy them all, but I just think that $49 or 50 quid, as it's going to be, is an incredibly low price when you look at what they have done, and again, just looking at the price of mouldings, they'll have put $100,000 into mouldings.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the other thing, of course, is, I mean, it's always been a bit of a, just a sort of like poke fun sort of thing, when it's a Behringer, Behringer and all that. But these $49 synths, I mean, the guy that's designed it is a fucking genius.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And yeah, all right. So it's got Behringer on it. So, it doesn't matter. That really doesn't matter anymore. It's so done. I mean, like Ty would say, about the ethical implications of it all. Yeah, but you know what? You can bitch about it until the sun goes down, and nothing's going to change. Mm-hmm. So you might as well stop up, winding yourself up, which I have decided to do. And I go, well, why am I winding myself up about this? Sort of like, poor Tom O'Brien. This is, yeah. Do you know what? Tom ain't doing it. Why are you? Tom's moving on. He's got other shit to fry. He's not interested. He's not bothered. So, there you go.
You know what I think you should do, Sasquatch? Is if you're going to buy one of each, like two of each, and leave one in an unopened box, sealed up like they do with toy cars.
Yeah.
It's going to fit in 50 years' time.
Yeah. Having a little glass display cabinet in the front room.
Yeah.
I wish I'd done that with the first iPhone that I bought for 169 quid.
Yeah, that would have been.
Well, here's an opportunity for it to happen to your grandchildren or whatever.
Yeah, I wish I'd done it with the VL tone.
Yeah.
And it's little.
Oh,
little
yeah.
I'm only being half facetious here. I think what you're saying about the cost of the manufacturing and then kicking them out at $49. They're taking a hit on that, and it means that somewhere in the future that has residual value. And if they become collectible because they suddenly stop making them because they can't really do it, then they become even more valuable, don't they?
Yeah. But I mean, it's become the what.
Someone's going to make a tube with one of these devices. I can't remember what stream it's on. Someone said it. Someone's going to make a tube which just brings it into the forefront of people's awareness, and suddenly that's a desirable sound.
Yeah.
And there you go.
Well, this is it. There'll be some sound on it that gets used and it works and everything like that, and then it's the sound everybody's using.
Well, it's
except
like
they're trying to get it on their Argon 8, They go,
Billie Eilish holding a Behringer synth.
Yeah.
In a photo shoot,
Yeah, but it's like old Hans has got that Behringer 2600 up on stage, and the world lost its shit over it.
Technically, Hans doesn't have it. It's his wind player
guy.
But the fact is, just simply by association.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the Behringer mixers, and
Yeah. Although, can you remember what I said that mixer was I bought?
Dehumanizer or something.
Yeah, I've never heard of them before, but it's a brilliant little mixer. Lovely solid metal. What's it called? Depshung. DEPUSHENG. I won't try and pronounce it. Somebody will burst into the room thinking I'm having a stroke. But it's a solid metal 12-channel mixer, built-in effects processor. And everything. I think it was about 150 quid or something like that. And it was like, wow, this thing's bollocks, So
it's well solid and well built. And
I mean, a UK company making a mixer that quality, that price, they're going to need help. They're definitely going to need help.
Yeah.
Or they'll be bankrupt in a month. Because that is impossible to make that at that price.
Well, just add up the price of the parts. I mean, the case, the knobs, the pots, and that's before you get to anything else.
Yeah, yeah. But it's like what seems to be keep coming up is, when I'm talking about people, saying to people about, I'm sort of like reducing the repair work, and I want to get into R&D and do manufacturing and stuff like that. And they all say the same thing. They go, but how are you going to compete with companies like Behringer and stuff like that? And I say, I'm not going to.
Quality.
Yeah, I said I'm not competing with them.
Yeah.
What I'll be manufacturing, they won't want to go near.
Totally opposite ends of the scale.
Yeah, so it's not a problem. There were times when there were certain things I wanted to do where it would have been a problem, because Behringer could economically blow me out of the water. So, I mean, like doing the anaglyph, because the anaglyph would have to be so mentally special, so bizarrely off the chart. It's not something that Behringer would go near, or anybody else with any sense would go near. And I mean, it's still viable from that point of view, but all that work and you sell two.
Yeah.
Ty, hands. That'll be about it, I think. And the thing is, Ty's going to want 0001, and Hans is going to want 0001, and I'll do what I did with the controllers, where there was about 5 of them were all 0001. Like, Richard Hilton's is 0001 of the touch digital controller, but it says, RH.
You could call it the 0001.
Yeah.
Modal have already done that.
Actually, hasn't Adam done that as well? Hasn't he? He's got 002 and 003 of his synths.
Yeah.
So, and I'm wondering, I worry about how he's going to go into the manufacturing process with those puppies.
Yes.
What's next for him?
I would really, I must speak to him. I really think that he should go to one of the business enterprise centres and try and hook up with someone who's got manufacturing experience, because I think that he needs to have it reviewed to simplify manufacturing, but also to reduce costs. So I mean, even things like board-to-board interconnects, depending how you do them, can save a hell of a lot of money.
Yeah.
I mean, is he planning to keep it as through hole and not go surface mount at all?
I got the impression he was.
Because his designs are so modular. It's kind of like, why wouldn't
it would financially definitely make sense to make it SMT, definitely. Yeah. Whether that, I really don't want to go into the whole, does SMT sound different to through hole? It doesn't.
No. If anything,
a 3080 is a 3080 whether it's got 3080 is a 38 whether it's got legs or not.
Yeah.
And it's
often paths are shorter.
It's like,
there's
also the whole thing about the manufacturing is cheaper.
Yeah.
Because
it's all automated.
Holes cost money.
Yeah.
We found out with the controller, because there was like 100. Yeah. Like you wouldn't believe. Yeah.
Married twice, divorced twice.
Yeah, but he's talking from experience. There is when we did the front panel, and they said, okay, right, you want to make it out of steel. It was slightly cheaper than aluminium. I'm going, yeah, but we want it 2 mil. They go, really? You don't want it 2 mil, do you? I said, yeah, it's got to be very, very rigid. It's got to be able to go out on the road and take the knocks. Yeah, 1 went out on the road, which is the Walk the Worlds tour, because they were using the bloody Oddity 2 to replace the Odyssey in the tour.
So
at least to start with.
1 mil steel instead.
It could have been 1 mil, and it would have made any difference. And also, it would have been because we had to carry these feckers around. They weighed a ton. They really did. They were really heavy, unwieldy big bastards. You go, really? Did it have to be mahogany wood? Really? So, and I said, well, the panel. He said the panel itself, materials, and doing the folding. You know, I think it was whatever the price was. I go, yeah, but we've got to have the holes drilled. And ideally, each hole should have the keyway for the pot.
Yeah.
So when you're putting the nut on, it doesn't spin.
Yeah.
And I go, oh, okay. And they come back with the price. And go, oh, okay, what about if it's just a hole? And it dropped dramatically because they go, oh, that's a drill. Yeah, because they're going, oh, that's a drill. The other one's a laser cutter. I went, oh, okay. I go, I'm looking at Richard going, doesn't need a filter knob, does it? We don't need that, do we? Yeah, and putting holes in it costs so much money. It's like, fucking hell, we should have made it a touchscreen. It would have been so much cheaper. Just go, there you go.
But also things like if he did surface mounts, the PCBs could be physically smaller, which again saves money.
Yeah, exactly.
It's all pick and place, and you don't have to worry about wave soldering that you'd have to do with through hole.
Yeah. But see, like, I mean, for instance, if we were to do that controller again today from scratch, well, we wouldn't do it the way we did it because we didn't really know much about it at the time.
Was
and
that pick based or?
Yeah, I'm trying to bloody remember.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to duck out.
All right, darling. You lot have separate.
Cheers. Nice
See
seeing
you
you.
soon. Take it easy.
Take care, mate.
Don't worry, Ty will
Thanks
take
for buying
over
the
from you
t-shirt.
soon.
Yeah.
Give us a t-shirt. Give the t-shirt a quick flash again. Quick, come on, come on, stand up. No, you'll stand up.
Hang on.
There you
That's
go.
it.
Oh, there you go. Get the light on it. Get the light.
Yeah.
On it.
Look at that.
Awesome.
Look at the quality in it.
That's a big print you got there.
It's got to hold some weight. I've got to tell you.
I tell you what, we've definitely got to have words with Ben tomorrow.
Well, I posted a comment about these things, like people who've paid for them have got them now, and Ben's had ours for like I don't know how many weeks, and he's now pulling the but don't you know I'm ill card. Because by the way, Ben is laid up with COVID at the moment, so he might not be on the show tomorrow. But he's only had COVID the last few days, not the last few weeks.
Sack him.
Oh, how'd you know? Why yada.
Right.
Yeah. All right, mate.
Cheers, Matt. Thanks for buying the shirts.
Cheers.
Cheers.
All right, bud.
See ya.
But yeah, like I said, I wouldn't have done it the way we did it, and I wouldn't have used mahogany and oak. And I had to hand sand and polish, stain and polish every single end cap until you could see your face in it.
Oh God!
Every single, and it was only me doing it. It's like
Made a rod for your own back there, didn't you?
oh, and I had to write touch into the end cheek. They go, oh yeah, look really good if it had the word touch in it. I mean, yeah, so I had 200 pieces of mahogany. I had to CNC the word touch into it and then sand it, each one individually, and then get all the beveled edges on it and get it all nice and smooth. Then stain them, then wax them, and then polish them, and all the rest of it. Like, oh, why did I do this? Why? Because what it was the actual quality of the unit suggested make 20 and no more than that. Not 50 and then buy another 75 cases, which is then when we went tits up. So we had 7,500 quid worth of cases who were completely useless to anybody. It's like, fucking hell. They went in the skip. That really pissed me off, that did.
You couldn't have reused them for something else.
Probably, but we really needed to get rid of them really, really, really quick.
Right.
Were they stolen?
No, there was implications of where they were being stored, and they had to be gone very quickly. I've still got oh Christ, I think must have 500 sets of aluminium knobs as well. Yeah, we had to have aluminium knobs.
Why not?
Yeah, because the plastic ones, which were an eighth of the price and really light.
And everyone else
why would you
uses.
want to do that? Yeah. No, we've got to get aluminium ones. Jesus. So, yeah. So we wouldn't have done it that way. We wouldn't have done it that way. And I certainly wouldn't have financed it with a credit card at 29.5%. Because I ended up, at the end of that, after everything was sold and everything was paid off, I was about £37,000 in debt. Jeez. And it was on a credit card that was occurring 29. No, it wasn't. It was 34.4. So it took a lot longer to pay it off, because by the time you paid some off, it'd gone back on again.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, fuck. You know? So, yeah, won't do it that way again. Oh, no. But it was I learned a lot. I learned how not to do it, that's for sure. And so that's what, when, Adam said, he says, can you give us any pointers? I said, yeah, for Christ's sake, come and talk to me first. Jesus. Because there's
Don't
these
make the
pitfalls.
mistakes I did.
Yeah, there's pitfalls there. You think it's a really good idea at the time, and then 6 months later, you want to put a gun to your head because of this decision, and you really got to know what's coming.
Well, also, it's not just building the product. It's
No.
when you've sold it, you've got to support the customer.
Yeah. It's like none of us have thought about writing a manual.
That's overrated anyway.
Well, the thing is, right, I tried writing the manual. Now, I was writing the manual as somebody who knew everything there was to know about the controller. So there's these huge gaps in the information, because I'm taking it for granted that they'll know what I already know.
Yeah.
And I have to give this to somebody who doesn't even know what this fucking thing is.
It's a whole
So I gave it to my girlfriend at the time. I said, yeah, you write the manual for it. And it was very, very short. It was a piece of A4, basically, that went in the bottom of the box. Turn it on the back, that'll do you. Off you go. So, yeah, because we went, no, don't learn it, explore it. No manual. Sorted.
That's the Apple way, isn't it?
Yeah, you don't learn it, you explore. And therefore, we don't have to spend any money doing a manual for it.
Yeah, our product is so well designed and so intuitive that all you have to do is find the right forum on the internet.
You do realise that there is a
some
manual
people
for
there.
every Apple product ever. There is a manual.
There is there?
Yes. It's on iBooks. You just go into iBooks and search Apple phone, and the latest version of the manual is there.
If only there was a manual that told me that.
Yeah.
So I'd just like to point that out,
No. Point taken.
Killed the conversation.
Yes.
Manual writing is fine art, though, isn't it? It's very specialist.
Yeah, absolutely is. Yeah.
Very complicated information.
Yeah.
Well, this is what we were talking about earlier, weren't we, with Steve Howell's Akai manuals, that they were written not as a technical document for people who understood all the intricacies of digital sampling. They were written by someone who understood how people would want to use them as musical instruments, and this is how you get what you need out of this thing. And here's a little tongue-in-cheek comment, by the way, that makes you smile and makes you think, actually, this is worth reading, because what does he say next? And then at the end of the manual, once he's explained all of these things and told you, like I said, with the SCSI connections on the S5000, he said, you could do this, but why would you want to do this? You'd be silly if you wanted to do this, but you can do it, and here's how you do it, but please be bloody careful, and really you don't need to do it. And then at the end of the manual, he then took some time and convinced Akai to let him write the history of digital sampling and how it works, and how you could, how you really use this instrument from a creative perspective, not from a technical perspective. And they're absolute joys to read, and they're freely available online. It's one of the best reads you'll get, of any kind of manual.
Well, it's like sometimes I get customers saying to me about, why don't you write a book on how to repair synthesizers? I'm going, I'm not the person to talk to about writing anything. Yeah, but here's the thing. They go. Oh, echo.
Echo.
Oh, echo.
Richard Hilton's in the room.
Hello, Richard. Where are you? Where's he? Oh, where's that come from?
No idea.
What are you doing?
That's me.
That's very well rehearsed.
Respect. No, and they say, well, where did you learn to repair synthesizers? I went, in the kitchen.
Way.
Yeah. And I go, all right, well, where did you learn about electronics? In the kitchen. I didn't know a battery from a cap when I started. So just poke around and see what happens. Okay. Oh, I wouldn't touch that again. Yeah. Don't touch them. They're bad, apparently. Yeah.
That requires a fire extinguisher.
Completely self-taught, right? And I said, you can't. Can you put that into a book? Because there'd be so many weird things that you'd be telling people to do that any sensible engineer probably go, no, I wouldn't do it like that.
Well, there is a book. It's called The Art of Electronics.
Mm.
And I think it's in the 14th or 15th edition.
I thought you were going to say century.
And it teaches you everything you need to know. Yeah, it teaches you everything you need to know about electronics.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I read them and didn't understand it.
Well, once you read this thing, you don't fucking know anything. What?
Yeah. So, for instance, there's me, and I'm rebuilding the resonance filter in an ARP 2500, for instance. I still don't know how transistor actually works. I know they've got 3 legs, and I know they have to go in a certain way. Oh no, honestly, that is the depth of it. I kind of feel around a circuit board.
Yeah.
I'll use a scope, obviously, because by the time you get to digital boards, you got to go. Oh, there's no data on that leg.
Power supply. Oh, that's a bit tickly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's power there.
That's modulating my ring.
Is my hair standing up? Yeah.
Where's Andy Brooks?
Depending on how high you go.
Yeah, that
my hair's come up
feeling.
to. Yeah, they go. My hair's come up to here. That must be 15-volt line. That kind of thing. So, yeah, and just learnt by doing that, and in the end, you sort of get a feel for it. Electronics seems to behave roughly the same way all the time. These synths tend to come in with the same faults in many ways, apart from the ones that have been messed with. When some monkey's been in there and go, and then you got all sorts of problems. But yeah, I think the best way to learn how to repair synthesizers is to stick your head in one, literally, and have a good old root around it. But it stays digital. No.
Learn how a multimeter works.
Yeah.
Learn how an oscilloscope works.
Yeah.
And understand that electricity flows in a path.
And then have an analog and a digital chip checker.
Yes.
A FET checker, and a transistor checker. You're pretty much covered. But when it comes to building synthesizers, now it's a different kettle of fish.
Yeah.
Then I had to go back to the books. I was going, So, although let's face it, the chip-based ones, it's very easy. If you're going to,
when you get a VCO or a VCA on a chip, it makes life a lot easier.
Yeah.
Well, then you just look at the application notes of that chip, right? And it normally has a test circuit that is close enough to be usable with a bit of setting whatever your gain tracker you need.
Yeah. Yep. So, essentially, from an engineering point of view, say, for instance, Sequential's Pro 1 could have been designed by a monkey, because literally everything is done for you in those Curtis ICs. All you got to do is just add on little bits and pieces. It gets clever with the sequencer, and obviously using the DAC for that, and then it gets clever. But those ICs, from an electronics point of view, pop the chip in the socket and have the various support electronic resistors and capacitors hanging off it as required. And
they were a game changer. I mean, you look at how many synths use the same chips.
Yeah.
It's
but I mean, as far as Dave Smith's concerned, although he was a brilliant electronics engineer, the profit, especially the Rev 3, you bang the chips in, you put on the support electronics, it's pretty much done for you. You know, the clever bit is all the digital. You know, but even then, it's flaky digital at best. But the stuff that they build today, holy crap! It's software. You've got to be a software engineer, not an electronics engineer. So, you know, if somebody asked me to repair an MPCX, literally you go, well, if one of the knobs has come off, yeah, I'll put it straight for you, mate. Other than that...
Well, yeah,
you're on your own.
What's underneath the pads?
Yeah. Yeah. It's you know, it's all a bit crazy. I mean, it might be simplifying it a bit, but, you know, it's a completely different ballgame. Completely different. So... But, you know, I'm comfortable doing shitty old analog because it's, you know, it's easy to deal with.
Yeah, shitty and it's old.
It's shitty and it's old, and I'm shitty and old, and we go together perfectly in the studio.
But also anyone who's tried to resolder or replace a modern... surface mount chip with 128 legs, and you need a Zeiss microscope, or preferably an electron microscope, so you can see the bloody things to solder.
I mean, even replacing more normal surface mount chips, larger ones, when you're standing there with your reworking hot air gun, you're just like, has this place melted here where it should have? Oh no, this has actually not happened, so this is why there's no contact, and you're just standing there looking at it for hours.
But I mean, it's like, you know, working on an 80. I can play an 80 and I can go, oh, PRA board's got a problem. Cass isn't happy. That's out of whack. Or you've definitely got some CMOS gone on the TKC board. Fine. But that was simply...
Sorry. I was back in the hi-fi shop sketch then.
And it was like, it's definitely that sort of like, it's through luck more than judgment of just relentlessly going through these machines that were coming in with all these weird and wonderful faults. I mean, the 80s do generate faults that you might not ever see on another 80. But a lot of the other stuff, it's always the same kind of thing that's gone. On a Jupiter 8, a voice is gone. It's nearly always going to be the envelope chip, always. And the reason it's always going to be the envelope chip is because you can't get the fuckers. And you have to phone up the customer and go, well, it's the envelope chip, and I'll try and get you another one. In the meantime, your keyboard's going to be here for 6 months, taking up room in my front room, while I try to get one of these stupid bloody chips for it. So, but whereas the 80 can produce some incredible faults. But yeah, and that makes it interesting, I suppose, in many ways. But I always wanted to specialise in at least one machine, and the 80's always given me the biggest hard-on, so I thought I'd go with her. And it's always going to break, so... Yeah, but you see, I had this thing with the memory mugs, is that when I have a process in place that I use to restore a memory mug, and regardless of, because they say, oh, can you service it? And I said, no, look, what you want is this just blanket service done to it. I'm going to be repairing things that aren't broken even, but there's things that need to come out of this old girl and replaced with something far more reliable, so that you turn it on from cold, it's in tune. You don't even have to hit auto tune, and you can play it. And I go, oh, right, is it anything like the Lamb? I go, it's better, kind of, in many ways, from an electronics point of view. No, it doesn't have the software and the updated display, but you have a beautiful working analog synth. Like, oh, okay, cool. And the trouble is, I do them, and then I never see the buggers again, because it's like, no, it's still working. Well. Yeah, turn it on, it's in tune. Thanks, mate. It's like, so I do that. So it doesn't matter what the fault is. By the time I do this one process that I always do to them, well, everything's sorted.
You've missed a trick that all the alarm companies have, which is a built-in timer that will stop your burglar alarm from functioning until it gets reset by the engineer.
Yeah. So if only I was good at electronics, I could make one.
Well, just fit a real-time clock and just have a disable pin.
Yeah.
How hard could that be to do with a 555? Just needs a very large capacitor.
But I mean, this is it. 9 times out of 10, I'm just glad to get them back in the flight case and out the door, to be honest. So
it's the Crocs dilemma, isn't it? The Crocs manufacturer was so successful that they never wore out, and they stopped selling them, didn't they?
Yeah.
They couldn't sell anymore.
They've saturated their own market.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's. But what I think, what's kind of sad is nobody wants their synthesizers restored anymore. That's not a thing anymore, Neil.
Just fix it.
They want the patterner to remain.
No, it's more of a cost thing. They go, oh no, it's all right, because it's still worth a lot of money, even if it does look like it's somebody backed over it with a Land Rover. I'm not worried about the cosmetics, just make it work good on the inside. Nobody wants their mini mode case done anymore. I've got all the tools and everything in place for that, and I've got the process, and I can do a mini mode case and make it look like brand fucking new in probably about 4 hours. Got the process down to a T. Now no fucker wants it done.
How quickly can you make a new mini mode case?
You've devalued my mini Moog.
Oh my god, I can see my face in it. That's wrong. Why isn't it covered in painted cat shit?
Yeah. But this just feeds into that thing where, you know, the synthesizer world, should we say, give it a collective noun, is now, you know, is in the last, say, 10, maybe 20 years max, moved into the realms of vintage and antique, or getting towards antique.
Yes, yeah.
And it's only now that people think, oh, actually, you know, a little bit of, you know, patina, as they call it in the industry, is actually a desirable thing.
Yeah,
and you know, it's just because synthesizers are so relatively new, and they've only just in the last few years moved into the 50-year-old plus territory for some of the other classics.
Yeah.
And as each year goes by, another set of synthesizers moves into that 50-year plus bracket. Yeah. And as with anything, whether it's synthesizers or laliques or you know, potteries or paintings, once you go over that 50-year threshold, they attain a level of something.
Yeah, but there's a double edge to this sword, which is that vintage restorations are one price, antique restorations are another.
Yes.
So,
and it won't be long before, you know, it'll catch. It's the same with anything you use the classic car analogy. Once a car goes over 50 years old, then it's an absolute classic and worth hundreds, thousands, if not millions. And there are people that will do specialist restoration jobs and rebuilds. And
it's like I said to Richard does RL Music. I said, you've gone. I said, over the last 25 years, you've gone from Billy Big Bollocks, right, to Arthur Negus.
Yeah.
now it's all, you know, big magnifier in the eye. Go, oh yes, it's from 1974. Yes, and it's become like that.
Because things get older, things get more scarce.
Yeah.
Things attain a level of legend. You know, and everyone's up in arms, or lots of people are up in arms, should I say, about all of the collectors and the prices and this and that.
Yeah.
It's just because it's this generation's antiques, and because the way that things have sped up, things become very. What are you doing?
Stuck key.
Just turn the volume down. Big knob on the right.
Just do that. Turn it
off. Turn it off. Yeah.
Yeah, I noticed this since it's at the update. It said it was all right. No, I mean, you see, for instance, you got this thing with. I had a couple of people say to me before about it. Oh, but you know what you can do is you can manufacture parts. You know, and you can perpetuate the business. Okay, the day that you can make a Curtis VCO or an SSM VCO from fucking wood, I'm laughing. Otherwise, no, I can't.
Yeah,
because most of that other
Behringer
stuff
to do that.
Yeah, because they go, because I said, you know, end cheeks. Yes, they're much easier to manufacture, but there's people already doing that. There's people making new front panels. There's people doing this. There's a whole plethora of people manufacturing. There's a guy in the States who makes the pressure strips for the Pro Soloist and stuff like that, and Quadra and all that lot. And I must have bought about 10 of him. Just give me 10, because every time I need one. Yeah. And I said, but envelope generators for Jupiter 8s. Jupiter 8s, Juno 60s, and I can't remember, not Junos, but definitely up at that neck of the wood. Juno 6, Juno 60, Jupiter 8s. Those envelope chips are now. It would be easier for me to find a brand new VCO for a CS80 than to find those chips. And there's a lot of Jupiter 8s and Junos out there. And these chips are starting to fail now, and there's no replacement. Nothing. No. They are the new SSM.
Has no one decapped one so they can actually work out what the internal circuitry is?
Not that I'm aware of. I think if we're lucky, somebody is, as we speak, trying to do something about it. But there's no way of knowing, is there?
Because with chips like that, it's quite feasible to design a drop-in circuit. If the original chip is
if the original chip can be copied. Yeah, well, it happened with the 106 with old Mateboy from Analog Renaissance, didn't it?
Yeah.
But the thing is, there's a lot of people who don't seem to realise that their Juno 6, Juno 60, Jupiter 8 are now in that category of keyboard where I wouldn't buy a Prophet Fiber 2 because you can't get the chips. But I love my Jupiter 8, and it's actually the same fucking category as that now.
Yeah.
Because you just cannot get. I mean, we're talking like anywhere. You can troll eBay till the end of time. You will not find one. No bugger's got one.
Yeah.
And now, of course, they just happen to be getting to the age now where they go, and they're gone. You go, oh yeah, no, I've got 3 voices not working anymore. Yeah, well, you better get used to that being a Jupiter 5, because that's what it is now. So.
And ultimately, I will just send synthesizers again down the same path as things like classic vehicles, where you just can't. There's certain cars you cannot repair unless you literally do it yourself.
Yeah.
Or you just say, I give up on this. There is no way I'll be able to get the components to fix this.
Yeah.
It will just go on display. It will
go
in the museum.
That era used to be the 90s.
Yes.
That was the era when you go, oh, mate, you can't get anything for that anymore. It's the Andromeda A6 type of scenario. It doesn't boot. Well, it's going to stay like that, isn't it?
Doorstop.
Yeah, it's now something you can hold the door open on a warm day. But now the vintage stuff is beginning to suffer from that as well.
Yeah,
quite badly.
But that said, there is still this lovely little industry of people who are building and inventing things that will prolong the life of a lot of stuff. I mean, you only have to look at the simple stuff like SCSI to SD, sorry.
Yeah.
And the GoTech drives. It's keeping all of these systems with drives that
absolutely
horribly fallible. All of that stuff is now, forget it. We don't shift a Fairlight with floppy drives.
But there's also these massive chasms opening that just full of mouldy dog shit waiting for you to fall in now on so many different machines.
Yeah,
where they're going, oh, you got one of them, mate. Oh, fucking hell.
Yeah.
It's weirdly one of the safest machines to own is a memory mug. I can get you anything for a memory mug.
Yeah.
Wasn't that based on an 8086 or something?
It's a Z80.
A Z80, yeah.
But I put Z84s in them. Could you believe it or not?
Same difference.
It's the same difference, except the screen does not flicker as much. And
faster
it auto-tunes ever so slightly faster. Weird as fuck. Even though the crystal is getting it to run at 8, at 1 megs, it's just more stable with an 84 in it. So I put 84s in it. And then I found out that fucking Rudy was doing that as well. But I thought of it first. No, he did, I imagine. He was doing it before I was. It's stupid little things like that you pick up over the years, but yeah, it's probably one of the safest machines to buy in terms of repairability. Everything is literally off the shelf with that bugger now. But now they've started redoing all the Curtis again. You know, every Curtis I see could be blown on all 6 voice cards, and it's 80 quid, it'll cover it and get them back up again. As opposed to it being, what, 100 quid for a 3040 at one point.
So now the price of memory Moogers is going to go through the roof.
Well, they already are. They're up to about 19, 20k now.
Jesus Christ.
And this is another reason why the Jupiter 8s are becoming very, very expensive. You've got a Jupiter 8 that fully works. It's worth its weight in platinum. So, I've got to get a coffee. I'm patched. Talk to someone yourselves.
Go to bed. So I'm going to retire.
Well, I haven't got work in the morning, but
Is it a bank holiday tomorrow?
yes, it is. Stop. Just because he's gone.
It's the holiest day of Christianity.
For some people.
As I said, for Christianity, it's the most important day. I mean, also for Passover, it's quite important.
Yes, well, we shan't
Yet
go there.
Yet I still have to work on the Sabbath. How terrible.
Horrible, shocking, isn't it? Yes. No, I've got tomorrow and then the whole of next week off. And I thought I was going to have some time to myself, and then I get presented with a list of jobs and ferrying kids to A-level and GCSE revision sessions that they're running in the school holidays. They won't give the poor buggers any time off to just relax before they throw them into the exam rooms. So, yeah, backwards and forwards there. Got to go and see that old fruit at some point. I said to my wife today, what days am I not doing anything? Tuesday. And then I look at my calendar, and Rob's got an eye test on Tuesday. No, I think I got these the other week, the new glasses, and when they did the field vision test, you know, where you look in the centre and then they flash these lights all around you, and you have to press the button. It's like a bit like Space Invaders. Apparently, on this eye, it wasn't working correctly. There was coming up with some anomalies, so they did it again, and it was still coming up with the anomalies. And I think it was because instead of putting an eye patch on because of COVID, they just wrapped a tissue around the glasses that I was wearing at the time, and it was kind of just pushing on, you know, the surface of my eye, and it was just making me go a little bit sort of blurry in the other eye. About a week later, I had my diabetic eye screening, and they did a proper detailed 3-dimensional scan of this and everything. They said, no problems there at all, Mr. Purichelli. And I said, what about my field of vision? They said, no, looking at this, there should be no issues whatsoever. So I've got to go to tick that box and get signed off. But so yeah, I got that on Tuesday. So my week is just like ferrying kids around, and then of course on Friday I'm queuing up outside a record store, ready for Saturday morning. But I heard something on the grapevine today that they've done this thing because again of COVID and whatever, the pressing plants are now backed up to the hill, and releases are getting pushed back and pushed back and pushed back, and they'd already created 2 days for this year. So you've got the first one on April, whatever it is, and then there's another one in June for like the second run or the second batch, and apparently they're moving more and more from April to June. So I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to be queuing up for at all on next Friday, but I will.
Vinyl thing's keeping up in price, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I just bought. I don't buy a lot of their stuff, but there's a label out or a manufacturer out in Holland called Music on Vinyl, and they specialise in doing kind of limited releases of stuff that hasn't been out. They just did this Toy Matinee album, which, you know, was a one-off sort of thing. There's only 1,000 of them, and they were charging 30 quid. It's just one disc, and you know, a couple of years ago that would have been $24.99 or maybe even a little bit less. So the prices are crazy. But I dread to think what some of the prices are for Record Store Day, because they don't generally announce them until about now. So yeah, it's my one kind of
friend here in Sheffield who does handmade lathe cuts.
Okay.
Lathe cut machine, which is obviously a straight cut to vinyl. And he did, when my little band, we put some stuff out last year, and he did the lathe cut of a 7-inch and a 10-inch for us. And sold, he only made 30 of each and sold them on his Bandcamp for 12 quid for the 10 and about 8 quid, 7 quid for the 7-inch. He sold them all just like that. Boom. Gave us one each, for our own, and a couple for us to keep for the future. And that's it, done. I mean, they don't sound great. They're not hi-fi in vinyl World Cup will sound much better. But it's got added cachet because it's unique. There's only 30 of them, and that's it. And they're really cheap. I mean, you can get whatever colour blanks. You want one? And, what we get chocolates? Yeah, we get any black one. That doesn't change the price.
Yeah,
really interesting. But
I just checked. Go on.
No, go on,
Grace.
This guy, he's a punk. He used to be a punker back in the day, and he just, this all started because people weren't able to release music, and he thought he'd get a lathe in retirement.
Yeah.
I mean, how cool is that? It's lovely.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. Just you talking about the price of vinyl. I thought I'd just go on Discogs and check this EP that I did in 1999. It's now selling for, someone's got one for sale for 116 quid. Last time I checked, it was about 90 quid.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's partly because I took most of them to the fucking tip. So it's rare as fuck.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's really sought after. It's bizarre. And I've got 2 copies now because I realised ages ago I gave one to my mum and she never played. It didn't have a record deck, so I've got a mint unplayed copy as well.
Nice. Although mint having a mint copy of something nowadays isn't as desirable as it used to be. People would pay much more money for not just a mint copy but a sealed copy. That way you can guarantee it had never been played. But even so, I mean, you just if it's in good enough condition, maybe there's a little crease on the sleeve, or maybe there's a little blemish or something on the vinyl itself. As long as it plays and you can hear it, it's fine,
Exactly.
And most people, I've paid some stupid money in my time for certain things because they are rare and I want to complete a part of the collection or something. But most of the time, it's like synthesizers. I won't pay stupid money for anything just because I want it. I'll wait until the right one comes along, and if it means waiting for a number of years, then so be it. But some of the I dread to think what some of the prices are going to be next week, because they're really just crazy.
Well, I'm in trouble.
I
was downstairs and Fiona said to me, I said to her, I went, "Happy Easter," like that, and she went, "No, it's not Easter till Sunday." I went, "Oh, okay." She goes, "Today is Monday, Thursday." I said, "Make up your fucking mind, which is it?"
Oh dear. The old ones. Hang on. Or more authentic.
Aye, try the fish, lad. Try the fish.
Jim's obviously about moving now. It's brilliant.
Right. Well, I'm going to head off, guys. And
all right, Jim.
Bye, Jimbo.
Bye, Jim. Spend your time. Take care of yourselves. See you soon.
Look after yourself, buddy. Take care.
Cheers. You too. Take care.
Yeah, I'm going to have to bail out soon. I've got to go to bed.
Come here.
I think.
Come here.
I also call it another.
Come here.
Oh, Grace, you look after yourself, okay?
Good night, Grace.
Up.
Take care.
Up.
Hey. Oh.
Another doggo.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh. All right, she's off.
Oh, bye.
That's it. That's all you're getting.
And the strange thing is that now that Grace is gone, she's actually called Gracie. Come here, Gracie. Come on up. Come on up. Just good girl.
Oh, she's a beaut.
Hey. There you go. There you go. Off you go. Off you go. Millie.
Looks a little bit like Siri, but
Millie.
furrier.
Up. Up.
Oh.
Up. Come on. Oh, dear, oh dear. There we go.
Mhm.
Another one.
Are you watching this, Charlie? You miserable bugger.
Oh, look at little Noah down there. Look, he's my fave.
Oh, yeah, he's happy he's down there.
Now what? Because what Charlie does, you go up to him, the ears go back in greeting, and the tail wags, and as you reach out for him, he goes, nah.
Yeah.
Like that, no.
Fooled you.
Nobody said you could touch. You can look.
Vox. Come on, up. Up. Come on, up.
Is that another one? Or is that the
Another
same?
Oh. Yeah, there's quite a resemblance there. With our
Siri.
Well, we didn't read this one. We've read the other three. Effie. Oh, goodness me. All right.
It's all right. It wasn't food or anything. I was just calling you.
Oh, here she
See,
is.
now look. You look at the camera.
No, it's gone.
Effie.
Yeah. Look here. You see doggy.
Effie.
Yeah, you see a doggy.
Effie, come here.
Look. Oh,
come here.
You can definitely hear something.
Up.
Oh, there you go.
Look.
There you go.
There you
Doggy.
go.
Yeah. Goes,
No.
I can't eat it. Come on.
Red one.
Up you come in. Up.
Red one. I tell you, it's red. Oh,
Yay. Oh, God, you're going to do a cuddle.
it's red.
You want to do a cuddle. Oh. Look over here. Look over here.
Gently.
Oh. I didn't need them anyway.
There you go then.
I'm gonna need a fork to get them back again.
Well, all my cats have gone to bed, so I can't bring them up to show you.
Yeah, they're sensible, aren't they? There you go. You seen the time and go to sleep.
All right, little one.
Yeah, they're beautiful. Come on then. Yeah, your turn. Come on, you can come up as well. Come on. You come say hello to everybody. Come say hello to your mate Rob.
Here he is.
Because he loves you. He loves
Hello,
you.
Noah.
You little nosy nose. Yes, you are. You little sweetheart, aren't you? Hey? It's really sad watching him hobble around everywhere. Bless him. Hey? But you're all right. You get around.
There we go.
Now I can't get Charlie to come up on my lap for love nor money.
Can't get him to come in the studio.
Oh, if there's food on the go, because it came in earlier and went, no, it's all eaten, walked off again. And Nels, all right, Nels, come on in. Come on, show yourself off, look. Say hello. Hey?
Hello, Nelly.
Bye-bye, Nelly. Come on, come up. You're just worried because it's a swing chair, aren't you? Because it rotates. You don't like the chair when it moves. Eh? Because we've got these electric reclining settee. She shits herself.
Yeah.
Like you would not believe. Every time you move it, she's gone, mate.
We have to be careful because, like, Dave.
How's everybody?
We've got the same sort of recliners, and the cats like to go underneath them.
Oh yes, yeah.
But luckily, there is enough room that I'm not saying we've tested this on purpose. It was by accident, but there is enough room under there when the recliner goes down for the cat to not be harmed, unless they get in the way of the screw.
Mechanism. Yeah.
It's because it's a big long screw that kind of just goes like this, and it. So we always have to.
Well, we've got to fix one of the recliners because what it does is when it comes back somewhere, this big spring gets caught and it goes twang. Like that. It makes a hell of a racket. And of course, which didn't help.
No,
she
with
was
the fear. Yeah.
She was really wary of it, but when it started doing that, oh my god, I was. she shat herself in several languages. Oh, boy! Oh, he's still.
Oh, he's got his fucking dressing gown on now.
Oh, hello.
And is that a dog collar?
Why? I mean, honestly, why? Why do I ever fucking bother?
I don't know, but you do.
A question that a lot of people have.
Dedication.
Yeah, why do I bother?
You've actually just inspired me to do something here, Ty. So
look out.
No, it's going to take a minute, but.
Oh.
All right, we've got a minute.
In the meantime.
Oh, for.
Boom, boom.
I can't like a restraint from Ty there. He's just like too tired to going to full on
I am really fucking tired at the moment.
I bet you are.
I'm just, yeah.
Do you want sympathy?
I take it you're not going to ease up much for the weekend.
Is Philippa over?
Philippa is she's been down a week. She's been down well, of the last 2 weeks she's been here about a week and a half, so
nice.
Which has been
yeah
no,
cathartic.
it's been frustrating, if I'm honest, because I've got to work.
Well,
I don't want to be working, but yeah. She just sent me a picture of her lying on the sofa.
No,
it's decent.
Just lying on the sofa.
Just lying on the sofa. Hang on. There she is.
No.
Lying on the sofa.
I can't.
Looking gorgeous.
No, I completely missed that.
Well, why not send her a picture back of all of us staring at it?
Yeah, go.
How to creep her out.
Ooh.
Yeah, Ked with his cock out.
Yeah. No, we're not doing that again. Remember last time?
So,
dear.
You got magnifier on that?
Dear God.
No. So it's fine. But yeah, the weekend's just going to be. I've got to finish this episode, so.
Yeah.
So my weekend's going to be a long weekend. Although I was saying to Ken earlier, I did get last night off.
Yeah.
To go and see Goldfrapp.
Oh, you were.
Yeah, so they were. This is the tour that was meant to be happening in March 2020, and got postponed 3 times, and finally happened last night. And yeah, I mean, it was as good as everyone's saying it was. It's because it was made. It's basically based around Felt Mountain, which for me is their best album by a long shot. And yeah, it was just great. It's absolutely great. And went to see it at Symphony Hall, which, if anyone's familiar with Symphony Hall, everyone knows that I rave about Symphony Hall because it's just the sound in there is just amazing. And yeah, it's just absolutely awesome. So that was good. That was good. Oh my God, Keith!
Hello.
Your dog.
Yes.
Is it a husky?
Yes, it is.
Oh, what a gorgeous thing.
Is that the same dog we just saw, or is that a different dog?
It's one of the 4.
Okay, yeah. 'Cause that looks...
Got 4. Oh my God, you and Kent together. Christ.
How often do you buy a Hoover a year?
I got like 4 of them.
I just seem to make a Dyson last as best I can, really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
But I would love to be a beta tester for any Hoover manufacturer. Get a free Hoover. No, seriously.
Yeah.
Why not? You know, if you can pick up the amount of hair that they've produced.
Yeah.
And the thing is, 2 years ago we had 8 dogs. So I mean that was twice the dog fur, but you know, as you know, Kent, for the amount that your one just does, you know, it's
mate, summer coat coming through.
Yeah.
Jesus. Yeah.
Yeah, twice a year. It's just, and then they go into season and blow their coat, and
Yeah.
it's.
And we just had him groomed. I go, yeah, we mistimed that. Because all the hair that got all washed and combed is now all over the bloody floor.
Yep.
Do you let him in the studio?
He doesn't come in. He
mine
might
don't
pop
come
his
in
head
either.
in. No. Siri doesn't like coming in here either.
I just have one. I got a cat that just runs around, and I'm like, I'll be playing, and if I see a hair, I have to stop, and I lick my finger, and I have to like move. It just
Yeah.
crazy.
I mean, God help it. If the husky was in here, you wouldn't be able to see anything. It would all be under a layer of hair, and not the occasional hair every inch or so, big chunks of big like somebody's taking a bite out of him.
Oh, if you go to their backside when they're shedding.
Oh yeah.
Pull it out. I like to just pull it out and throw them all out.
Pull out in big handfuls. Yeah.
Yeah.
So all the ashtrays are full of hair in the front room because every time he walks by, he goes, "Oh, there's another bit. Oh, there's another bit." Because I might as well grab it now, otherwise I'll be hoovering it off the floor tomorrow.
It's just therapy, isn't it?
Yeah. It is.
Yeah.
It's madness. But I mean, when we used to have 9 dogs, they were short hair and they didn't really molt in the the way huskies and that do. Weirdly, Siri is in some cases worse than Charlie, because she sheds a shitload of hair, but it doesn't really notice until you go, oh, there is hair there, because it's black, but she always manages to distribute it evenly, so it never looks like there's any hair there. But when I hoover the carpet in here, the carpet looks fine, and then you're getting these ridges of black with the hoover because it's gathering all of her hair up and then depositing it in one big clump. So suddenly it goes from grey to these black lines everywhere, and then you've got to hoover up the black lines.
Or when you get the stuff out of the dryer, you pull the dryer thing out.
Oh, I have to clean the filter out once a week. Once a week I have to clean that filter out, and it's like great big freaking dollops of it, and it's nearly always Siri's hair, strangely enough.
Yeah, that's
with our black. Couldn't cope.
Maggie, your little fella, he's
Teddy.
Teddy, yeah, he's.
Yeah, but Teddy's at booze most of the time, so I only get Teddy over it occasionally, thankfully. And when Teddy's over, the thought of ever having an animal in the studios is just like. So I'm more of a cat person anyway. It has to be said. I am a cat person. But,
they shed too.
Oh, I know, but I used to have my best friend. Oh, Juno, my cat, Juno, and
nice.
Yeah, she was literally my best friend for 17 years, and I fucking adored her. But even then, she knew she wasn't allowed in the studio. She was just studio free zone.
Yeah,
it's pretty stressful.
But to be honest with you, it doesn't really make a lot of difference because the studio's enemy is dust. Not the hair's not really a problem. It's the fucking dust.
You gotta get their scrubbers. I got a scrubber in here. Just run.
Sorry.
Doesn't mean the same thing.
It might be a bit English.
No.
Yeah, it's a bit English.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
But
yeah, kind of the same thing. In many ways. But yeah, no, it's because I mean, I very rarely pulling dog hair or cat hair out of sliders, but dust, yeah, loads of that bastard. So,
I'm pretty obsessive about that stuff. I wipe down all the time. I can't
I used to be. I just can't afford to be now. I would have had a psychotic episode by now. Since we've had Charlie, it's just like, oh, do you know what? Fuck it. I give up. I tend to walk past. I'll hoover that in the morning because it all collects in corners and stuff like that, depending on the airflow of the house.
Oh yeah, hides.
And you walk along, and then there's this like, is that a dead dog down there? Oh no, it's just hair. Yeah, literally, it's just a big pile of hair gathered. Which is good because it means you only have to hoover up in certain areas.
I feel like if you left it long enough, it might kind of become something.
Yeah, it probably would evolve.
Like the mice would like wear it,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. We'll have crows coming into the kitchen and go, "Oh, we need this for our nests. Thank you." So it's just that I can't seem to get the crows or get across to the crows. They need to land on Charlie and then just pull the hair straight out of the coat. That's the best way of doing it, and just take it away.
Yeah, but we used to go down. We in the cul-de-sac and at the end of the road. There's a playing field park and things.
Yeah.
We used to regularly groom the dogs down there and leave the fur.
Yeah.
Some of the little Tweety
Yeah, they
birds.
love it.
Yeah, they'd take it.
Yeah, we did it out on the lawn, and then you see all the birds coming along. Go, "Oh, thank you, we'll have some of that."
Yeah,
And
nesting,
get rid of all of it.
Yeah, absolutely.
You need to teach the dogs to roll around on the AstroTurf, so the AstroTurf can
We didn't need to
act like
teach them.
Velcro.
We didn't need to teach them, especially this little thing. He's forever on his back out there scratching away. It's like lovely. Got this huge green brush that I can rub myself on. He loves it out there. Bless him. But it's nice to see that Charlie's sort of coming out of his shell now. He was a very damaged dog, bless him.
How long have you had him?
I think it's nearly 2 years now. I think it'll be 2 years this summer.
Oh, we just got to. Go ahead, son.
Yeah, we had to teach him how to play. Didn't have a clue. You throw a ball at him or something like that and you just watch it go by. Go, what? I'm not allowed to touch things. Oh, come on, dog. Enjoy life, will you, for Christ's sake? And he really had to sort of like...
Here's a Juno. Come on, have some fun.
Get him involved in things. He wouldn't get involved. The dogs would be playing out in the garden and running and jumping and everything like that. And you just stand there and watch them. Go, come on, play. But now, I'll play with them out in the back garden all day. But it took ages to get across to him that he could. We encouraged him to get up on the settee because the others already did, and we didn't want him left out. And we go, come on. You literally have to physically pick him up and put him on the settee, and then he's going, I don't like it up here. But now he's stretched out on it. It's like, yeah, I love it. So we primarily got a leather settee, so we didn't have to deal with the hair problem. Because we knew that at night they'll get up on the settee anyway. You know? So there was no point in sort of like teaching them not to, because they go, oh, they've gone to bed now. And they'll up on the settee anyway. So...
Yeah, we got a new husky mix, and it's we only had it for a few weeks. I think it lived outside. I think it's about 2, but she's like, she likes to poop around 4 in the morning, and she like just pooping in people's. I'm just chasing around the house, you know, and missing her by like 2 minutes. I'm like,
yeah. Now, the only problem I have with Charlie, really, and it's something I'll never be able to teach him not to do. All the dogs all have a little spot that they poo in. It's fine, and I can just collect it up. Not him. He has to walk along as he's pooing, and he leaves a trail.
Oh, it's like a horse.
A little bite-sized lumps all over the bloody shop, and you go, is that a leaf? No, that's another one. Oh, no, there's another one. There's another one.
Millie. Yeah, but that's a husky trait. Ours has done it for 30 years.
Yeah.
Yeah. Millie.
And quite frankly, the term bite-sized lump is not appropriate.
Oh, I think it describes them perfectly.
There you go. Oh, look at that.
You'll never be able to have another bag of Rebels again without thinking about it.
Yeah.
Coffee? No. Alsatian shit.
Did anybody watch Killing Eve?
No,
there's a Coffee Revel reference in the very last episode. It's very good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I like the coffee ones.
I don't mind them.
I really... So what do you drop that for? I like
What do you mean?
them.
They're still in there.
No, they're not.
They are. I can tell you for a fact because I had a packet of Revels today. The coffee ones are still in there.
Did you look at the sell-by date?
Yes.
Because I haven't had a coffee one in a Rebels bag now for at least 5 years.
The big bags, they have the coffee ones in.
Oh, do they?
Yeah, I can assure you of that.
Thank you for that little piece of
I
information.
can absolutely assure you. The family
Plus,
size
it's the big bag. Yeah. Oh, that's even better.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I know, because the family size bag for me is the normal size bag.
Yeah. Okay. No, I can
Cinema
relate.
size.
Yeah, hence
Yeah.
my size. So when I say I ate a bag today, I mean I literally ate a bag today.
Yeah.
Whole bag.
Yeah, the ones that come in the Tesco size bags.
So yeah.
Actual shopping bags, yeah. Oh, that's fine. Oh, in that case, I'll try that out.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Oh, I love the coffee ones.
Yeah, I love the copy ones. Yeah. But they're certainly not putting it in the,
normal size.
Yeah, the snowflake size ones.
No, I'm sitting there. I have no idea what they are, basically.
Yeah.
The mini ones, you mean?
Well,
The
yeah,
mini
the sort of the £1 bags.
Yeah.
Yeah.
God, is that how much they are now? Jeez.
Oh, yeah, mate, everything. Don't.
Yeah.
Don't look
Everything
at the
has gone
prices.
up.
It's just
Yeah.
don't look at the prices.
Everything went that way.
But my friend's just come over from Portugal, and she said that it's exactly the same over there. The price of everything in the supermarkets has just skyrocketed. You know, we're not alone in this, and you know, look at the States. You've got inflation at 8.5, 8.6% at the moment, and it's not going to get any better soon.
Yeah, but is there any particular reason? Has anybody said, "Oh, it's because"?
Well, it's a spiraling effect, right? One person raises, another person raises, and it just
Yeah.
It's
Because there were some people going, "Oh, because of the war in Ukraine." You go, "Really?
Yeah.
What? Why?"
It was happening well before then.
Yeah. Why is there 20 quid more on this Hoover because there's a war in the Ukraine? Sorry, I'm trying to see the connection here.
Yeah, I mean, in all the major, everybody's been raising wages, especially for, in the retail sector. So it's just,
quantitative easing does have this effect. It's odd that when you increase the money supply massively, yeah.
Yeah, it's.
And there's one man who could cure world hunger 8 times over, and he just wants to buy fucking Twitter instead.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what a twat!
The rich get richer, and the poor get poorer.
It's always been like that, though.
Yeah, but that's much. It's a lot. I mean, whatever they say, the top 50 richest people have as much money as there's like 3 billion. The poorest people. It's pretty stark. How wealthy some people are getting. Once you have a certain amount of money, it's not that hard to keep growing it. It's almost like impossible not to.
It's impossible to spend it.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh yeah, money begets money.
I mean, I don't know anything about it, but that's what that's what I've been told.
When Musk bought the $3 billion of shares in Twitter, the share price went up, and it made $750 million.
Of course he did.
On paper.
And the fact that he's done that now he's threatening, if you don't sell me 100% of the company, I will have to reevaluate.
I think it's brilliant.
It's clever on his part, but it's an absolute fucking travesty. Because he's holding them to ransom, basically. Because if they don't accept it, then
he's taking his ball.
Yeah, he takes his ball and shorts the stock, and all of a sudden Twitter devalues by billions, and the shareholders are pissed. So basically, he's going to win because the board has a responsibility to the shareholders. Yep. When somebody comes in to make an offer, they've got to seriously consider it, and the shareholders will say, "Why didn't you take his offer? Which you've just raised the value yet again of our stock to $55 a share."
Yeah.
So he's not stupid, not by a long stretch, but
I know he's just like most.
He's
the world
fucking
is just
evil.
The world is just full of cunts. That's the bottom line.
I'm still trying to figure out how something that was primarily designed for everyday people to call famous people wankers in public became such a money generating platform like
Well,
that.
it's not. I mean, that's part of the problem with Twitter. It hasn't been able to do the micro advertising that has allowed the likes of Facebook and Google to grow exponentially. So Twitter isn't actually exploiting its platform in the way that other tech companies have. So it's not really that successful a company.
See, that's another thing. Is Facebook still Facebook, or is it Meta, or what the fuck?
Well, it's part of Meta.
Whatever the fuck that is.
And they showed their hands just recently. When they said anything that gets sold on the Meta platform, they're going to take 50%, which makes, they complain about Apple taking their 30%, but now they're going to say, I'll take 50%. Yeah, they're all
that makes it viable, doesn't it?
Yeah, they're all.
Oh god, this is getting so depressing. Can I just get my cock out?
Yeah, go on then.
Go on, do it.
I just show my cock.
Feel better.
That's fine. Let's just do that.
Yeah, make us all feel a lot better. Yeah, get it.
I can like another mood.
Oh,
didn't Behringer hint they were going to build a Buchla?
Oh yes.
They're building a Buchla, I saw. So.
Yeah, when it's done properly, it's a lovely tune, and it's done nicely.
Whenever I hear that tune, all I can think of is Monkey Dust. Do you remember that?
No.
Monkey Dust.
Monkey Dust was a late night animated sketch show, and there was this recurring character called Clive, and Clive would come home from work. And he would have this, oh, yes, I'm sorry I'm late, dear, but you'll never guess what happened. Well, and then he recounts the story of, say, Lord of the Rings, and his wife would be sat there at the table with her steaming cup of coffee at 3 a.m. saying, Clive, you've just recited the whole Lord of the Rings trilogy. Where have you actually been? Up to my nuts in a King Charles Spaniel. and it was this recurring. It was the same like every week. Clive would be walking home to the tune of Lovely Head, and then he would recount this tale of where he'd been. And it was this most fantastic tale. His wife would just say, "Clive, you've just recounted the story of Star Wars. Where have you actually been?" Oh, I've been a German businessman's gimp for the last 3 days. Some of them are on YouTube. But the series was called Monkey Dust.
I am fucking looking that up.
Look it up. It was on BBC Two late at night or something, and it was
good old
sketches.
BBC Two.
They had different characters. So you had my name's what was his name? I can't remember his name, but I'm the meat safe murderer, and he was this guy that murdered people and put them in a meat safe, and then released on parole, and he kept trying to sort of be a good guy. They ended up murdering somebody else, and then got thrown. There was just loads of really anarchic, irreverent comedy sketches, but all done in animation. And done by different people, so it wasn't like one. So they didn't all look the same. They all had their own little qualities. It was like they'd got a whole bunch of people just say, "Come on, here's a sketch." It was just brilliant. Oh, it was so good. Yeah, it's called Monkey Dust.
Yeah, I'm checking that out.
Does anyone remember Fast Train?
Yeah.
With
Simon Pegg and
Simon Pegg.
Yeah.
That whole the office sketch where the masturbating.
Yeah. Do you know the one that the one that I remember, the sketch remember about Fast Train more than any other was, did you see the one about they were trying to explain the new train line to this woman, and it was just a model of Great Britain, and it just had where they were going to do the train line, and it just had like a little train. And they're turning around and going to really shorten the journey. And they're there going, how long is it going to take? So, it's going to be like 2 hours or whatever it was. And she was there. She couldn't get the concept to scale into her head. So she was going, it's going to take the train how long to get from here to here? But I can just do it in like 2 seconds. Yeah. Trying to explain scale to this woman. It's hilarious. That's the sketch I remember more than anything else. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Yeah, last part, yeah. all of that lot. So many of that. Who's the guy that went on to be the artist in Spaced and was the artist
Spaced was brilliant.
and Greenwing. He was the Doctor in Greenwing.
Mark.
And his what's the name in Friday Night?
Yes,
yeah, him.
Oh, Mark something.
He
yeah,
is amazing.
He's genius.
He started
absolute genius.
He started in that as well.
Greenwing. There was another absolutely brilliant.
Greenwing for me, one of the best things ever on telly. I love Greenwing. And did you ever see the same team went on to do Campus, which was a lot less successful?
Yes, but it's still as good.
Same kind of idea. Yeah, Greenwing and Campus.
Yeah,
amazing.
Have you ever heard Cabin Pressure?
Yes.
Oh, we've had this conversation.
Fantastic.
Yeah, you see, there's a lot of the stuff, the radio shows that sometimes they eventually, fortunately, do make it to TV, like
Hitchhiker's Guide.
Yeah, Mitchell and Webb, and whatever. But the thing about Cabin Pressure was.
Well, it was Benedict Cumberbatch.
It's Benedict Cumberbatch, yeah. Back in the day, before he became a huge megastar and all this shit. But no, there was one. I forget what it was. It was Alexei Sale and his imaginary sandwich bar, and it's just so funny. It's just really, really good. And I miss Alexei Sale not being on TV, to be honest.
The early noughties was very good for comedy.
It really was. You're absolutely right. And I think it was just that. It was that stage where it was still quite out there, but it was still commercial enough to really. Do you know what I mean? It kind of moved away from the real indie thing from the 80s, and it was. And 90s.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah, those early
2000s.
You
know that. What's his name? That Tom. You know, the gay bald comedian Tom.
Oh,
Allen.
Yes.
Tom. Allen.
Yeah. Tom Allen.
Tom Allen. Yeah. So he started off in Bleak Expectations on the radio. He played Pip-Bin, and that was hilarious. And yet, but he obviously started from that and then got into TV, and then he was on everything all the time. So,
I went and saw Joe Lycett a couple of weeks ago, and he is brilliant because it's part stand up, so there are a few little kind of typical kind of regular stand up jokes, but most of it he's telling a story. And he sticks with the story, and he does go off on a tangent every now and again, but he comes back, and there is, because he's a lot into this visual stuff where he's got a PowerPoint presentation going on, so he's got clippings and photos and tweets and things, and he's explaining this story, and there's always some activism behind it as well. So he's doing something like, he did the whole Hugo Boss thing, where a small company that was called something Boss was being taken to court by Hugo Boss, the brand, because apparently their name was too close to Hugo Boss. So Joe Lycett goes and changes his name to Hugo Boss by deed poll. So he's now legally known as Hugo Boss.
Come here.
And he does all of this kind of thing where he's, taking this company and shaming them, basically, and doing it in a very amusing way.
Come here.
So everything's always got like a story, or there's a reason behind it. And he did this thing in his current live show where I won't spoil it for anyone, but the the premise is that he bought this house. He lives in King's Hedges in Birmingham, and he buys this house, and his friend brings her new fella over, and her new fella is an estate agent, and he does that whole estate agent thing where he walks around the house and goes, "How much do you pay for this, mate?" And he tells him the price, and he says, "Yeah, you paid about 40 grand too much for this," which pisses Joe Lycett off. So Joe Lycett's aim now is to raise the value of his house so he can go to this friend of his. And it's how he goes about it is just hilarious, but it's also a very heartwarming story, and the way it all kind of pans out is very, very clever. And he tells you this really nice, but it is also completely irreverent, and he's hugely foul in his language and his attitude, but it's brilliant. It's so funny.
Yeah, but it's like with Fiona, she likes Matt Lucas, but she didn't know Matt Lucas was in Shooting Stars.
Yeah.
So I introduced her to the original Matt Lucas.
Yes.
I'll tell you the other one.
He's lost weight, hasn't he, Matt Lucas? We've seen him recently. Wow.
Yeah.
I have to say, and this is controversial. American humour doesn't. It's just I don't know what it is. It doesn't tie in my head. American humour just doesn't.
It depends. No, if it's mainstream insipid stuff like what we get here.
So
if
don't
it's
you
Family Guy?
Oh no, Family. Okay, Family Guy.
What about Curb Your Enthusiasm?
No.
Really? South Park?
South Park, yeah.
Well, yeah. Fuck. When I was 25, South Park. Yeah. Now, no.
Brooklyn 911.
I bought all the DVDs of South Park, and I tried to watch one the other month, and thought, what the fuck was I thinking watching this shit?
I still think South Park the movie is a great film.
So is reality TV a big thing?
Unfortunately, yeah.
It's not as big as it was. It's not as big as it was.
It's so effed up here, man. I mean,
it was
it's
huge.
Like every other show.
Come on, I mean, America gave us Blue Harvest.
No, I agree, though. I mean,
Great shot, kid. Don't get penisy.
No,
I do think American humor is kind of basic. It's kind of basic.
I tell you the best thing that's come out of America is, and I fucking love this show, Flight of the Conchords.
Mm-hmm.
Flight of the Conchords.
Stuff like Seinfeld was pretty good.
Seinfeld was good.
Yeah.
Big Bang Theory was up.
Yeah, Big Bang Theory was good.
But I agree, it's not real witty. It's not.
I like Flight of the Conchords. Flight of the Conchords is more.
Yes,
is more. I just kind of get it because I like the dryness of it.
Yeah.
I just think it's just so.
You can't be
Yeah,
dry.
but it's like old Andy Hamilton was being interviewed, and he said, he goes, "Have you watched Friends?" He goes, "Yeah, I've seen that." He says, "Best way to describe that is 6 people on the lookout for a smack in the face."
It's so awful.
Hello.
It makes me angry when I.
See, I have this thing. I mean, I wouldn't go out of my way to watch Friends, but when I worked in the video rental industry, Friends was being released on VHS, season by season, and it would continue to be one of the best performing, franchises in our store because people would just love it and over. It was one of the only things that we could put on the in-store monitors that was still, that wasn't rated anything, above PG, and people liked it. And so by indoctrination, I kind of know pretty much all of the Friends stuff, not because I wanted to, but because it was just playing constantly over and over and over again. And so when I watch it, I don't find it. I find it a little cheesy mostly, but I don't hate it at all. Whereas there are other sitcoms that are just
What did you think of Seinfeld?
So I love Seinfeld because Seinfeld is more irreverent and more. It's more a little bit out there. Whereas 2.5 Men. Oh Jesus, shit like that
no,
is.
those are awful.
It's some awful stuff.
I started watching It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Oh yeah, that's pretty good. The early
and I think that the first season, I'm surprised it hasn't been banned because it offends pretty much every protected characteristic going now.
That was really well done. I actually lived in Philly. I had my wife lived in Philly for a little while, so I kind of felt connected to it. But that was one of the better ones. But that's called cult stuff. Most Americans have pretty bad taste in most things.
I just think there's like two levels, isn't there? I think there's two levels in American comedy. You've got the stuff like, Curb Your Enthusiasm and the stuff that's kind of quite out there and quite, unafraid to tackle certain subjects and use certain language. And then you've got the really safe, wholesome stuff that can be aired at any time of the day on any channel, anywhere.
We got the same. Well, we got the same here, really.
Yeah, but obviously America produces a lot more of it,
Ours used to be a bit more racist, probably.
Oh God, yeah.
I can't even remember. Like, there's the hospital show. What the hell is that thing called?
Oh, Scrubs.
No, there's a one that's been on.
No, Scrubs
was great. Scrubs was great.
They're all so bad. They're so bad.
They started to turn bad after about season 6. It started to sort of like. Oh dear. But generally, it was. I think for the time, because nothing had been done like it, I suppose. So
I still think that Scrubs episode with Colin Hay, where he's doing the Men at Work, track, starts off and at the end. That is one of the best episodes of comedy drama I think ever been made. It was so well done.
Yeah.
So I still watch that episode. Just that episode. It's perfection in so many ways. I love the song as well.
Did the young ones ever make it to the States?
No.
I don't think so.
No.
They just,
the humour wouldn't have worked over there.
It was incredibly British.
And yet, YouTube is now full of Americans reacting to various shows and loving it. Mind you, I've seen quite a few shocked faces at some of the stand-up stuff that they're introduced to.
I got one recommended to me. It was an American reacts to Jimmy Carr, and it was one of Jimmy's really full-on, edgy things.
Yeah.
And they just kept, you could see the look on their face. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? You can't.
I saw a Roy Chubby Brown one, and the girl was just sat there with tears rolling down her face.
Dear.
Yeah. And then there was one because there was a Jimmy Carr one. It started off with the safety in numbers joke. Was it? You know what they say? Safety in numbers. Safety in numbers. Try telling that to 6 million Jews. Right? And this bloke's face was like. But then he had him reacting to Frankie Boyle taking the piss out of the first row. Who, in their right mind, books to go in the front row of a Frankie Boyle?
Or a venue.
Jesus Christ. And talk about embarrassing people. Wow, he's good at that. But I don't know. But technically, they're loving it. And you go, when they say British humour won't work in America and vice, although we get loads of it come over. Loads of shows make it here, but a lot of our shows don't make it over there because they think, oh no, they won't find that funny, you won't understand it.
Yeah, but
they're really underselling themselves.
But don't forget, American TV tends to work on syndication, so
don't oversell Americans. Don't. This is not. Yeah. The best thing we ever created probably was the Muppets. To be honest.
And guess where that was made?
Where was it made?
Here.
In the UK.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was. It was.
He couldn't get it made in the No, he couldn't get it made in the States.
They couldn't get it made in there, so they all came over to the UK.
Came over?
They came over and did it all.
I was from University of Maryland. Jim Henson, he passed away, but that's probably the best thing. I can't think of anything we ever created that that I saw that was any more hilarious than that. Everything else has been pretty much. That lasted. Well, it's still around. But it was all downhill from there.
It was all. They came over here and they did, and that's when they were doing things like Star Wars. The Henson Studios were all here.
I didn't know
there was also quite a bit of British humour injected into the Muppets.
Don't take credit for the Muppets.
No, there was a lot of nuanced humour that I think
I'm just kidding.
we got.
Oh yeah, no,
It was huge. It was absolutely huge.
Talking of nuanced humour, after the show, I've definitely got to go back and listen to that Richard Burton impression again.
Being witty in the States is not considered
a
positive attribute. In fact, you'll probably get mocked more than you would actually get people laughing at you. That's just the cultural thing. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily
it's like pub landlord doesn't really translate very well over there.
Well, no. The whole stick is
it's self-depreciating humour.
But you got a guy with a university degree in history doing a sketch about how many wars Britain's won and why. Because we've defeated every country in the world. And he just runs through them.
you're right though, Sasquatch. It's the self-deprecating humor that doesn't connect well over here, because that's not that type of humor. Maybe it's not. They'd rather make fun of somebody else.
Yeah, but that's a cult. Like you say, it's a cultural thing, because it was always about America being great and freedom and all the rest of it, and everybody pull up their own socks and.
So ridiculous.
Whereas here it's quite the opposite. We're all fucked right from the beginning, so we just bollocks to it then, And yet Monty Python did quite well out there.
With certain sectors, you have to understand. Yeah, there's maybe about 20% that really love that stuff, and then 80% could care less. Right? Maybe 30%. Yeah, no, yeah, that yeah, it did pretty well though. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I think it kind of tied into that thing that if you purported to enjoy Python, you were kind of painting yourself with a degree of intellectualism because you got it, even if you didn't get it, as if you pretended you got it.
Yeah, that's
I know a lot of people, would.
But that's why Python worked, because they'll be using sort of like very, very highbrow references and stuff like that, and then it's sort of like dick joke, and so everybody could get it at one point or the other. Do you know what I mean? So it was all right because there's something in there for everyone.
But also when they were doing the weekly show on the BBC, there were a lot of episodes actually that were pretty crap.
Oh God, yeah. Some of them, yeah. There were some sketches where they're going, stop.
Yeah.
But that's what Spike Milligan used to do.
Yes.
Where he'd just get to the end of, they've run out of things to do in the sketch and just go, what are we going to do now?
Something completely different.
This is too silly.
Well, it's like Spinal Tap, right? That's like a real cult. There's a few Americans that know about it. Who love it to death. Well, most people, it's kind of spread now. It would be like Monty Python, right? Where it got so big that people are familiar with it.
But over here, it's always been big. I think Spinal Tap, certainly mine.
Oh my God! The first time I saw it, it was like, I remember my buddy was like, "You got to see this," and he had real good taste, right? He's like, "Dude, you got to see this movie," and I was like, "What is that?" It wasn't like it was in the movie theaters.
It was a while before I realised that all of them were American.
Yeah, but it's kind of in the psyche now, isn't it? Because I've often John thinks, but it goes to 11, and they will get it straight away.
Yeah.
But
the other one that's really brilliant is The Big Lebowski. And,
yes.
Oh God, I just think about that movie all the time. It's so ridiculously good.
Yeah, I often do the line to Fiona. Okay, yeah, but that's your opinion, man.
Yeah, that's your, tied
Yeah.
the room together, man.
Yeah.
It's like,
Actually, we should get Ty to do a cover of "Lick My Love Pump."
that's a good one.
In the saddest key.
Yeah. They do that thing with the where they're stuck in those pods.
Oh yeah.
So fucking great.
All I heard was Ty lick my love pump. That's all I heard.
Well, you've got all the information you need.
What about when the one dude's at the airport and they got the lady? Of course, they get the black lady and they got her like going around as as Johnson. It's like woo, woo, woo. And she has to pull out that big cucumber. It's just,
Oh man. Yeah. No. It's quite.
You can do that now. I don't know if you can pull that off.
They say that, and then something comes along and pushes the boundary a little more.
It's good for us sometimes. It keeps us humble.
Boundaries are there to be broken.
I think also I think the British find humour in repetition of things as well. But Fast Show is a classic example. You do when they do the Spanish weather or whatever it is, it's exactly the same every time, isn't it? You go, and it's Scotchio. And you go, best, the Chris Waddle. Yeah, Chris Waddle. Yeah, always the same thing. Or, you know, and it's just a huge amount of catchphrases. It's just catchphrases. Always the same catchphrase. Yeah.
Do you like cheese? Do you like peas?
Cheesy peas. Yeah, it was always the same thing. But it's like the bloke used to burst out of the outside toilet and go, "This week I have been mostly eating peas." It's like, why is it even funny? But the repetition of it, because you know what's coming, kind of makes it funny.
It's always slightly different, isn't it?
Yeah. And then when you got the Ted and thingy, and that's a whole sort of like, there's this huge subtext in it, and it's like
massive subtext.
Yeah, and it's just massively brilliant. And then the next thing is something really, really stupid.
Yeah.
Does anyone here get Mrs. Brown's Boys? I watched about 2 minutes of it and just thought, this is utter garbage.
No, I tell you what, I get it in a way from my Irish background. I could see where that would be a fucking huge hoot in Ireland. A lot of it.
It's funny because I've got a friend who's incredibly intellectual and into all sorts of very highbrow things.
Hello, baby.
But she absolutely adores Mrs. Brown Boys.
Yeah.
And she's Irish. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I can see why it appeals. It does not appeal to me in the slightest, and I switch channel every time it comes on because it is the same old shite over and over, and it's not that funny anymore. If it had been like if it had been a character that popped up in a sketch here and there, it would have probably continued to be funny. But the very fact that they've milked it to death with endless series and stage shows and movies and oh god,
I think it's one of those things where people it's a danger that a lot of these people will do is where they make it bigger than it actually is, and it kind of it sort of people back off from that, sort of go, oh, fuck off, it ain't that good. But I mean I used to love watching Absolutely, and very few people know about it even.
Welcome to Stony Bridge.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
But what about something like keeping up appearances and stuff like that?
Yeah, but that's your wholesome. Yeah, that's your wholesome.
Old school.
It's waiting for God.
The good life.
The good life. Yeah. But you see, a lot of the shows that we had. Yeah, but a lot of these comedy shows we had ended up being very successful American shows.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, those are the ones that I think that come,
Yeah, because was it Archie Bunker is actually Till Death Us Do Part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But a lot of people wouldn't.
All of those,
but it becomes its own thing.
They're kind of based on the classic British farce.
Yeah.
And if you look at, say, Frasier, which was I still think is utterly brilliant. But it's so predictable. You know that when he meets a woman, you know it's not going to end well.
Oh no, it's going to be it's a failure.
Yeah, you know exactly what's going to go. But you're just waiting for all of those moments to happen for the reactions that it's going to. And it's the same with things like Keeping Up Appearances. I mean, it kind of passed me by, but it was one of those things where you know what's going to happen. There's going to be something farcical that's going on, and it's how she reacts to it, or how the husband reacts to it, or how the brother.
I know the husband's so beaten down that it's
brilliant. But it's a tried and tested conceit, isn't it?
It's what Onslow's going to get up to, and whatever.
They do it better. They seem to do a better job of accepting the personalities and the situations in a way you can laugh at them. And maybe,
we laugh with affection. It's all done with affection rather than, laughing in a derogatory, derisory way.
Yeah, but they also don't have to be so, fantastic. What's the word I'm looking for? Fantastical. They don't have to be these really crazy characters. They're like, no, they're pretty believable, but it's just
But also, we support the underdog. We don't support the hero. We support the underdog.
Yeah.
Well,
because of the way the country's set up, we're all the underdogs, so we relate.
Yeah.
But Americans Americans love underdogs too, to some degree. They do, because they see themselves as an underdog that won. So we do. If there's a Super Bowl on, I almost guarantee you, most people are rooting for the underdog.
Yeah, but we don't have the hero character. That's what
We don't even have it.
Yeah, so I mean, if you look at The Office,
Not even a chance of being the hero.
There isn't really a hero in The Office. They're all sad individuals
with troubles and concerns, and
the same with the likes of Our Wiedersehen Pet, and
we do have I think it's the humor though. It gets back to the humor, doesn't it? Because we love our dramas. Oh my god.
Oh man, The West Wing.
Drama. And I come in the room and it's so fucking depressing that I have to leave because I'm just like I don't need to. Why do I want to sit here when I can go out the door? It's like, live this crap.
Yeah.
But when we had things like Yes Minister and Yes Prime Minister and The Thick of It.
The Thick of It,
which I thought was outstanding, and then was it W1?
Yeah.
Just
but it's
brilliant
satire,
brilliant humour.
That's satire, and that's something that the British do very well. Is satire.
Oh, it's amazing.
Malcolm Tucker for Prime Minister.
Yeah.
Fantastic! Yeah.
Fuck Dubai.
Yeah, what was it? It goes now. What I'm going to be talking about here may be seen as violent sexual imagery, and I just want to make sure that everybody's all right with that.
I'll abstain, but for YouTube, for the record of StreamYard or whatever.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh yeah, that's funny. Now violence, we're like off the charts. I mean, I can't even believe what's going on now with like movies and TV. I walk in the room, I'm like, holy cow!
It's like how many people can they kill in one episode?
And who is enjoying this? That's what really I don't.
It all depends how it's done. It's like I've just finished watching the last season of Killing Eve, and there are some really brutal. I mean, it's not in your face. You don't see this stuff. It's very cleverly shot and. Everything's implied and suggested.
It's like Korean horror movies.
Yeah, but even I'm sort of going, oh, I'm wincing at some of this stuff, and I'm pretty kind of thick-skinned. But it's done with a degree of humour, and also it's done very cleverly. But, oh my God, it's absolutely full of people getting killed in very horrible ways. There's this bit. I won't because I know somebody told me.
Yeah, but you got to set up. If you set up the premise, I mean, if you take John Wick, for instance, they could have gone much, much further with John Wick because those fuckers killed a puppy.
Yes,
they must all die. And that's why. And it works. Yeah. But even that's done in an entertaining way, which sounds ridiculous, but it is.
Yeah.
But if you can watch Game of Thrones. All 8 seasons ago.
Never watched.
Never seen it.
I've never seen it either.
Single
but I've seen some clips, and it is,
I've
very
seen sexy clips. Yeah.
No, but some of the death scenes and stuff like that, and you go, yeah, but if you watch this, then it, when they talk about desensitization, you go, yeah, I can see what they're talking about. Because
I grew up on films like Texas Chainsaw, Driller Killer. I saw all of those.
Yeah, but
at a very early
you weren't
age.
Really supposed to be.
No, I wasn't supposed to, but I did. And I saw a lot of that
this
stuff.
Is just mainstream TV now.
And it was never. I was never. My parents never censored what I watched. Not that you could watch huge amounts. I used to go sneak around my friends who'd had these, pirate videos. Video nasties. Yeah. And we'd watch them and we'd go, ooh, but it didn't really affect us. And I've seen a megaton of, I don't go out, I'm not desensitized to it. Like I said, I was wincing at something on Killing Eve last night, where you don't even see the thing committed. What you see is a silhouette of blood spurting, and then then Villanelle, you see her hand, and she's got a corkscrew. So, and your mind does all of the rest.
Yeah,
you know that. But I'm not decent. I don't understand this desensitization.
Well, I think that is cultural because, like I said, like some of those Korean, I'm thinking Korean mainly apart from, they're artistic, and they scare the hell out of you.
Yeah.
Like Yuan or some of those things, but they don't show you much. But it's like, oh my god, like this is so.
Well, that's the clever thing. If you can imply something,
it's clever versus just going for the.
Well, Hitchcock.
I'm in the
exactly.
Yeah, Hitchcock is so great.
Yeah,
I loved all that.
Everybody, we got a thing now, but it's all superhero this, superhero that.
Oh, God.
Yeah, they're all like flying through this. They're like
done to death now. Although,
so lame.
When it's
things like Thor Ragnarok and Guardians of the Galaxy, okay, fine. If we had to go through all that to get to them, fine.
Yeah, but the thing is, you take the Marvel universe. There are some people who love all of it. And some people are like, you can pick and choose the ones you want to watch and the ones you like. I watched Eternals a few months ago, thought it was pretty lame by comparison to some of the others. Whereas I can watch like any of the Iron Man films and just enjoy them for what they are. And like you say, Guardians of the Galaxy is hilarious, and even Avengers, the big. Avengers Assemble or whatever it's called, and then the last one, where they all got together and saved the world, and what's going to happen. It's fantastical. It's kind of fun, and if you get the right people doing the parts, like Robert Downey Jr. is inspired, for that. He was perfect for that role. It's like it's like Keanu Reeves was perfect for the Matrix. It was just made for him.
But you think about Close Encounters and E.T. and something.
Oh yes,
we were like in a zone.
Yeah, but we're still getting movies like that. We are still getting movies like that.
They're trying.
I really hated E.T.
Oh,
really?
Never liked it.
I saw it when it opened in the UK, and I went on my own. And I was allowed to go into Norwich on my own, aged 11, and I sat in that movie theatre, and I was crying at the end, but I didn't want to show anybody I was crying. These two girls behind me tapped me on the shoulder, and they would go, "Have you got any tissues?" I'm like, yeah, I have.
Yeah, I went to see it. I went to see it at the cinema too, and I was so disappointed. So disappointed. Where's the fucking spaceships? I'm sitting there for like 2.5 hours waiting.
What you're saying. I guess
there's one at the beginning, one at the end.
Dude, it's about an alien. Where's the fucking spaceships? Where's the laser cannons? We've got a guy in a basket. What the fuck is going on around here?
But E.T. again, E.T.'s a tale. It's not necessarily about aliens. It's
E.T. isn't sci-fi.
No, but the thing is, I've come from Star Wars to E.T. and you go.
Yeah, but that was the beauty of it. It was different.
It has the drama.
A little boy in a E.T.
Yeah, but I was going. I paid to go and watch a drama.
Coming of age.
I want giant fat ass spaceships blowing the shit out of each other. This is not what I wanted.
Close Encounters was like when those things.
That was brilliant.
No, Close Encounters. Yeah, I mean, I probably lost count of the amount of times I watched it.
Still a great movie.
There were also the made-for-TV series, from the Stephen King books, like The Stand.
Oh yeah, some of them were good.
Yeah,
I really enjoyed.
Tales of the Crypt.
And Salem's Lot, which I think was another fantastic adaptation.
But some were really awful. Like, I mean, even Tim Curry, and I love Tim Curry, but Tim Curry's It.
No,
it wasn't the book.
Yeah.
It wasn't the book.
No.
Same with Christine. The Christine movie was rubbish compared, to what the book was. However, Carrie and Firestarter
and The Shining
were absolutely brilliant adaptations.
Is Firestarter really?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm just distracted with Tangerine Dream there. Because,
it was of its time. Yeah. Same with.
Do you know what? I was talking to Ulrich Schnaus about because when he was a young
was that
boy.
sound in the background? Oh, is that name dropping?
That was his.
No, he's a good mate actually.
No.
Yeah, but no, he was telling me about because when he was quite a young kid, he had quite a close association with Tangerine Dream. Surprisingly, and ended up being in it. But he said he was told that the music that they did for Risky Business, they made up literally overnight. They had done a score for Risky Business. The director came over and went, "Oh no, this is horrible. No, I don't like it. Come up with something else." And they wrote all that Love on a Train and everything overnight.
Love on a Real Train is
before
they wrote two of the best
back.
pieces overnight.
Yeah, and they just wrote boom like that, and that's what got in. Saved the bacon. It was just like interesting.
I mean, it did help that Rebecca De Mornay was in it as well. But
well, yeah, there was that.
Also, they only wrote two pieces for the film. Ultimately, the rest was just recycled material. Like everything else is either outtakes or just take. Some pieces are just like take the master reel, put a new guitar track on it, put it on another 2-track. Yeah, done. Good.
Yeah.
Move along.
Yeah. Sometimes that's how the best stuff comes out, I suppose. But E.T., no, fucking it pissed me off. Still does. It still does now.
The opening of E.T. is definitely quite good.
And then when you do get a spaceship, it's a football with shower heads on it. What the fuck was that?
Well, you say that. I read a book, and this book talked to. But this is it's a factual based book. Talked to some engineers, and they were interpreting parts of the Bible, particularly Ezekiel. And there's a reference to this thing coming down from the skies and it being particular shapes. And he said, could that correlate with... And actually, a lot of scientists will agree that the correct shape for a craft to travel at those kinds of speeds... Would be oval. And so, maybe...
Yeah, I think I prefer the Navigator then, from that point of view.
Or the Last Starfighter.
Yeah. Oh, do you know what? The Last Starfighter was sort of like, it could have been so much more, but somehow wasn't. I don't know what it was about it that sort of felt very like a 2-part TV series rather than a film.
Yes, yeah.
There was something about it that was like not quite there.
I quite
never put my finger on it. So, but there again, you see, like when you grow up on things like Silent Running, and Space Odyssey and stuff like that, Lost Starfighter's got no fucking chance, is it really, when you think about it? So, but
Silent Running was a masterpiece.
Yeah.
Do you know, I watched Alien for the first time in a while. Just recently, it was on. I was like bored, and there was nothing else on. It was on one of the streaming services, and I thought, I do like Alien, and I put it on, and for the first time ever, I watched it. I thought, this feels it hasn't aged. It's got past the sell-by date.
Yes,
because I think we've been spoiled now, and we have, we can do so much in films and do anything, whereas. Back then, Ridley Scott was making a horror film that was set in a spaceship, and not a lot of it has aged particularly well. Not just in terms of like set design, but even the script itself. It just felt a little. Clunky. Maybe it's just because I've watched it.
Yeah, so but I think the original script was a little bit more in depth than. But the thing about Alien it's like any of these kind of films. The real impact is the first time you watch it. It's when you don't know what's going to happen next, and that's where because once you've watched it,
it's
you've
like
done
the Thing.
Yeah.
I thought that was
there's still great
fantastic
bits in
film.
the Thing though.
Yeah, but it has dated.
Yeah. Although I mean, because we did a thing where we were talking about. Famous, your most favourite line from a film, and one of my favourites is from The Thing, when he's testing each person's blood to see if they're infected, and Matey Boy at the end going, So that's all very well and good. Will somebody please untie me from that fucking chair? It's just the way it's done was so beautiful. So,
and I still can't get people who think that Aliens is a better film than Alien.
Well, it's a completely different film.
Taken out and shot.
Aliens is a better entertainment film than Alien.
Yeah.
Because they now
to be entertainment.
Because now you get to see the aliens and shoot them and everything. But it also kind of devalued them. Because all the time it was, all right, it was only one, but you barely ever saw it, and it was like that.
Well, that's like the whole point, but you don't see it. That you're scared.
But then when you've got hundreds of them running all over, and then of course by the time you get to later on, when you just got bloody hundreds of them running around all over the place, taking photos, taking selfies and stuff like that, and it's like, okay, it's done. Run its course. And then they did that pink one.
Have you ever played the game Alien Isolation, which is very much inspired?
I think I did back in the day.
Yeah. That works on the shock approach.
I never got very far, man.
No, I can.
I went on the Alien ride. I think was it Universal in Florida, and you all sit in this big circle, and this was like early '90s, and they were just kind of coming out with this technology where you would move around in this environment and you'd see things and hear things, but they'd also got little jets of air and water spray.
Yeah,
and it was a real kind of multi-sensory experience rather than just bombing along in a chair and things coming out. You actually felt that they married the sound, the positioning of the sound, with the positioning of the physical effects.
Yeah,
and it was really very, very good.
Yeah, because it's all about the perception. Set them up and then knock them down. Isn't it?
Yeah.
Two other good films I thought were good. The Abyss, I thoroughly enjoyed.
Oh, The Abyss is brilliant.
Yes, it could be half an hour shorter, but yeah.
No, I
love the director's cut.
It was.
It's a good film, though. It is a good film.
Terminator, I think. The first one, I think the rest, I wasn't really inspired with the rest of the Terminator series, but the original
a fine
Terminator
action
I thought
film.
was brilliant.
It's again like if we claim Cameron, like T2 is a fine action film, like Aliens, it's a fine action film.
Yes.
But
T2 is better than Aliens, I think. And, there's just.
But like the original Terminator, you have the whole horror aspect. But then also it's quite a shit film. I mean, it's basically a B movie. Ultimately, that's a bit better. But and then you have your fun stop motion thing at the end, which always questionable whether that holds up or not.
Yeah, but I think if there was an award for the best science fiction film ever made that cost less than $850,000, Terminator's going to win it.
Yeah, it's the only film of that era.
Pretty much, yeah.
But it was great on like every level, even though it did show had a few frayed edges because of the limits of the budget and the technology and everything. It's still like every. There you go.
There's one boo boo.
Hello, beautiful.
Shall I play the horn?
What's the key stop?
Hi, beautiful.
All right, now get out of my studio.
Be gone, you hairy creature.
Yeah.
One film I think they completely fucked up on was War of the Worlds.
Oh gosh,
which one?
Every adaptation of that has been awful.
Because none of them are like the book.
Tom Cruise one or whatever. It was dreadful.
Do you know what? That was closer to the book than the 1956 one, but I loved the 1956 one.
Yes.
I just fucking loved that to death.
It's like the day that was it the world stood still as well. That was
probably
good.
the best adaptation of War of the Worlds could very well be Independence Day, because it's exactly the whole premise is exactly the same. And it's done in a fairly decent way. But War of the Worlds, oh man, when the BBC announced that they were going to do a proper period version of that, I thought, okay, here we go, because they've now got the ability to spread it out over a number of episodes. They can really get in there and do it.
And we'll forgive them for tripods.
Yeah, and they fucked that up. They absolutely fucked that up.
Yeah. What they should have done is they should just do it like the double album and just be fucking done with it.
Well, Jeff Wayne was he was looking at financing like a movie version that was probably going to be more animated than live action.
Yeah.
But you know, a movie version of his interpretation, which that would have been quite good.
Because at the end of the day, his interpretation of that story is the best one yet.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Yeah.
And it's full of CS80. What's not to love?
But when you compare that to the book, it's very, very faithful to it.
Yeah,
And,
I mean the book's a little. There's some dark areas to deal with in the book, isn't there? So,
I mean, it just leaves out a lot from the book, but it doesn't change it really.
Yeah, exactly.
But it doesn't mess with it too much, does it?
No, because I mean, obviously, War of the Worlds is an allegory for what's going on in the world at the time. Politically, socially, and
well, that's colonialism.
Well, it was everything. Everything that was going on in the world. H.G. Wells was just using, like Roddenberry did with Star Trek. He was just using science fiction as a medium to tell these tales. And
Starship Troopers.
Yeah, exactly. It's all sort of based on that kind of stuff. But
I felt really sorry for the aliens in that. They were poor little bastards. They were very poorly represented, and. Yeah, in the media, they were the bad guys, and they weren't.
Well,
exactly. That's the whole point, though, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Well, exactly my point. Yeah, it's like I say.
Saw a film the other day. I've forgotten what it's called, but it's basically a young lad is trained up to be the commander of a fleet and sets out to destroy an alien race.
Sweet.
Ender's Game?
Ender's Game.
Yeah.
I thought that was...
It's exactly the same thing. Yeah, but it's the same kind of thing where actually you go, oh, those poor little aliens.
Yes.
Poor little bastards. But that's just... it's just flipping things on its head, isn't it?
What about when Mars attacks?
Yeah, Mars Attacks was great.
We tried to
gotta love it. You gotta love it.
All those little aliens were so brilliant. They're like,
can't we all just be friends?
Can't we just get along?
Yeah, because I mean, as far as slapstick kind of comedy science fiction films goes, it's up there, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's very 50s iconic as well, which really lends to it as well. Makes it sort of like it's like a warm blanket.
Yeah. Well, that's Tim Burton, isn't it?
Yeah. But it's like, what's his name? I can never remember his name. The guy played Korg in Ragnarok. The director did in What We Do in the Shadows. Tiki, is it?
Oh, Taika Waititi.
Taika Waititi. Thank you. Yeah. All right, man. I mean, he's got like a Midas touch as well, hasn't he?
Oh, have you seen Jojo Rabbit?
No, but Fiona did last night, and she loved. She said,
absolutely
brilliant. I'll go, okay, darling. I will make a note.
It really is. Yeah, like everything he touches turns to gold.
Yeah, but I must admit, that Korg is so. Wow, where did that come from?
Yeah, no, he's talented.
Fuck off, Ghost.
Because didn't he direct? He was in The Mandalorian, but I think he also directed a few of the episodes as well.
Wouldn't surprise me.
That's
and it'll probably be the good ones.
Yeah. Well, the whole thing was good. The whole
but I mean,
really
particularly good ones, because he always adds something else to it. Mind you, he's golden bollocks at the moment, I suppose.
And the most annoying thing about Boba Fett for the first couple of episodes, I was trying to figure out who was voicing the robot. Have you seen Boba Fett? The series?
No, I haven't seen it yet.
He has this droid, this white droid who's got a very English voice, and I'm sat there watching this. I couldn't figure out who the fuck it was, and after about 2 episodes ago, fucking Matt Berry. Berry's in it, yeah. And as soon as you realise it, it's just then you start hearing Stephen Toast and
but it's like that robot in brain's broken.
Rebel One?
Star Wars, Rebel One, thank you.
Yeah.
The robot in there.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
That was that? Oh, who the fuck was that?
And it was it was a woman, wasn't it? What's her name? Big tall woman with dark hair. Was it her? Rogue One. Rogue One. Thank you.
Who was the bloody droid?
I never really got into Star Wars. I like the.
Oh, that was Alan
film.
Tudyk, wasn't it? Yeah, Alan Tudyk that did K2SO.
Oh, okay.
Star Wars?
Sorry? I can't hear you over the piano.
What? Thank you, Ty.
Sorry, he infiltrates me every now and again.
So you never got into Star Wars?
Yeah.
No, I liked the first film, and that was about it. I didn't really enjoy Empire Strikes Back.
Empire is awesome, man.
You think you know some people?
Oh, didn't like Empire Strikes Back.
Didn't do it for me.
It's the best one.
I mean,
I like the first one.
You failed me for the last time, Admiral Neat.
The third one was the Ewoks, right? Return of the Jedi.
They got a little bit kind of.
Yeah, that's kind of.
Well, yeah, because
and then he goes and does the fucking.
When you have to steer a story to a particular conclusion, there's a certain amount of buttering done to ease it in, and it can get a little bit sort of like, what
wanky.
the fuck is this?
Probably little throw guys.
You know, yeah. Once you get Ewoks and stuff, but there again, I mean, I although I don't like the character of Jar Jar Binks, when you do see it and you go, what is it I hate most about Jar Jar Binks? And I can spend the entire film just watching it going, I'm not quite sure exactly what I hate more about Jar Jar Binks. Is it the voice or the way he moves?
Yeah.
I just can't make up my mind. If for a comic element, he's not doing it. Yeah. It's always a bad sign when the comic element in a film is the one thing that you want to have sort of like laser blasted through the skull.
It's not a funny movie. I mean, it's not supposed to be funny, was it? Darth Vader wasn't funny. I mean, R2-D2 was cute, right? Cute was one thing, you know?
Yeah, but he was brave and he was the smartest out of 3PO and him. Anyway.
I used to think that which
is sort of pinky in the brain kind of thing, isn't it?
When I watched the prequels for the first time, I thought, "Oh, this is great! This is new Star Wars movies." I was lapping it up, and then began to sort of think about it a bit more and thought, "Oh, do you know that it felt like no, it didn't feel right." And then I kind of thought, "Well, hang on a minute." I first watched this film. Well, over here it came out in '78, so I watched it then, and I was a child. And there were childish things in that film, I guess, but because I've grown up with them, they don't appear to be childish to me. But now I was nearly 30 when the first of the prequels came out, and I'm watching it through a much older set of eyes, and with all of that history going on in the background that I've watched. And maybe I'm just too old now. And they don't appeal. And then I kept thinking that, and I kept sort of like defending them, in discussions with people. No, we're just older now, and we just don't appreciate it. And then they did like Rogue One, and I thought, no, I was wrong. They are shit, because I'm watching Rogue One now, many years beyond that, and that is a brilliant film. It stands on its own. You don't need to know any of the Star Wars story. And the fact that they had the absolute audacity at the end to kill everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone dies.
But I kind of enjoyed the prequels because I wasn't watching, the film as such. I was drinking in all the CGI. Because when my nephew said to me, he goes, "Well, what do you think of the story?" And I went, "There was a story?" I'm sorry, I wasn't aware of that. I was just watching the CGI. I said, lovely. Because before it was like mostly models. There was a bit of CGI coming in towards the end, and it was a bit flaky, but it was getting there. And then you had all like, ooh, look, texture bump maps. Oh, fucking hell, ray tracing the edges. Wow. So, and it was fine for me. But the original, young child Anakin, death at birth. Yeah. And then he gets older. Yeah, you could still kill him, couldn't you?
I'm looking forward to the Obi-Wan series, which starts next month, because that's a continuation of the prequel story. But if it's being done by the same people that are doing Mandalorian and Boba Fett, which are both very, very good, then there's hope for that. Yeah, and
It might not be shit.
Yeah,
Aren't they just milking it to death now, though?
But who's playing Obi-Wan?
Who do you think? Ewan McGregor.
Oh, okay then.
Yeah.
Hello there.
And Hayden and Hayden Christensen is coming back as Darth Vader. So they're not just they're not recasting a lot of the stuff. It's all the original.
Yeah, but he didn't have to, did he? He wouldn't have to.
No,
because it'll be a costume.
But I think
it could be anybody in there.
He said, after the finishing the prequels, that he probably wouldn't do anything else if there was anything else. And I think enough time has passed for him to kind of appreciate that actually that's a great character to explore, and he did it so well. I mean, he was believable as a young Alec Guinness. Really,
absolutely. Yeah,
you could actually see. Oh, this is a young version. It's like the guy they got to do Han Solo in the Solo movie.
But not so convinced.
But it's actually a decent film. If you ignore it being a Star Wars film, it's actually quite a good film.
It's a very good film, and I got over the fact that it wasn't Harrison Ford, because you couldn't do that without huge amounts of that de-aging stuff that they do. So they got a young guy that didn't maybe look exactly like you'd think he would look, but he had the mannerisms, and he had some of the facial expressions were carried over, and some of the the lines were, and I really enjoyed it. A lot of people say that. I really like that.
I mean, a lot of them.
Yeah, it was all right.
The key is that they've got to keep them kind of dark.
Yes.
They've got to find the line of. You can be a little cutesy and stuff, but if you get too cutesy, you just destroy it. There's got to be. They were always a little dark, and the idea of the Force, and that they were kind of. They really didn't have much choice, what was going to happen. Their fates were inevitable.
Yeah.
And
well, when you look at
Ewoks, what the fuck is this?
Because you look at George Lucas was inspired by the Japanese movies, and was it Kurosawa? Yeah, he was inspired by that stuff, and you could see that in Star Wars. You could see that in Empire, but by the time you get to Jedi, there is this. Oh, we've got a great commercial marketing machine here. Let's have some cute, cuddly things. And it was very much that.
Yeah.
And whilst it still had elements, it still retained. And it was a suitable ending to that trilogy of films. I'm glad that it stopped there, because the next one could have, if they'd made the next one 2 or 3 years later, it could have been super cheesy. And he just waited until 1999 and then just did Phantom Menace. But
the thing is, as they expanded on the story, all it really did was start to make the plot holes in the original films bigger. Like, for instance. They've knocked down the shield generator. The Falcon can escape from the hangar. And Vader's there, and he didn't go, come back. You're not fucking going anywhere. But he didn't. Instead, they sent 3 TIE fighters with instructions to, yes, don't damage it too much. And get killed. Yes, sir. What the fuck?
Yeah.
It's like, no, I don't know,
No, Empire still holds a special place. There was just something about the.
Yeah, that was my favorite.
Yeah.
The things, the whole thing. It was just like
the whole.
Basically.
The whole Hoth.
2 words: Star Destroyers.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had some really great. When you went to see it, they just had all sorts of cool, different new killer stuff.
Yeah, but then they pull fast ones. They go A-wings. Hey, what? Where did the A-wings come from?
Yeah. But AT-ATs were just awesome,
Yeah, weren't they? They were pretty cumbersome.
And then when you sort of learned, because you went to the cinema in 1980 and watched that, and you just thought these were huge machines, and you didn't think about how did they do that. They were just there. They were just doing it. And then when, like a few years later, when we were privy to the making of documentaries that eventually sort of filtered out on VHS, and you saw, people like Phil Tippett and that whole stop motion thing. And for a generation that grew up watching all of these Sinbad movies and Harryhausen's stop motion, which was amazing for its time, but oh my god, it has dated. And you look at that technique that they've taken, and they've now created this whole world of animals, the Tauntauns and the AT-ATs and everything that is all stop motion. it's just stunning work, and it's it's fantastic.
Even now, where I have to collect all the dog poo off the lawn in the morning, and they're going, and I thought they smelled bad on the outside. It's stuff like, a lot of it's permeated into into the culture. You just can't get away from it. But
that's it.
Yeah, but it's. I mean, Star Wars kind of started to get me interested, definitely in model making and stop motion and stuff like that. But I think it was Babylon that got me into CGI big time, mainly because I was using exactly the same software they were using to do the series, and it was like, wow, I've caught up. I hadn't, but I kind of had.
Yeah. What were they using, Lightwave or something? Or?
Yeah, Lightwave was being developed as the series was being developed. Hence, you see Series 1, and as you go through the series, it gets better and better and better as they improved the software. They were literally beta testing the software as it went along. And then eventually Cameron got hold of it, and he was doing Avatar with Lightwave, and they were developing Lightwave more and more for that. So, but again, my bugbear is that Cameron did Avatar instead of Ringworld.
I thought Avatar was quite good though.
I've never seen
Yeah,
it yet.
but if you read Ringworld, you'll be going, oh, they should have done Ringworld.
Avatar is just the most predictable story in the world. If it would be actually an interesting story, then it would be. I mean, I think as a video game, in that resolution that it had back then, it would still be just an amazing exploratory thing, but it has about the dullest story possible.
Yeah, because if there's one thing that Avatar doesn't have that Ringworld has, it's Riche vampires. And you've got to get some Riche vampire going, which is basically what they do is they give off a pheromone that's so strong, you just have to have sex with them. And while you're having sex with them, they suck the blood out of you.
Good way to go.
Yep. Oh, no, they don't kill you. By then, there's an enzyme they put into, and you just become sex slaves to them. But they keep feeding off you, so they keep you going.
Up until that point, I thought you were talking about my missus, but no, no sex.
Just the blood sucking.
Just the blood sucking.
Yeah.
Figuratively and literally.
Can't have it all, can you?
No,
I don't know.
quite.
So, yeah, and puppeteers and all the rest of it. But yeah, one day, because he owns the rights to the story, so he can't just sit on them forever.
I mean, he can.
Yeah, he can.
First, we're going to get Avatar 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and whatever.
Yeah, I even managed to get apparently I've managed to get an email to him saying, look, I have already done a score for the film if you're interested. And I've got the approval of the original author, so let's have coffee.
You never know, stranger things have happened.
Tumbleweed.
Jesus Christ.
A sound clip for all occasions.
Some warning next time, please.
Just have a limit on your master.
To the crypt. It's a bit like that when I get undressed at night.
I thought it was more.
Yeah, lots of that as well, actually.
Or
not that record.
Not this record! Not this record!
Do you ever remember the Raspberry song by the Goons? Was it the Raspberry song? No, the rhyming song.
The rhyming song. No, I can't remember now.
That was
I appreciate the Goons. I was never a big aficionado.
Yeah, you have to be caught in the right frame of mind to be drawn into it. Because otherwise it would grate instead. Like so many different things, I suppose. But, no, there's been at one time a day, a science fiction film coming out was sort of like, yeah. Now everything seems to be a science fiction film. in some form or another, or set in
But
space,
but a
or
lot seem to be very badly written.
yeah, well, you can't get it right every time, I suppose.
Tell you what I'm enjoying at the
I'm a
moment.
sucker for Lord of the Rings, though. I didn't think I would be.
Have you seen Picard?
Yes, I've seen season 1.
Season 2 is very good.
Oh, good, because season 1 was beginning to get sort of like.
I really liked it.
Yeah, it was a little slow.
Yeah, but that's why I think that's probably why I liked it.
Really?
Yeah, it was because unlike like Next Generation or Voyager or whatever, any of those, it's a story per episode. And Picard was a story across 6 or 8, whatever it was, episodes.
Yeah.
And the fact that it had some degree of familiarity because Riker turns up halfway through, and of course the Data connection, with Data's inventor, and I think who else was in it? There was a couple of others that were in it. But it wasn't like it wasn't just paying fan service to those people that wanted to see. Here's Picard coming back for the first time since Next Generation. Are we going to see the whole gang back together? No, we're going to see 1 or 2 of them, and they're going to play a relevant part in the story, and then they're going to fuck off again.
Yeah, but they were the only characters with depth. The rest of the characters were pretty single layer.
Oh, I don't know. The Doctor, the girl with the blonde hair, who's rather cute, I must say. Especially in season 2. Oh, wow.
Well, season 2 obviously is.
But you've got they've
looked and seen what they need to do to move on.
Yeah, you've got the Latin American pilot who's a bit crazy, a bit gung ho, and then you've got this slightly bonkers Doctor, and you've got 7 of 9, who I mean anything with Jerry Ryan, give me that, and then who's I can't remember the name of the other lady that's in it, but yeah. I kind of liked it, and the whole Borg connection was there, and of course season 2 takes that on and that reintroduces some more bits from Next Generation. So Q is in this one. Q's actually kind of a fundamental part of the whole of season 2. And then of course Whoopi Goldberg comes back as Guinan. She's there just for the first episode, and she'll probably turn up at the end as well because of what goes on. I won't spoil it for you. But I think the key thing with season 2 is that something big happens that makes it a lot more relevant to us today. So I'm trying not to spoil it for you because you'll want to watch it. But it really is. It's very good.
Well, I must admit, I was very, very tolerant with Discovery.
I didn't really get into that.
Well, the thing was, when they revealed the secret of the ship, of how it can, and it was a tardigrade, but it was a tardigrade about the size of 3 elephants. You go, wait a minute, this is either an incredibly small ship, or that tardigrade is not to scale. There's something wrong. And I go, but the tardigrade is what powers the ship and allows it to travel through dimensions to a different spot in the known universe. I'm going, who the fucking hell wrote this? He's like, I know what we could do. Oh. Right, is this tardigrade, right? And he's, the size of a house. And I go, yeah, that's a good idea. Wait a minute, I need a bit more meth. Yeah, and then what? And I was like, what am I watching? And how can this ship, which is older, be more advanced than the new ones? And you go, what the... Oh, God, I don't know what's going on anymore.
The thing is, Star Trek has this... because we've seen so many different, stories, so many different series that tell some of the tales from different parts of the whole, the whole sort of universe. I use that, not the universe, but the Star Trek universe.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are lots of people that sit down and keep a track of all these things, and they say, well, if you're setting your thing here, then that stuff hasn't happened yet, and this stuff has happened, so you've got to take that into account, so the continuity, I guess.
Yeah.
But the fans will be picking holes and finding this stuff, and I try ever so hard not to sort of think about that. I mean, there's a couple of bits in season 2 of Picard where they're talking about versions of craft, and where the Federation doesn't exist in certain parts of this story at certain times, and you think, oh, but then in a few hundred years' time, this is going to happen. So
it all gets a bit Galaxy Quest after a while, doesn't it?
Yeah, and you start to think, oh God, no.
I think Brian has the schematics of the lower decks.
So you have to really kind of try and forget some of that stuff, but it's difficult if you're kind of well versed. And luckily, I'm not hugely versed in the Star Trek world, but I do enjoy significant parts of it.
Yeah, I must admit, I liked Generation. And just about everything about it, and it was a very, very suitable, shall we say, encore from the original series, which it's just become iconic through just age and popularity. You know, so
it's almost the definitive Star Trek.
It can't put a foot wrong. And so there's that photograph, isn't there, with a tiny little model of the Enterprise on a cocktail stick and a big cannoli. And you show that and people know exactly what you're talking about. Oh yeah, that episode. Yeah. And everything like that. And and it's untouchable, and it's all about, he's wearing the red shirt. For you, mate. And all this sort of thing. And and it's great. I mean, they tightened up the old series by putting CGI'd cutscenes. Which lends to it. I don't think it's spoiled at all. I know some people say, oh, no, it should be all fuzzy and you can't really work out what's going on. And they've replaced it with CGI. But they've done it sympathetically to how it would have looked had it been done. Or how they were intending it to look back then. Yeah. Oh, Galen. Yeah, that was something that got done to death, wasn't it, in the end? They did Planet of the Apes, and then it was like, for fuck's sake. Oh, no, another one. And it's how many times has it been remade now? 2 or 3 times, isn't it? Or it was remade and then they ran with it,
wasn't it?
Yeah.
Actually, I don't mind the reboots because they're a bit more.
I like the first one.
Of the original.
The original with
Charlton.
Was it Charlton Heston?
Yeah. Get your hands off me, you dirty ape! They go, oh, yeah, brilliant.
Dr. Zaius.
And then that, of course, the end of that film, which has been done, been in comedy shows and stuff like that, with the whole, who was it? Idiots, you've blown it up. Yeah, but it's, there's a lot of iconic ones as well, as you say, but,
Monday morning, and you're just kind of looking around, and Planet of the Apes is on, and it's like, oh man. This is pretty cool. I'll watch this.
Yeah.
And how about TV series like Twin Peaks?
Oh yeah.
I never watched it.
I watched a couple of episodes, and I spent most of my time going, what the hell is going on?
I think I just wasn't watching TV around that period. I don't think I had a TV, to be honest.
I tell you why I was watching it. I just remembered we had just got a TV that did Dolby Sound, and this was one of the few programs where the theme tune was broadcast in Dolby Sound, and it was a nice track as well.
Yeah.
So, and I remember I used to watch the beginning and then turn it over. I just listened to the music.
Write the theme tune, sing the theme tune,
turn
over.
Because even then it was all about, but what's the score like? I don't care about the story. What's the score like? This is why I like Game of Thrones. I know all the music to Game of Thrones. Haven't seen it. I can play you every fucking piece of every episode of Game of Thrones without any problem, but not seen it. And I don't know who the Mountain is or fucking whatever.
I tell you what, you need a map. If you're going to watch that, you need a big map. It's like you're trying to figure out where where's this place? You're like, where's this place?
Yeah.
I don't know. They did a pretty good job with it. They'll screw it up if they try to do it.
I mean, I know certain aspects of the show only because of it's permeated into like comedy shows and stuff like that. Where they had Matey Boy, from it, and he was doing like a dinner date thing, and the woman on the other side of the table was blindfolded, and he just kept going, "Winter's coming, winter's coming," like that. So I know there's apparently winter's coming in it, so there you go. That's
like
some total of knowledge on the series.
Or you have to do the "you know nothing, Jon Snow." And I think about that all the time. I'm like, I know nothing.
In other news, Stranger Things 4.
Oh, that's cool. That's a
looking-
throwback, right?
Yeah, I like that because that's nice,
Love that.
quirkily
That feels like
offbeat.
80s,
I like
you know
it.
what I mean? Yeah, it feels like my childhood.
Yeah, it does
In a
have
good
a
way. Like somebody got it and put it out, and you're like, yeah, man, I can kids sing on the bikes, and
It makes me feel like John Landis is still around.
Yeah.
It's got that kind of vibe to it.
Yeah. No, and I mean, the casting is fantastic. I mean, Winona Ryder is just.
I know.
She can't do wrong in my eyes.
No, she's.
I bet she could.
No, she.
Not in your eyes, anyway.
No, but no, even the kids, are all so beautifully cast, and the story is just great. It's proper.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
If you landed on this planet and somebody showed you some films of the 80s and then they showed you Stranger Things, they would not be.
Yeah, you think it was filmed at the same time.
Thing. Yeah.
It gets to that kind of cool place where there was these buildings or something where something nefarious was happening. The government was involved, and they were
It's all the tropes are there.
It's like,
but without being,
I remember
they
that.
pay service to all of that stuff.
Yeah.
Without being
cheesy.
Yeah. Without it being seen as you're just copying that and that. That bit in season 1 with the bikes and the van and all that. That's so ET, but it's not. It's not ET.
But it's kind of right. It's like
it's a homage.
Yeah. It's just like
it's not a pastiche.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's done really, really cleverly and gently.
Yeah. It's
not
like
not right in your face sort of thing.
It's kind of like when a band takes a style of music, and they reinvent it a little bit. And
run with it.
I know your reference is, but you took a little spin on it that was good. I get it. Now, you can respect it.
And I think the way that they've filmed it so that obviously all of the cast are going to get old, especially the kids. You're going to notice those a lot more. David Harbour and Winona Ryder, and that you won't notice. Them aging a few years, but the kids will noticeably change. And so the story is being told in kind of the correct time. So when you revisit, when we revisited them in season 3, it was a couple of years after the events of season 2 because, it took a couple of years to make season 3. So they're as old as you will expect them to be. And it's the same, I think, looks the same in season 4 that, now they're reaching sort of that mid to, teen years, mid to late teens. And they've all developed. Particularly Millie Bobby Brown. I think she's a stunning talent.
Yeah, but would you agree that there's now too much? Like you fire up Netflix and you go, "Holy fucking shit! There isn't enough hours in my life."
But
to even attempt half of this stuff.
But it's kind of
I don't want to watch.
Yeah, but even after that, you look. Oh, that looks good. Oh, that looks good. Where am I going to find the time to watch this?
Yeah, no, you can't. It's hard.
You have to be.
Yeah.
I think what's happened is, I vowed I would never do this, and I've gone and bloody done it. I stayed away from Netflix because that was the only streaming service at the time, certainly over here in the UK.
Yeah.
And I stayed away. I thought, no, if I don't want to, give these people whatever it was. It was like £6 a month then. It's now 10 or something.
They'll find a way of drawing you in.
But eventually there was something that, I thought, I'll get the 30-day trial and I'll watch this thing. And then you start flicking through. Oh, they've got that. Oh, that's on there. And, because back then there wasn't a huge amount of original Netflix content. Most of it was, old stuff or stuff that had just been, maybe a couple of years old. And I got on board, and it was good. But it would go through phases where, because obviously stuff doesn't always stay on Netflix. Stuff stays, stuff goes away, stuff comes back again. Then you got new stuff, and then you got new old stuff, and So you always kind of, and I don't like the search function on there. It's kind of difficult to find stuff.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah, I wait for stuff to come to me 9 times out of 10.
Yeah,
so.
and then I got an Apple TV box, and so I could play Netflix on there. And then I subscribed to Amazon Prime, not because of the video content, but simply because we buy so much stuff from Amazon that £80 a year. Yeah, it's just not, it's a bargain because
one of them.
Then you get Hulu because this one thing is on.
Yeah,
well, that was kind of like Disney with us, with Disney Plus. I got Disney Plus because that's got the Marvel stuff.
Because of
and
Mandalorian.
Yeah. And now I've got Netflix, I've got Disney Plus, I've got Apple TV Plus. Yeah. Because Apple TV Plus, I got that free for like the first 18 months or so because they kept extending it. And now it's to a point where I actually have the what do they call it, it's like the premium package where it's £25 a month, but you get all of the services and you can share it amongst the whole of your family. So it works out cheaper to do it that way. And so I pay that and get Apple TV. And now these services always seem to me that they go through phases where they'll have maybe 6 months of they've got loads of great stuff, and then it all comes to an end. And then the next service has a whole bunch of great stuff. And so we end up sort of like spending a few months watching stuff on Apple TV, and then we'll move to Disney Plus and we'll catch up with all the things that we wanted to watch there. And then we'll move to Netflix, and then we kind of come back. And so there's all this stuff. And we rarely watch any kind of like broadcast, terrestrial or not terrestrial, but,
Well, there's always something. Yeah, well, there's always something, isn't there, that will come out that will draw you in. There's always something. For me, it was things like House of Cards, West Wing, BoJack Horseman pulled me into Netflix. I love BoJack Horseman. Yeah. And Bosch.
Yeah.
But they're all on these different sets. You go, oh well, I'm going to have to subscribe to that because I need to watch. I want to watch that. And then you're stuck with them, and then you don't look at them for 6 months, and you come back and go, well, this is costing me money. I better watch something. What the fuck's that all about?
Yeah.
And then you go through these shows, and it's like, oh, these teens have special powers. Well, they can fuck right off. All right, what else you got?
Well, I was looking at.
Who gives a fuck about teens with special powers? Go fuck yourself.
Every now and then, because I gave up on Sky over here because it was just bloody awful. The amount of money that they were asking.
Yeah.
And what broke the camel's back?
Film channels.
Well. I used to have everything, and it used to cost me like £40 a month, and I thought that was quite reasonable for access to all the sports and access to the films and stuff.
Yeah,
and then
you look at the sports channels, and go, wait a minute.
Well,
I'd never watched that sport you paid me.
I'm only really watching the football and maybe the cricket, but that's about it. But it was enough for me to warrant keeping having it. And then when they got my first HD TV. I said, well, okay, let's upgrade to Sky HD. And they wanted to charge me whatever it was stupid. And it would have made it something like £60 a month. I'm thinking, I'm not doing that anymore. And just got completely fucked off with it. And so binned it and went to FreeSat. Yeah. Because we actually found that I was just mainly watching the football on the sports channels. And if we wanted to watch a film, invariably we didn't watch it on Sky. We'd either go to the cinema or whatever, but it was just pointless. And most of the TV we were watching was like BBC 1 and 2 and 4 and Channel 4, and that's about it. We don't really watch anything on ITV. It's not by choice. It just doesn't seem. There's occasional things, but we were finding we were just watching that stuff. We weren't watching Sky Plus this or all those other channels that you can get on there. Yeah. So we binned it off and got FreeSat, and then started to get all these subscription services. And when you add up how much I spend a month on subscription services, it's still cheaper than buying a Sky subscription.
Oh yeah,
because they charge
and you get so much more,
and you can pick and choose what you watch, what you want to watch, when you want to watch it. You're not constrained by what Sky get, And like you get the Disney Plus channel, for example, there's always a film that they're showing on Disney Plus that's literally just finished at the cinema.
Yeah.
What was the one that we watched the other day?
The South American one. Was it that one?
I can't remember now. It was what the bloody hell was it? I can't remember that. But it was. I mean, thought, oh, what's that doing? And that's literally just been on at the cinema, and there it is on Disney Plus.
Yeah.
And actually, I was a bit dubious about Disney Plus because I thought, I'm just getting this for Star Wars and Marvel, particularly because my son kept bugging me to get it. Yeah. And actually, a lot of the extra stuff that they have there, and they have the Stars channel on there, don't they? Which has got, that had Pam and Tommy on it, which was a really good series. Some really great stuff. And it's actually, I think it's good value for money, that one. But as Sass says, Amazon Prime is actually pretty damn good. In a lot of respects, because they get like a whole bunch of Premier League football. Yeah. They get the tennis you can watch on there as well. Plus, you've got the films and lots of series on there. And I think again, they goes
the delivery
like this.
Service,
and of course, you get Amazon Prime, so everything turns up the next day, and you save a shit ton.
I'm not entirely sure about that, to be honest.
On what?
Whether Prime, if you order something under Prime, whether you get it any faster than if you order it normally.
Well, I mean, I've ordered stuff at 11 o'clock at night and it's turned up at 9, 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, but so have I. But it wasn't a Prime order.
Oh, right.
So I think it depends on where their warehouse is, how late they're working, and how bad do they want to sell this shit.
Yeah.
But it's still
the Prime thing's got nothing to do with it. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes, at least, anyway. Sort of like, wow.
Prime's Prime is not necessarily always about the speed of the delivery. I mean, the fact that you can get a lot of stuff the next day.
Yeah, and this is why Fiona never wants me to, because I was going, let's cancel Prime. I'm not watching it anymore. She goes, yeah, but you lose the delivery service. Yeah. Oh, so I'm kind of tied into this then. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah, smart buggers. Yeah. So we carry on paying for it.
That, I mean, I ordered an amplifier off of Amazon, simply because they said they had some, were expecting some in stock, and I had a £75 Amazon gift token from work.
Yeah.
So I ordered this new AV amp because the last power cut took the old one out, and they said, oh yes, we're expecting stock soon, and that was at the end of February, and I'm still waiting.
Yeah.
And
but then again, look at those Widdies I bought.
Yeah.
I ordered those Widdies at about 10:30 at night, and they were on the doorstep at 8.
Yeah.
And I wasn't. And it was like ding dong, and the dogs kick up and go, oh, I really wish I hadn't ordered them now. I've got to get up and go and get them.
Do they leave the stuff on the doorstep now?
Yeah, they go bye.
Yeah. They definitely deliver really late compared to other people.
Yeah, mind you, at least we got through to the milkman at last, because he delivers the milk about 3:30 in the morning, then rings the doorbell.
Oh,
Jesus!
I can hear him come in every time.
And now he puts the milk bottles that you can hear as quietly as possible on the doorstep. And I go, he's wasted his time, because Nellie's there going, that's the milkman. And goes, at the door. I go, Nellie, shut up. I go, but it's the milk. I don't care. I'm not having any coffee now. Come to bed. Shut up. And he's like, ding, ding, like that.
It's incredible how quick we can get things now. I'm pissed because I just won this System 1 for like $300. And it's been like 2 days. I'm like, where the fuck is it? I'm like, it's like
we've ordered stuff
2 days ago. Like,
I mean, that original Behringer X32 mixer. I mean, it's a fair old bloody size thing, right? I ordered it from Thomann about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It was here the following morning from Germany. It was like, did they teleport it or something?
What's funny?
How the hell did it get here that quickly?
I ordered some stuff from Thomann, a week or two ago. It hasn't showed up, but it's so cheap.
Got longer,
but it's cheap.
Yeah,
it's like, I've been like looking at the Sweetwater and some of the United States place, and I'm like, man, I'm just gonna order. I don't care how long it takes. Like this, it's so absurdly cheaper. I'm like trying to figure out what the hell's going on.
Yeah.
I think it's Sweetwater. They got bought, so I think.
Yeah, but I mean, we're in that weird situation now that if you don't get it from Thomann, where can you get it from then? It's got that sort of thing. Go do guitar, do it. It's
Well, if
GAC,
you got-
and is that in the UK anyway?
You got DV24/7, which is music store in Germany.
It's German, yeah. It's all kinds
Yeah,
of German.
and I mean, if you've ever, my kind of experience with them, they were massive wankers always in Germany, and Terman and they were just really nice people to deal with on email or phone.
Yeah.
And
There's Juno, Gear for Music.
Juno is surprisingly good.
Yeah, but are they based here?
Yes.
I mean, they are based here.
I've
physically.
ordered stuff from them before the cut-off point, which I think
Yeah.
is like 7. It's quite late in the evening, and they stick it straight out, and you get it the next day, if not the day after.
Yeah.
And they're fairly competitive.
Yeah, but that's the problem. I get my mad, crazy, shit-faced ideas normally about 11:30, so I've missed the cut. So it's going to be a couple of days. And I go, I know what I need.
Andertons are quite good as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I really love KMR because they're very nice people, and they let you have stuff to check out for a while.
Yeah.
If you have built up a rapport by spending too much money with them.
Yeah, but it's funny though. Some of these places have slowed down in deliveries, and others have speeded up. It's like, what the? Because like RS used to be like literally.
Oh, used to be fantastic.
They used to like you go, buy, ding.
Well, it depends on your account. From what I know, my old uni, the EEE account, they still, if they order by about 8 p.m., you still have it 8:30 the next morning.
Yeah.
Although if you order on that account and you're a student not allowed to order in that department, you're literally going to be murdered by everybody in that department. I mean, it is very deadly to ever try and do that.
CPC stroke Farnell used to be very, very quick as well.
Yeah, it's an extra day or so bunged on now. I mean, admittedly, if you order stuff on a Friday from RS, you will not get it until Tuesday. It doesn't matter what account you got. Yeah. You will not get it before Tuesday. Because it's just the way it works out if you do it on a Friday.
But
I have to do so much ordering on a bloody Friday from RS. It's like, I know I'm not going to get this till fucking Tuesday now, bastard.
I always tend to order stuff Sunday morning at 2 a.m. That seems to be my normal time.
Yeah, I mean, I've done that as well from RS, and it has turned up on the Monday. And you go, how does that work? How can you order it on the Sunday, it turns up on the Monday, but if you do it on Friday, it doesn't turn out until Tuesday? What the hell? Never did figure that one out.
And with RS, you always have to order a lot more than you thought, just so you can get the free delivery.
Yeah, and you also got that thing where you can always tell which components are currently being used by government contracts because they've gone up by 9,000%.
Yes.
Yeah. The classic, what was it? The classic one, the trolley, the sack trolley.
Yeah.
You want it in red, it's nearly 500 quid. But if you have it the exact same trolley painted blue, it's 120. Because at the moment the government are buying up the red ones. So, really, and they never check.
Well, the post office is,
yeah.
Well, the price increases is really. I don't think we've witnessed this for a long time. And it's I was looking at the Pro 3, and I think it was like $15.99 or $16.99.
Yeah.
Then I looked
$15.99.
$19.99.
Is it really?
Well, it's Sweetwater, so I checked.
Hi, baby.
That's why I always check Toman USA because they
What
don't.
the hell is the world coming to when you buy a digital synth and after 6 months it's worth more than you paid for it? What the hell is this?
Well,
this is
new.
new.
It's the same with cars.
Yeah.
You know, you could buy a car
I feel like I'm
and
some
it's worth more
Yeah.
for the first time in its life after you've driven it off the forecourt than
Yeah,
ever
well, it's
before.
like the Chrysler. When I did a We Buy Any Car, go to the website and I put in my Chrysler, and they went condition, and I went fair, like that. And they go 1,200 quid. I went, oh dear. And then I did it a couple of months ago because of this 5.7 coming up, and I went, yeah, it's still fair, and its mileage has gone up a few hundred. And they go
3,800.
Yeah, £3,200.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll wait another year and I can buy a roller. It just keeps going up in value. Fuck it.
No,
So,
I know that's why one of our used cars was. My wife was like, maybe we should just have one car. I'm like, nah. But yeah, no, I think I bought the Pro 3 used for like $1,300. I don't know. It just keeps going up. You know, I was going to sell it, and I'm like,
Bizarre, isn't it?
I don't want to sell anything anymore. I'm like, I don't know if I should. You know?
Yeah, I was never a massive fan of selling stuff. Full stop, to be honest.
Yeah.
But,
Well, what made it really tough here is eBay and Reverb. You got to report your if you sell more than 600 in a year, you have to report it. They want your tax forms, and I'm thinking, so how's that gonna work? Like, do I have to? So if I sell like $2,000 worth of gear, I've got to. How do I not get taxed on this? I'm gonna have to. Now I'm thinking, look, I just want to write a quick hand note. Trust me, I'm making $700. You know, like, be careful. If you should probably owe me money.
No, you just send them a letter saying it's a free market. Go fuck yourself.
Yes, but now I'm like, I don't want to sell anything through them because it's like. Then I'm thinking, like, well, how's that going to work with taxes? How am I going to prove? How do you prove that you didn't make any money if they report, $1,800 in sales?
Yeah,
I can't afford to lose.
But you shouldn't have to pay tax on selling your own personal synth.
Just change your name to Jeff Bezos, so it'll get away with it.
They can't distinguish between it. Well, I think you'll understand. They can't distinguish between a business and somebody just a flea market.
Yeah.
And so I've stopped selling. So now I'm just accumulating all sorts of cool stuff.
Well, I've never bought anything on Reverb. I think everything I've looked at, I've just thought it's overpriced.
Oh, I get some good deals. I get some really good deals.
You just have to look. It's like with standard eBay stuff as well. Some people take the piss. I mean, most people on Reverb seem to take the piss, but some people use it seriously. It's just a bit nicer to deal with than with eBay. So,
but it's hard to distinguish between who is and who isn't. It's a bit like it's kind of a digital version of the loot, which you'd get, genuine sale, genuine up for sale, complete bastard scam wanker, and the adverts look exactly the same. You just sort of go, well, that one then, and let's see what happens. Yeah, and Reverb's always given me that kind of vibe.
I've bought a bunch of stuff off Reverb, but it's never been, it's always been like accessories, like the end cheeks for the DX5 or various ROM cartridges or discs, or I think the only bit of hardware I bought off there was one of those Yamaha UX256 interfaces, because it was just going for, it was 30 quid. So I'll have that. And it was absolutely fine, but it's not Reverb that sets the prices.
No.
It's the sellers.
Well, the only thing I've ever bought off Reverb was the stands for the console one and the fader one, and they don't fit.
All right.
And you have to put washers between the base and the end cheeks with the screws so that they're wide enough so they'll sit in it. It's like fucking. Yeah, they've CNC'd console one into it. I don't give a shit. I want it to fit. Because they sit like this. It's like, that's not good, man.
Yeah.
I usually won't deal with people that haven't sold much or anything. But it is, I don't know. The studios get pretty packed. I'm actually pretty happy about it, but, you feel a twinge of guilt, and I'm not really sure what I feel guilty about. Why?
Yeah, well, it's the same last week when I got all the studio set up and I go, yeah, it looks lovely and everything like that. And Fiona comes in and she goes, yeah, it looks good, it's tidy, neat. And she goes, everything working? I said, yeah, everything's working, everything's fine. She goes, so, no, do you need anything else? I said, no, that is it now, I'm done. 2 days later, I'm on my iPad. She goes, what you doing? I go, I'm just buying a mixer. What? Why? Oh, I'd need a mixer. You've got 2 mixers, haven't you? Yeah, but this is for the stuff over on the other side. I've run out of inputs, so I'm just buying a just a cheap mixer. She goes, what's cheap? I said, 160 quid. Oh, and I'm buying some more Widdies. How many? Well, 4.
They're like the Pringles of the music world, aren't they? Once you Widdy, you can't stop.
Yeah. Yes, they are.
Well, I bought all my Widdies from Gear for Music before Christmas, and they were £29 each. So I bought 14 of them.
I've just paid 49 each.
Oh, God.
Ow. And that was the cheapest I could find them.
I got all mine direct, but then I got them at half price. And then they sent me some prototypes as well, so I've got...
Nice.
Yeah.
But they're working well, right? I mean,
Remind me to stand in front of your letterbox.
Yeah, they work really well.
You haven't heard the best of it yet. Yeah, they do work very well, yeah.
Go on.
I mean, giving it more cables would be really pretty amazing.
Go on.
I was speaking to my friend Arturia the last couple of days, and there's some new stuff is coming.
Oh, yeah.
The hardware.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What, how many brute freaks?
Oh, really?
I've got something coming in the next
Microfreak.
few days.
It's
It's a
gonna be a
Microfreak. Yeah, it's a Microfreak.
It is. It's got to be.
Yeah.
I must admit, though, I've got a
I've heard
counter.
so many good things about it.
I've got a counter to it, though, I must admit. Hydrosense Deluxe 1120.
That's very good.
Yeah. But that's about it.
Yeah, well...
400 for the sledge. There you go. That was another one. That was... did I want a sledge? No, but it was £400. Therefore, I must have it.
So I'm just looking at my Polybrute zero. Didn't cost me a pen.
I don't know how much I spent on this console behind me.
Yeah, they're going to send me an audio fuse interface, and that's kind of partly, because they just want me to try one out. But I also thought that'll be useful for the show, so that's actually going to have a purpose. But and there's some other things I can't talk about that I should be getting hold of in the next few days.
Oh yeah,
yeah. Just all I will say is keep an eye out on Arturia's website for the next few weeks.
We'll hear about it when the court case comes
busy.
up.
They're going to be very busy. Yes.
Oh, that's good to hear.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
You always know when there's something coming because they go very quiet, and it's like my contact there. I'll send him a few emails, and I'm thinking, oh, has he left? Has he gone? Have I pissed him off? Did I say something? And then all of a sudden he'll come back and say, "Oh, really, really sorry. Been up to our eyeballs and doing this, that, and the other." And you'll see what's coming out. And here's this. So yeah, lovely company.
They always seem to have a good pulse on things. Yeah. They rarely issue something like, wow, what are they thinking?
Yeah.
It's usually like,
I'm sure that day will probably come at some point.
Yeah, I guess maybe the Matrix Brood or something.
No,
I like it.
Yeah.
I mean, what were they thinking with these knobs with the stupid coating that dissolves?
Oh, yeah.
And their initial controllers, like they sent me
that's why I sold mine.
Yeah, because they sent me the Keylab 61, so 69. So you can see where my mind's at. They sent me the Keylab, the very first Keylab 61. And I was like, oh, this is amazing. I'll take this out. This really nice, controller, and plugged it in, and you get this MIDI software center, and you update the firmware, and it just wouldn't show up in certain things. It wasn't working properly, and the MIDI control center software was a little bit flaky, a little bit buggy. But I kind of said, well, it's a nice controller, and the way it integrates with V Collection. So like everything, it's particularly with the Analog Lab software where everything's mapped. Yeah, and it shows it's so, and and the two-way communication, it's just so clever. It's really, really good. And it was probably about 6 months in when the first key decided to have an erection, basically, because the key stop that stops the key from overshooting just snapped off. And it wasn't like I was playing it. I walked into the studio and there it was, like this. It
popped up. Yeah.
So,
my keyboard is pleased to see me.
Yeah, well, I contacted them and said, look, I hate to complain about free shit, but this has happened. It's just like 6 months old, and they said, well, yeah, we could send you another one, and I can't remember the guy I was dealing with, not the one that I deal with now, and he wasn't very helpful. So I said, oh fuck it, I'll just open it up and have a look, and sure enough, it's just a piece of plastic that is just literally just snap. It's not even it's just kind of eased off. So a little dab of super glue, and it's right as rain, and it is never broken again. except another key went about 2 months later. And I think in the 8 years that I've had it, I've probably fixed half of the keys.
Ooh,
and it was only when I was
fault.
Yeah, well, no, this is the thing. So I was speaking to Ken Pierce, and I mentioned this to him, and he said, "Oh yeah, that." I said, "What do you mean? Oh yeah, that?" And he says,
"Yeah, we fixed that."
Yeah, no, it was a known fault, and Arturia basically were giving out replacement key mechanisms with this new design that wasn't doing that. And so I thought, oh, well, nobody told me about this. So I emailed Arturia, and they said, oh, yeah, we did do that. We don't have that keyboard mechanism anymore.
Yeah.
So it got retired, and it's now back in its box in the garage. And
now you know what the difference is between Arturia and Yamaha.
Yeah, quite.
Because they would have gone, but are you aware that the keys are breaking? Here's a new keyboard for you.
Yes, yeah.
Boom, done.
But apparently that's kind of how it was handled. But because I wasn't a paying customer, I guess I got missed off that email. I don't know. But yeah, it didn't happen. But
Yeah,
I was gutted because it used to be my main desk-based controller.
Yeah.
Because of the integration with the V collection, it was just like really nice. I didn't particularly like the action on the keyboard and the aftertouch. When you push down, you could feel the switch, so to speak, but the key would actually bend. The actual key would bend, and it just didn't give you the confidence. I'm pushing down on the modal that I've got here. The key is solid. You can feel the aftertouch effect. You can feel that little kind of nub.
Yeah.
But the key is solid, whereas the one they just chose the wrong key mechanism, and they to their credit, although I didn't benefit from it, they did identify it, they did sort it out, and the newer versions, the Mark IIs of the Key Labs, are much improved.
But you would have thought that's something that would show up pretty early.
Yeah,
wouldn't you? Really?
Well, it didn't take it took a few months for mine to show up. So, and I got one of the early ones. I got sent it just as it came out.
Well, it's just like the sticky microbrews, right?
Yeah.
Everybody started complaining about the wheels and the knobs and the sides. When I heard that, I loved my new brew. It was one of my favorite little. I don't know. I just enjoyed it. It was a simple.
Yeah.
And I just said, I'm going to sell it because if it starts getting sticky, I'm just going to throw it against them.
Nothing a bit of IPA can't fix.
Yeah.
What's
I was
that?
just saying.
Isopropyl alcohol, just drank them in that for a night and then scrub them properly, and all that oil that's coming to the surface gets out and it seals it a bit again, and it should be fine for another 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, mind you, I used to get these phone calls from customers, well, at least back in the day anyway. They're going, oh yeah, can you look at my T8? All the keys in the centre are stuck together. I go, is it on an X stand? Yeah. Take it off the fucking X stand. Because it literally just very slowly just sags in the centre.
Yeah.
I go, take it off the X stand, put it on a table, and give it about 2 days, and it'll be fine.
Ken,
can't tell us a profit BS where if you try to use aftertouch and your table is slightly bendy, and then the middle keys I can't get aftertouch. I mean, first of course the voltage was wrong, so I mean you had to sit on it, but also if it's slightly bent and you're trying to use any of the middle keys for your aftertouch, you're not even getting close to the sensor.
Yeah.
Ken, you must have had a lot of SH101s through your hands over the years.
Billions. I got 2 here now.
So tell me, I borrowed one some years ago when I got the MS to just do a side-by-side comparison, and I noticed that it bowed in the middle. It kind of went up. Is that a common thing?
Yeah. Sometimes they bow up, sometimes they bow down.
Oh, right.
Yeah. And sometimes they bow diddly.
Because I remember putting it down, and it was on the desk that used to be over there, and I remember looking at it and thinking, it's higher in the middle than it is at the ends. What's going on there? And then you sort of held it, and it just like whoop. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought, oh, maybe
plastic
that's
and heat.
I thought maybe that's a design thing. When you're wearing it as a keytar, it kind of molds itself to your hip or something.
Yeah.
But no, apparently not.
Yeah, I mean, because the common fault on the SH101 is the detuning power switch.
All right.
Where you touch the power switch and it goes, and it's such a shit job to do. Because normally what you have to do is you have to take the whole thing apart to get the switch out, and then you have to cut the bottom of the switch, take it apart, clean the contacts, then super glue the switch back together, then solder it back into the board, then connect it all back up, and then put it all back in again and go, yeah, it's sorted. And I go, there's got to be an easier way of doing this, because it's such an arse to do. And they're all going, oh yeah, and also can you do the power switch, because when you touch it, it all goes like this all over the place, like its own modulation. And so like Irish D-beam, right? Right? And I went, there's got to be a way of doing this, and there is a really, really simple way of curing it. Right? So if anybody's listening, they've got an SH101 that does this. You do this. You don't even have to open the synth. Right? You get hold of the top of the button, the black bit of the button, and you pull it off. Then you get a tin of WD-40, hold the button down, squeeze over the top of it as hard as you bloody can, and load the bastard up, and then turn it on and off about 40 times like that. Put the button back on. Cured. Don't bother me again.
Well, which formulation of WD-40?
Just the
European
standard
one.
The big,
not the American one.
The
because they are slightly different in how they
the
attack
800.
something.
It's the 800 milliliter one with the flip up nozzle. That gets the pressure, and you go, have some of that, you bastard. It's the same as CS80s. The tune button, the tune dial on the CS80, the centre one will go. It's never smooth after a while, and it's a sealed pot. But there's a tiny, tiny little slot, and you put the WD-40 right up against it, and go, like that, and it goes fecking everywhere. But give it a little couple of spins, sorted. Because if you take that bastard apart, it's a stereo part. It's a nightmare, and that'll cure it. And it's the only thing that's ever affected. I've never had a scratchy part on a CS80, and they're exposed. Not one ever in 25 years. I don't know what the hell it is about those pots.
Is it white
literally
and white wipers?
They seem to be quite normal looking sliders, but literally you could pour sand in those bastards and it'd still work. Honest to God, it's unbelievable, those sliders. I mean, the paddles, they're not susceptible because there isn't a carbon track at the bottom, it's at the side, and it does this business, so it never sees dust or dirt anyway. But the normal sliders, never had a scratchy one, ever. It's quite bizarre. You go, why can't they make them all like that? Whereas an ARP 2600, Jesus Christ, it's like a fucking Hoover. Just like, oh, there's some dust, I'll have some of that.
Or the later ARPs where you need a hammer to try and move a slider.
Yeah, because they get very stiff. But that's the other thing. You see, when you put high quality switch cleaner into a 2600, they go like this, and you can't move them properly. It's all jumpy. You have to wait ages before they sort of loosen up again. WD just sorts it all out, and it's smooth all the time.
Let's put a bit of silicon oil in them.
Yeah, there'll be no problem.
Right. On that note, I'm off to bed.
Yeah, I tell you what, it's coming up for the 7-hour stream almost.
Oh yeah.
Holy shit.
Well, it's been nice spending a day with you, Kent.
Yes, it's 2 different days. God. I tell you what, I know these chairs are supposed to be really, really comfortable, but it makes your legs feel really weird when you stand up. It feels like the back of your legs are numb, but the fronts aren't. It's a really weird feeling. I don't recommend it.
What is it, Aeron or?
Yeah, it's the Aeron. It was. I forget the name of it. See, this is Ty again. Yeah. This is Ty again. Oh yeah, got to get one of them. They're the best chairs. Yeah. I've got one there at Argos for 60 quid. No. You go, I know a guy can do them for 400 quid. I'm going, a fucking chair.
Well, they're more than $1,000 new.
I know. And you sit in it and you go, yeah, I can see why they're expensive. Yeah, I get it. I do get it. But £1,000 for a chair. Fuck's sake. Really?
Yeah, that could pay for a synth or some new Jaspers. Or...
Yeah, it's a better.
Yeah, I'll get a ninth of a driveway not done. Yeah. So, but there you go. Anyway,
yes.
I'm back in the workshop tomorrow, sorting out wheat from chaff. Apparently,
it might be Saturday that I come up if you're at home.
Where else would an agrophobic be?
Well, that's what I said to my wife. She said, "Well, when is Ken?" I said, "Ken's an agrophobic. He's always at home. He's an agrophobic synth tech. Of course, he's always at home."
Yeah, it's like because we get customers go, "Oh, it's Ken there," and Fiona goes, "Yeah." They go, "Don't rub it in, girl."
I'll let you know tomorrow for sure, but I definitely want to get up to see you. So,
okay. You all right, bud?
Right.
Cheers.
All right, everybody take
night,
care
everyone.
and look after oneself.
And see you in...
We'll catch you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Not you, Robbie, but...
Well...
Yeah.
Oh, of course, you're going to buy old wax drums or something, aren't you?
That's next week.
Someone's watched Tech Moan.
Back to this is next week, I thought.
You do going record hunting?
Oh, no, that's next Friday.
Oh, is it next Friday?
Yeah, tomorrow we've got Tara Bush on.
Oh, of course.
Tara Bush. I must get into the right Tara.
Is it Tara?
It's Tara.
Tara Bush.
Yeah.
Okay,
like Sarah, Tara.
Stick a label on your monitor and just write
seriously,
T-E-R-R-A.
I've known Tara for years, and I still call her Tara. And every time I say it, I go Tara.
Is that because of the way it's spelt?
No, it's just American.
Okay.
It's like Colin.
Yeah,
not
Colin.
It's what's funny is like when Math says he talks about Tara because Math's Welsh. So, but he's talking Welsh, and then he says Tara, like in this kind of with this American twang. It's very odd, but no, they're both going to be on, and hopefully Strelka the Space Dog too.
Oh,
yes. Have you seen Strelka the Space Dog?
No,
you will tomorrow.
I see.
Strelka went on tour with Gary Newman as well.
Okay.
So we've got all three of them on, but we might not have Ben.
Ah.
Ben's poorly, so
yes.
We will see, but no, it should be a good show.
So poorly he can't put a T-shirt in
3 weeks ago,
before he got ill.
Bless him.
Bless his little cottons.
Yes. Oh, good stuff.
Oh dear.
All right, and gents, I will see you tomorrow, or you'll see me tomorrow, whatever.
Whichever way that works. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'll definitely see you for sure.
Yeah, no doubt.
Indeed. All right, and guys.
Cheers, everyone. Good night.
All right, then. Take
See
care,
you later.
guys, and look after yourselves. All right.
Bye.
Ta-da.
Bye.
Au revoir.